Chapter 1. The Execution Square. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The square smelled of pine resin and cold stone. They had burned resin in the braziers to cover the smell of blood from the morning's lesser proceedings. 3 thieves dealt with before the crowd fully gathered, but the scent clung anyway, sap-sweet and wrong beneath the winter air. Wei Lingshuang stood at the 3rd pillar from the left. She had chosen it because the pillar was wide enough to lean against without being noticed, and because from here, she could see her father's face clearly without being seen by the Alliance officials arranged on the elevated platform. She was 17 years old and had been crying since before dawn, when the notification seal arrived at their stripped estate with its red border and its formal language that meant nothing except that today was the day. She had stopped crying an hour ago. The moment happened without her noticing. One instant the tears were present, and then they were not, replaced by a cold stillness behind her sternum, like a stone dropped into deep water and still descending. The square held perhaps 300 people. Some had come because the execution of Wei Kongshan, the sword saint, the greatest cultivator of his generation, was history unfolding in daylight, and people could not resist watching history be made. Some had come because the Sword Sect Alliance had been distributing food tokens to those who attended official proceedings this month, and 300 people needed to eat. Some, she suspected, had come for the same reason she had, because he was someone they knew and loved, and the only thing worse than watching would be not watching. Her maidservant Bao Shuzhen stood 2 steps behind her, close enough that Ling Shuang could feel the warmth of her presence. Shuzhen had said nothing since they left the estate. There was nothing to say. The platform was decorated with the Alliance's 5-fold banner, 5 sword shapes arranged in a circle, points inward, which had always struck Ling Shuang as a strange choice for an emblem. Her father had said once, years ago, that the original design had the points outward, facing the world. He had not said who changed it or when. She had been 11 and more interested in the dinner that followed. She wished now that she had asked. Wei Kongshan was brought out at the 3rd hour, when the winter sun had cleared the rooftops to the east and lay flat and silver across the square. He walked without restraints. That had surprised her when she first read the execution order. They were not binding him. The reason, she understood now, was that binding him would have been both useless and an insult to the theater of it. He was the sword saint. Rope would not hold him. The restraints were of a different kind, written into the political architecture of the moment. If he fought, he proved the treason charge. If he submitted, he proved nothing except that the law was the law. He was wearing white. His hair was loose. He had been permitted to dress himself, which was apparently a courtesy extended to the condemned of high cultivation rank. He walked across the square like a man arriving to give a lecture at an academy, unhurried, deliberate, aware of his audience. She had watched him walk into rooms her entire life. She had his walk in her memory in 100 variations, the fast, purposeful stride of early mornings, the slower pace he used when working through problems, the formal deliberateness of Alliance Council days. This was the walk she had never seen before. He found her face in the crowd. She had not believed he would be able to, not in 300 faces at this distance. But his gaze moved through the crowd without apparent effort and landed on her as though she had called his name. He did not change his expression. Neither did she. They had said their real goodbye the night before, in the stripped dining room of the stripped estate, with 2 cups of tea and no sufficient words. He kept walking. He reached the platform. He stepped up without assistance. The Grand Arbiter, she had not seen Shindiyu before today, only heard the name, stood at the platform's center. He was a man in his 50s, broad through the shoulders, wearing the chief arbiter's formal gray robes. His hair was silver. His face was composed in an expression of official sorrow that reminded Ling Shuang of actors she had seen playing grief on stage. Technically correct, inhabited by no one. Shindiyu read the charges aloud. The charge was treason. The specification was that Wei Kongshan had forged amendments to the Alliance's founding charter to concentrate power in his own bloodline, and had planned an armed secession from the Alliance framework he had helped build. Ling Shuang listened to each word, as if receiving blows and counting them. She knew the charges were false. How to prove it was the problem that had no answer yet. Her father's voice was calm when he was asked if he had anything to say. He looked out at the crowd, not at Shindiyu. He said, "A sword that has been used to cut down a lie will always be found innocent in the end, regardless of what verdict precedes the finding." Quietly, almost conversationally. Then he said a name under his breath, barely audible, a name she had never heard. Cui Mingzhu. She filed it away without understanding why. The executioner's blade came from the east side, where the sun was brightest. It was a practical angle. The crowd was very still. Shujin put her hands on Ling Shuang's shoulders from behind and held on. The blade fell. The stone inside Ling Shuang's chest stopped descending and settled at the bottom. In the surge of crowd movement that followed, she nearly missed the man who pushed through toward her. Not an official, not a guard, but a thin man in a servant's livery with her father's personal seal pressed into the deliberate movement of his hand. Trying to reach her before the Alliance officials swept the square. He managed it by 4 seconds. He pressed an iron chest into her hands, small enough to carry, heavy enough to matter, and said only, "He prepared this. He said you would know what to do." Then he was gone, dissolving back into the dispersing crowd before she could form a question. She gripped the chest. Cold iron, surface smooth with age. She pressed her palm flat against the lid and felt, faintly, a resonance, like a tuning fork struck miles away, the vibration traveling through the ground to the soles of her feet and up through her palm. Something inside the chest was reaching toward her. Not opening, but aware. Responding to her blood specifically. She looked at the lid. Carved there, in her father's precise calligraphy, was her name. She stood in the clearing crowd while the Alliance officials began their systematic sweep. Nobody looked at her directly. The daughter of the convicted traitor was not an event they wanted to witness. As she passed the last official checkpoint, she heard one guard mutter something to his colleague. The word that would later appear on every bounty notice she saw, Forbidden Dao. The Alliance had a term ready. They had classified her before she did anything worth classifying. They already knew what her father had left her. They were already afraid of it. The chest pulsed once against her ribs as she walked through the gate and onto the northern road. Outside the capital, the road stretched ahead in winter-pale dust, and somewhere along it was a name she had just heard, Chui Mingzhu. Her father had spoken it like a compass bearing, and she was already walking toward it without understanding why. Which was, she was beginning to understand precisely how her father arranged things. The bounty notice was filed within the hour. The retrieval team was already moving. The term on the notice, Carrier of the Forbidden Dao, meant the Alliance feared her inheritance enough to spend serious resources erasing it before she understood what she held. They should have moved faster, but the chest was already burning with her name, and the path north was already waiting, and somewhere in the Alliance's retrieval network a timer had started that none of them knew had already run out. Chapter 2. The road out of shame. They were 5 li outside the capital when Ling Shuang saw the first bounty notice. It was tacked to a crossroads post, and from a distance she had taken it for a merchant announcement. It was only when she walked close enough to read that she saw her own name in red-bordered official script. Below her name, in smaller characters, Carrier of the Forbidden Dao. Approach with caution. Detain and deliver intact. Intact, she tore it off the post and kept walking. Shujin, who had seen her face change, matched her pace without asking. The northern road was busy enough in daylight that 2 traveling women attracted little individual notice, but the speed of the notice's distribution was a problem. The capital's eastern gate had not yet closed when they left. Either the bounty had been filed before the execution, in preparation, not reaction, or the Alliance had runners capable of reaching every crossroads within 5 li in under 2 hours. There will be hunters, Shujin said. Not a question. Yes. Professional ones. Ling Shuang thought about the word intact. Capture specialists. At least initially. They want what's in the chest before they decide what to do with me. How many do you think? First wave, 3. Standard retrieval configuration for a mortal vein target. She caught herself. Former target. They don't know yet that I'm not mortal vein. She wasn't quite. She had never begun formal cultivation. Her father had delayed it deliberately, wanting her theoretical education to precede the physical transformation. She had the theory. She had absorbed the doctrine principles by watching her father train for years. She had simply never yet applied them to herself, which meant that her current rank was nothing and her potential was everything. And the Alliance was calculating on the basis of the first while she was planning on the basis of the second. They stopped at midday at a rivulet. Ling Shuang set the chest on a dry stone and pressed her palm to the oval seal depression. The resonance came immediately, a vibration traveling up through her wrist and forearm into the center of her chest where the cold stone lived. Something in the chest was actively reaching toward her, not opening, but aware, measuring whether this was the right moment or merely an adequate one. It knows you, Shujin said. It knows my blood. Ling Shuang pulled her hand back. The seal has layers. I'm not at the right layer yet. What does the right layer feel like? Like something has changed in me that hasn't changed yet. She shouldered the chest. We keep moving. In the afternoon, the bird silence came. 3 men behind them on the road, moving at the unhurried pace of people who knew they had already tracked their target. Different outer coats, deliberately varied. The mark of professionals who don't move as an obvious unit. The center man paused periodically to confirm bearing. He was the censor. Don't look back, Ling Shuang said. I know, Shujin said. 3. Short blade on the left, censor in center, capture chains on the right. My father was a garrison soldier. I grew up watching retrieval operations from the paperwork side. Red post, Ling Shuang said. 2 li ahead. Big enough to lose them. They reached red post as the afternoon light turned amber and used the market crowd exactly as calculated. Dyers, farmers, a school group, 2 monks. Lost the 3 men in the cloth market's crowded lanes. But losing them was only delay. The censor would reacquire as soon as they left the crowd. In an alcove between 2 warehouses at Red Post's eastern gate, Ling Shuang pressed her back to the wall and thought. The ash thorn forest, she said. 2 li north. The disrupted spiritual field breaks active tracking methods. The censor loses his read on us until he can physically re-enter range. And it won't hurt us? The forest disrupts active cultivation. It has limited effect on people who aren't channeling qi. She picked up the chest. We're about to learn exactly how limited. The forest accepted them without ceremony. A gradual increase in wrongness. Light in flat strips through distorted canopy. No undergrowth that should have existed even in winter. Trees alive, but structurally wrong, like objects remembered inaccurately. An hour in, Ling Shuang found shelter in a fallen tree's hollow. The deadfall was dry, the hollow adequate for 2 people sitting. Shujin made a small, smokeless fire using the compressed fuel block from her pack, something she had packed deliberately, weeks ago, for exactly this category of situation. They ate cold from their reserves because a cooking fire would produce smell, and smell traveled further than light in forest air. Tell me what you remember about your father's associates, Shujin said. She was not asking for sentimentality. She was asking the way she asked everything, as a request for operational information. The ones who came to the house. Ling Shuang listed them. 7 names, in order of frequency. Pang Liahu most often, the man she had seen at Gravane Station today. Then the estate manager, who had been removed when the confiscation came and would know nothing. Then the cultivation tutors, 3 of them over the years, one of whom she had been told died 2 years ago. Then Elder Ren Suiying, who had visited twice in the last year before the arrest. Formal visits, official alliance business. Then the alliance scribe who handled her father's correspondence. Any of them could have had access to the study, she said. Would any of them have known which scroll mattered? She thought about this. The history scroll with the 6th page. To remove the right page, you would need to know the scroll's content. That meant someone who had read it, or someone who had been told what it contained. Pang Liahu, she said. He was there when my father was writing the history sections. They used to argue about how to characterize certain events. I remember hearing it from the courtyard. My father read him passages. She sat with that. He knew which page mattered, she said quietly. He's the only one who would have. Shujin made no comment. She was the kind of person who understood that some realizations needed space around them before they could be fully occupied. But she did say, after the right interval, you don't know it was him. No, Ling Shuang agreed. But I know it was someone who had read the scroll. That's a short list, and he's the most likely name on it. Likely isn't certain. No, I'm going to assume it was him until the evidence contradicts it. Because assuming it wasn't means assuming it was one of the people I don't know about, which is less useful than having a working theory. She looked at the fire. My father taught me that. Start with the most probable explanation and adjust when the evidence requires it. Don't adjust early out of generosity. Shujin considered this. Your father sounds like he was a practical man. He was. A pause. He was also kind. The 2 things lived in him without contradicting each other. I'm still trying to understand how that's possible. In the firelight, she pressed her palm to the chest's lid. The lid shifted, a fraction of movement, resistance different from before. The forest disruption had stripped away an outer layer of the binding. A sound inside, the dry rustle of old parchment settling. The seal stopped, but it communicated something she had no language for except the image it gave her. Asterisk not yet. One more thing must change first. Asterisk in the morning, she would find the tracking mark on Shujin's cloak. A thread of condensed spiritual ink woven into the lining, placed before the execution by someone who had planned for this exact flight. She would understand, standing in the cold morning light with the blighted forest around her, that the entire pursuit had been arranged in advance. That the execution was theater. That the real operation, the clean disposal of the sword saint's troublesome heir, had been running in parallel with the public proceedings all along. That she had been hunted before she knew there was a hunt. That understanding would change the nature of her fear from formless to specific, and specific fear was something she could work with, if she was still alive when dawn came. Chapter 3. Iron spine refinement. The tracking mark was a thread of condensed spiritual energy woven into the lining of Shujin's cloak. Professional work, invisible to the naked eye, made detectable only because the ash-thorn forest's disrupting field had stripped away its camouflage layer. In ordinary conditions, it would have been undetectable until a sensor cultivator activated it remotely, turning it into a beacon. "Take the cloak off," Ling Shuang said. Shujin removed it without ceremony, wearing 2 layers beneath. She handed it over and watched while Ling Shuang examined the mark at close range. When had it been placed? The reconstruction was straightforward. The estate inventory sweep, 3 days before the execution. Alliance officials through every room, hands on every surface. The servant who had pressed the chest into her hands in the execution square had entered the estate before them, with the officials. He had not been delivering the chest only. He had been part of the tracking setup. "They arranged this before the execution," Ling Shuang said. "The bounty was filed before my father died. The tracking marks were placed before we had any reason to run." She looked at Shujin. "They wanted us to run. It's cleaner to handle us outside the capital. No witnesses, no public record." "Makes sense from their position," Shujin said, checking her remaining clothing for secondary marks with methodical thoroughness. "Arresting you in the capital 2 hours after the execution creates an awkward record. A quiet disappearance in the provinces creates nothing." Ling Shuang burned the cloak. The tracking thread flared green as the lining caught. A brief signal burst. She hoped the forest's disruption field suppressed. They moved immediately afterward, going deeper north through the forest rather than emerging onto the road. 3 hours north, they came out of the forest's edge into the outer reaches of Lakewind Province. Hillside grazing country, rough and underworked. A scatter of isolated shrine structures on the hillsides. Old local tradition, honoring sword ancestors who had shaped this region before the sect alliance absorbed everything worth absorbing. One shrine was close enough to shelter in. Stone walls intact, roof partially collapsed on the southern side. The altar inside held the bronze image of a cultivator she did not recognize, a woman, she noted, holding a sword in a stance that was not any orthodox form she had seen. She stood before the image and looked at it while Shujin checked the perimeter. Then she opened her father's smallest scroll, the one she had kept loose in her pack rather than in the sealed chest, thinking it was personal notes or perhaps poetry. It was a cultivation primer, written in his shorthand notation. The first section was titled, Iron Spine, Foundation Refinement. Brief, dense, technically specific. The body's structural chi channels, latent in every person, dormant without cultivation practice, could be activated through a specific breathing pattern combined with directed physical pressure on 12 points along the spine. Done correctly. The first real cultivation step, bones and tendons reinforced by spiritual energy, the body made capable of bearing higher cultivation without tearing itself apart. Done incorrectly, internal injury. She thought about the 40-person kill squads the Alliance was apparently willing to dispatch. She thought about the 3-man team still somewhere in the forest. She thought about the 6 evidence locations on the map she didn't have yet, and the name Yin Qingfeng, and the 6-month head start her father had given her by being thorough. None of it meant anything if she couldn't survive to use it. She sat cross-legged in front of the bronze woman and began. The first breath cycle confirmed she had the sequence right. The latent channels responded immediately. Years of watching her father's cultivation from a close distance had preconditioned her body to receive the technique. The first 3 points opened cleanly. The fourth was where everything went wrong. Pain arrived without prelude. A sharp energetic overload along her middle spine. Not structural damage but the equivalent of a circuit carrying twice its rated load. Her concentration broke. All 4 active channels discharged simultaneously. The overflow went inward rather than outward, which was the only reason the shrine did not catch fire. She pressed both palms flat against the stone floor and managed not to make a sound through considerable effort. Shujin appeared in the doorway in 4 seconds. She took in Ling Shuang's posture and the quality of her stillness in a single glance. The primer. Error at the 4th activation point. Ling Shuang breathed through the dissipating overflow, feeling it leaking out through her palms and soles. "I need to do it again. Now, before the window closes." She described the timing mechanism. "If I wait, the channels reset and the discharge injury makes a second attempt today impossible." Shujin crossed the shrine floor and sat behind her without further discussion. She placed both hands on Ling Shuang's back. "Tell me where the points are. I'll press them in sequence. External pressure as a reference for the internal activation. My father trained garrison recruits in a similar method for physical discipline forms. It was not precisely the same method. Garrison forms operated entirely below the cultivation threshold. But the external pressure reference points gave Lingshuang's concentration a physical anchor for each activation moment, and on the second attempt the fourth channel opened correctly. Fifth, sixth, the seventh opened with a change in her physical structure she could feel from the inside, a hardening that was not rigidity, a density without added weight, the sense of her own skeleton as something more present and reliable than it had been 5 minutes earlier. The eighth opened with the quality of a string tuned to the right pitch for the first time. She breathed through the remaining 4 activations. When the 12th opened, the full circuit completed, and she felt iron spine cultivation settle through her body like a tide. Steady, total, permanent. She opened her eyes. The bronze woman's sword stance, seen now with the activation still fresh in her awareness, resolved into something recognizable, a variant of the entry form for heaven-splitting sword doctrine. One of the specific forms her father had practiced in their courtyard on early mornings. The forgotten sword ancestor, the blighted outer province, the isolated shrine. None of this was accident. Her father had mapped this route before she knew she would need one, which meant every step she was taking on a path she believed herself to be improvising had already been considered by him months ago. She had been moving inside his plan the entire time. She sat for a moment in front of the bronze woman with the doctrine stance, letting the iron spine cultivation settle fully through her structural channels. The reinforcement was still integrating. She could feel it in the quality of her own weight, the way her feet pressed against the stone floor with more presence than they had this morning. This was the foundation. Every subsequent rank would build on what had just been completed. She thought about the jade core section she had read ahead in the primer. What came next? The core condensation required specific conditions, a specific ambient environment, a specific kind of anchor. She was carrying directions to both. Her father's instructions had been complete. The question she was not yet able to answer was, how many other things about her path had been arranged that she hadn't discovered yet? Behind her, in the provincial capital, Grand Arbiter Shindiyu reviewed the green flare report from his sensor team. The mark's activation signal, weak and directionally ambiguous, suppressed but not eliminated by the forest's interference. It told him the tracking marks were compromised and the target had gone north. He summoned Peng Liahu and told him to go north. His voice was entirely calm, because he had already accounted for every possible outcome of this situation and found them all manageable. He was, in this specific judgment, wrong, but the wrongness would not become visible to him for some time yet, and the specific form it would take when it arrived was not anything he had accounted for. Chapter 4. The mark and the fire. The second tracking mark was on the inner sole of Lingshuang's boot. She found it the afternoon after the shrine through logic rather than any spiritual sensitivity. Iron spine cultivation gave her no perception enhancement. Not yet. The reasoning went. The cloak mark had been placed during the estate inventory sweep. The same officials had walked through her room. The inventory manifest had covered clothing item by item. Her boots were on the manifest. She sat on a hillside rock, pulled off the boot, and held it at the specific angle to catch the afternoon light. The mark was there, a thread of dried spiritual ink, colorless in shadow, faint blue-gray in direct sun. It would activate under a sensor cultivator's focused attention, turning the boot into a direction indicator for anyone who knew what frequency to look for. It had been placed before the execution, before she had any reason to run. She threw the boot before thinking it through, then retrieved it, stripped out the inner sole with her travel knife, and burned the marked section over the heat of their small fire. How many total do you think? Shuzhen asked. At least 2, now destroyed. Possibly more that we haven't identified. Lingshuang pulled the boot back on. The sensor cultivator in the 3-man team was running active tracking. He wasn't relying on the marks. The marks are a backup layer for when the active tracking fails. Which means we might be clean now, or we might have 3 more marks we haven't found yet. Which means we treat every article from the estate as potentially compromised. Lingshuang looked at her own pack, her coat, her underclothes, the practical tools she had grabbed in the last hour before the estate lockout. Check everything again. They spent 20 minutes working through every item they carried, cross-referencing each piece against the estate inventory manifest in Lingshuang's memory. They found nothing else with the light they had. But absence was not the same as confirmed clean. The marks were designed to be undetectable without cultivation-enhanced sight, and she had iron spine rank, not the silver wind or above that would give her the perception to be certain. They altered course, westward into the ash-thorn forest's edge rather than continuing north through open ground. The forest was uncomfortable but familiar. More importantly, it forced pursuit to approach from the edges rather than the open middle, giving them directional warning before anyone reached visual range. In the forest's western fringe, they built a half-shelter from deadfall and the emergency tarp from her pack. Her father had included it, she had realized earlier, because he had planned for exactly this kind of flight. She sat with the chest in her lap and worked at the seal with a different approach than before. Not force, not pressure against the lock. Instead, she rested her palm on the oval depression with deliberate lightness, letting the resonance come toward her rather than reaching for it. The jade core threshold was what the chest was waiting for, based on the primer's description of the seal's architecture. She had iron spine, not yet sufficient, but the seal recognized the direction of movement. It recognized that she was building toward the threshold rather than sitting at a fixed distance from it. The chest opened, 2 finger widths, the lid lifting against some internal limiter, not fully, but enough. Through the gap, the dry smell of old parchment and something metallic beneath it, faint and specific. The residual scent of her father's cultivation chamber on the mornings he had worked through the night. Decades of stored intent, impressed into materials by proximity and practice. She could not yet feel it as intent. She lacked the cultivation rank to perceive it directly, but she could smell it, and the smell was unmistakably his. She worked her fingers through the gap carefully. One scroll. The seal released only one, held everything else with deliberate rationing. Here is what you can use now, the rest when you're ready. She drew it out, feeling the seal's attention on her hands the entire time, evaluating whether she was taking the right thing. Her father's personal crest on both ends. She broke the seal. Inside, in his private notation, a single line. A name. A location. The ink oxidation dated it at approximately 4 months ago. Asterisk, Yin Chengfeng. Find him. He knows where the proof is buried. Asterisk below it. A charcoal burner's village near the ash-thorn forest's eastern edge. Written while her father still lived in the estate, while the dinner table conversations with Peng Liahu were still happening, while nothing publicly indicated that anything was wrong. He had known what was coming before it arrived. She rolled the scroll closed and held it, feeling the weight of that foresight. The calculation involved in arranging a stranger to guard his daughter, in sealing a chest to open in stages, in placing a shrine on a route he would never walk himself. East, Shuzhen asked. East, Ling Shuang said. Someone named Yin Chengfeng. She tucked the scroll inside her coat. My father left instructions for him months ago. He has the proof, or at least knows where it is. She shouldered the chest. The chest pulsed once against her back, faint and definite, the resonance of something that had been waiting and was now pointing forward. She did not know yet what the proof consisted of, or how many pieces it had been divided into, or which of those pieces were in the most dangerous places. What she did know, her father had been certain enough of the outcome that he had built this entire apparatus in advance. He had known the forgery would succeed. He had known the arrest was coming. He had known that his daughter would need to run, and that running without preparation was the same as not running. She thought about the person who had done this to him. Not the forgery itself, the years of planning behind the forgery. Shindiyu had been building this for longer than she had been alive, possibly. Building the case, building the majority, building the mechanism by which a man who had helped him build the alliance could be removed from it with the alliance's own tools. Her father had seen it coming and had built her a response. She wondered if he had hated Shindiyu. She found she did not know. She had not known her father that way, had not known the inside of his political relationships, had not known what it felt like to watch someone you had worked alongside for 20 years dismantle everything you had built together, one procedural amendment at a time. She was learning what it felt like to lose something to people who had planned it carefully. She was learning what her father must have spent years sitting with. She was learning, one step at a time, to trust the path he had laid. But she was also beginning to understand that the path was not a guarantee. It was a foundation. What she built on it would be her own work. The fire burned low. The blighted forest was quiet around them. Tomorrow, a stranger with proof. Tonight, the patient dark and the cold, and the particular silence of someone who has just understood that everything that comes next depends entirely on her, and on whether the 40 riders mobilizing at Gravane Station tonight were faster than one girl carrying a dead man's unfinished case. Chapter 5. The rogue cultivator. The charcoal burner's village was 40 people and an herbalist, exactly where the notation said it would be. Half a day's walk east through the forest fringe where the blighted trees thinned and the air quality improved enough for habitation. The kind of community that persisted because it was inconveniently located rather than unprofitable, below the notice threshold of any power that organized itself around resources worth controlling. Yin Qingfeng was sitting outside the herbalist's house nursing a clay cup of grain wine, wearing a laborer's coat that was too short in the sleeves, with 3 days of beard and the deliberate inattentiveness of someone who had been practicing not being noticed for long enough that it had become a reflex. He was perhaps 26. His hands were a cultivator's hands, the calluses the specific pattern of sword practice scarring on the inner fingers, the subtle density in the wrist tendons that came from years of sustained extension work. She gauged him at crimson edge rank from his physical carriage. He held himself the way people held themselves when they were accustomed to being the fastest presence in any given space and had developed the constant habit of restraining it until the restraint became the posture itself. She walked up and said her father's name. He kept looking at the treeline. "I don't know anyone by that name," he said. "He wrote this 4 months ago." She showed him the scroll opened to the relevant line without handing it over. His personal crest was visible on the opened end, the specific tilt that her father used only on documents he considered foundational. Something moved through Yin Xingfeng's face. Brief, controlled, suppressed before it fully resolved into anything readable. He looked at the crest for 2 seconds. His eyes moved to her face in a quick assessment. The scanning look she imagined he gave everything as a matter of habit. "You have the chest." "I have it." "Where are your trackers?" 2 marks burned. "Active sensor lost our bearing in the forest." He stood up. He did not ask anything else. He said, "Right boot inner sole, you found it?" "Yes." "Left wrist lining, if you're wearing the coat from the estate inventory." She was. Shujin immediately checked her left sleeve and found it. "Second mark," he confirmed, watching Shujin locate it. He produced a fire-starting kit from his coat pocket and held it out without comment. The mark burned. He watched the smoke with the attention of a man calculating exactly how much time the smoke itself might cost them, and then appeared to make a decision that he had been postponing and was now simply finished postponing. "Come inside," he said. It was not warm. It was expedient. The interior of the borrowed house was organized with the efficiency of someone accustomed to temporary quarters. 2 packs positioned for rapid departure. A single candle on a cultivation table, nothing personal, nothing left carelessly. The kind of habitation that could be abandoned in under 2 minutes and leave no trace worth following. He did not offer wine or pleasantries. From inside his coat, he withdrew a sealed letter. Her father's crest, same angle, same deliberate ink. "He gave me this 6 months ago," Yin Xingfeng said. He said, "When the daughter comes looking, open it in front of her. Not before." He looked at her steadily. "He described you." "What did he say?" A brief pause with something difficult in it that he cleared from his expression before it resolved into readable. "He said you would come alone if he let you. So he arranged the maidservant position 3 years ago. He said you were quick with patterns and slow to ask for help. His jaw was set in the way of someone reporting facts they find either admirable or inconvenient, and that you'd need someone who knew the Alliance's methods from inside." "Did you know him personally?" "I knew of him through my master. They had common ground." He broke the letter's seal. She wanted to read it herself. It was her father's handwriting, her father's last arrangements, addressed to a stranger on her behalf. But it had been written to Yin Xingfeng, and he was already reading it. So she waited and watched his face. On the second page, something happened in his expression. Something old and not entirely suppressed, which he controlled but not completely. The way you can manage the appearance of composure without actually achieving it when the content is specific enough. On the third page, he read a section twice. He folded the letter and held it for a moment before extending it toward her. "He says to show you," Yin Xingfeng said. She took it and read. 3 pages. A description of Yin Xingfeng's background, his master, the circumstances that had brought him to this village, the qualities that made him trustworthy for this exact task. A description of the evidence chain, not kept in the chest where a single seizure would destroy everything, but distributed across 6 locations in 3 provinces, held by 6 separate trusted individuals. A map on the third page marking those locations. And at the bottom of the third page, added in different ink, darker, pressed harder, the strokes of someone writing something important with less time than they wanted. Asterisk, they will come for her next. Keep her alive. Asterisk, she read it 3 times. He had arranged a stranger to be her guardian. 6 months before the execution, 2 months before the public proceedings. Certain enough of the outcome that he had built the entire apparatus of her survival before she had any reason to need it. He was thorough, she said. Yin Xingfeng refilled his cup. He did not drink from it. He was thorough, he agreed. And this time the words carried something underneath them. Not quite respect, and not quite grief, which was probably both compressed into the same space. "The map shows 6 locations," she said. "First one is 3 days north. Second is Alliance territory." He looked at her directly. "None of them are straightforward. I know. I'm not doing this for your father's memory or your cause." He said it carefully, without hostility. "I have reasons of my own that happen to run parallel to yours. You should know that from the start. It's more honest." "What are your reasons?" He looked at the tree lean through the small window. A pause that was not evasion but the shape of a decision about how much to give right now. "My master died 2 years ago. The official ruling was a training accident. I have evidence it was a private assassination, and I have evidence of who arranged it. He did not say the name yet. Our causes point at the same people from different directions. That's sufficient for working together. Is it sufficient for trust? Something moved in his face. Not offense, something more like the expression of a person acknowledging a distinction they respect. Trust is what comes after, he said. Right now, the sensor cultivator has figured out both marks went dark inside the forest boundary on the same afternoon, which means he has an approximate location and he's coming. Shujin was already at the door with both packs shouldered, expression indicating she had been ready to leave for the last 5 minutes and was waiting for the conversation to catch up. Yin Chengfeng picked up his own pack from beside the back window. He paused at the door and looked at Ling Shuang once more with the expression of a man updating a calculation that had just been revised upward. He said, "Keep up," and walked out. She followed, thinking. He had read the letter twice. He had been prepared for her arrival by 6 months of her father's careful arrangement, and he still looked at her like something that had exceeded his estimate. Her father had known Yin Chengfeng would need to see that in order to take this seriously. Her father, apparently, had arranged that too, which raised the question she had not yet found the right moment to ask. What else had he arranged that she did not yet know was coming? Chapter 6. Pang Liahu's shadow. The news of Elder Pang Liahu's arrival reached the border town of Gravane Station in the form of silence. This was how it worked with him, Yin Chengfeng said in a low voice as they watched from a hillside 2 li above the town. The official entourage had arrived 3 hours ago, 6 Alliance enforcers, 1 administrative recorder, and Pang Liahu himself. His personal rank was Void Fracture, 2 full levels above Yin Chengfeng, for above Ling Shuang's current iron spine. He traveled without ostentation, but his presence nonetheless reshaped the social atmosphere of any location he entered. Conversations stopped. Merchants found other districts. The station master's office had shifted from the sounds of ordinary transit business to a quality of quiet that was itself a message. He's questioning people, Yin Chengfeng said. He had a small far-seeing glass, the kind cultivators used for field reconnaissance. He was watching the administrative building's entrance with the practiced stillness of someone who had done exactly this before, in different situations, many times. The sensor cultivator from the 3-man team is inside with him. They've already debriefed. Pang Liahu has direct field intelligence now. He passed the glass to Ling Shuang. She adjusted the focus. The image resolved, a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, gray-haired, wearing Alliance administrative gray without rank insignia. He was talking to the station master with the unhurried precision of someone who expected complete answers and had cultivated patience for extracting them. She had seen this man at her family's dinner table, for times across her childhood. He had laughed at volume and argued cultivation doctrine with her father with the particular pleasure of 2 people who knew each other well enough to be genuinely combative. He had once spent 20 minutes helping her search the estate garden for a lost rabbit she had been keeping secretly, moving aside planters and checking under the tool shed with the same focused attention he apparently brought to everything. She had been 9 years old and had thought him remarkably kind. The man in the far-seeing glass looked like the same person and nothing like him. The breadth of shoulder was the same. The deliberateness of movement was identical. But something in the way he occupied the space around him had changed, and it was only later, with more experience to calibrate against, that she would be able to name it. The specific quality of someone who had been doing something they couldn't forgive themselves for long enough that they had stopped noticing the weight of carrying it. He has a jade slip, Yin Chengfeng said. Ling Shuang adjusted focus. Pang Liahu was showing something to the station master, holding a jade slip in his palm and activating it. An image projected above it, clear, detailed, a 3-dimensional rendering of the iron chest. Its shape, its seal configuration, its dimensions, everything someone would need to identify it on sight at range. He knows the chest, she said. He built the alliance beside your father for 20 years. Yin Chengfeng's voice was flat. He would know exactly what was in it. He took the glass back and did not look through it again. He was still in the way that people are still when movement would make something internal visible. Your father trusted Pang Liahu completely. For 20 years. He told me that, when he came to give me the letter. He trusted him until he didn't. No, I think he trusted him even at the end. A pause that carried weight. Which is different. She looked at him sidelong. He was watching the town below. Did your master know Pang Liahu? The pause this time was longer and had a specific texture. Not evasion, but the shape of something not yet ready to be spoken aloud, or perhaps something that had been carried too long to be set down lightly. My master died 2 years ago, Yin Chengfeng said. A training accident, officially. I have evidence it was not. His voice was the voice of someone who had already moved through grief into the more functional territory on the other side. Not unaffected, but operational. The evidence implicates Pang Liahu. That's the parallel I mentioned. She looked at him for a long moment. He did not look back. He was watching the town below with the stillness of someone who had done surveillance in difficult situations before and had learned that the value of it was in the watching, not in the appearing to watch. Your master, she said. Was he someone my father knew? Yes. One syllable. No elaboration. Then, after a moment, they disagreed on some things. Agreed on more. Your father respected him. He paused. That matters to me. She understood. When the people you respected had been shaped in part by the same forces, their assessments of those forces carried weight. Her father and Yin Xingfeng's master had occupied the same world, navigated the same political landscape, made different choices in it, and possibly reached some of the same conclusions about the people who had built the problem. We go east along the ridge trail, Yin Xingfeng said. Bypass Gravane Station entirely. Reach the forest approach by tomorrow midday. He stood and checked the packs and the route with the efficiency of someone who had been running this assessment in the background the entire conversation. Your father knew I'd say yes when you arrived. He was right. That's all. They went east. On the ridge trail above the town, the wind was cold and the footing was uneven, and they moved in single file, without speaking because the terrain required it, and because there was something in the landscape of this conversation, the revelation of parallel griefs, the mutual acknowledgement of shared targets, that needed space before it could settle into anything operational. Ling Shuang thought about what Yin Xingfeng had said. Your father knew I'd say yes. It was not a compliment to Yin Xingfeng, not exactly. It was a record of her father's judgment, that he had identified this specific person as someone whose personal grief and professional capability would combine into reliable motivation. Her father had not recruited a loyal ally. He had found a useful convergence and arranged himself at the center of it. She found this both admirable and faintly disturbing. Behind them, in Gravane Station, Pang Liahu dismissed the station master and stood alone in the office for a moment before his recorder entered with the report. No one in the station had seen the chest. He received this without expression. He dismissed the recorder. In the empty office, he activated the jade slip again, alone, and the image of the chest appeared above his palm. The same shape he had watched Wei Kongshan assemble months ago, adding items one by one in preparation for a contingency that neither of them had spoken aloud at the time, because speaking it aloud would have required acknowledging what was already inevitable. He looked at the image for a long time. Then he closed his hand around the slip. In the empty office, with the recorder gone and the enforcers outside and no one left to maintain the performance for, his face did something it never could when anyone was watching. It was not the face of a man who had betrayed his sworn brother and was satisfied with it. It was not the face of a man who had betrayed his sworn brother and was unsatisfied with it. It was the face of a man for whom the question of satisfaction had ceased to be relevant a long time ago, replaced by something more fundamental and considerably harder to manage. He pressed the jade slip flat between his palms. He stood there until the expression was gone and what remained was functional. Then he opened the door and told his recorder to prepare the next dispatch. The riders would move at dawn, and Pang Liahu, standing in the doorway with the functional face fully restored, had already done something he had not reported to anyone. He had quietly reduced the authorized response from 40 riders to 28, and had not written down why. Chapter 7. Jade Core Breakthrough. The valley was hidden the way things are hidden when someone has been discouraging their discovery for decades. Not locked or guarded, just difficult to reach and unremarkable from above. The approach was through a narrow ravine that appeared to dead end against a rock face, but bent sharply left into a secondary channel, dry in winter. The valley beyond was perhaps 2 li across, enclosed by ridge walls that blocked the wind entirely, with a spring at its center that Ling Shuang felt before she saw it. Not warmth. The cultivation equivalent. Ambient sword energy, old and dense and concentrated by decades of practice in an enclosed space. Her father had trained here for a generation. His residue had saturated the ground, the stone, the water until the valley functioned like a spirit vein, even though it was no such thing. It was a man's life's work, pressed into the landscape by repetition. This is his, she said. He gave me the coordinates 6 months ago. Yin Xingfeng was watching her expression with precise attention. Said it was the best place for what you'd need to do next. She walked to the spring, faintly luminescent in the evening light, not from any natural quality, but from dissolved cultivation residue leaching out of the stone over years. She knelt and placed her palm in the water. The resonance struck her palm and traveled up her arm and into her core in a single unified motion, her blood recognizing his energy the way it recognized the chest seal. She pulled her hand back. The water held the print of her palm for 2 seconds before dispersing. He was here within the year, she said. The residue is still fresh. He came when he gave me the letter. Yin Chengfeng looked at the spring. 3 days here. I didn't know what he was doing. She thought she understood it now. He had been calibrating the valley's ambient field to his bloodline's resonance pattern, so that when she arrived, his cultivation residue would recognize her and accelerate rather than simply facilitate. A training environment built specifically for her, pre-prepared, waiting precisely as long as it needed to wait. They made camp at the valley's edge. Ling Shuang read the jade core section of the cultivation primer, while the spring's ambient light provided adequate illumination. Shuzhen handled the perimeter, which Shuzhen always handled. The jade core section was longer and considerably more technically demanding than the iron spine. Core condensation, compressing the cultivator's dispersed spiritual energy into a single stable nucleus, created significant outward pressure during formation. In a controlled environment with proper supervision, that pressure was manageable. In the field without an anchor, the risk was structural damage to surrounding cultivation channels if the compression ran unevenly or too fast. The overflow, she said, reading the passage aloud to Yin Chengfeng. During formation, any imbalance creates an outward pressure wave. The primer specifies a containment anchor, requires a second practitioner at Crimson Edge minimum to hold the boundary. He read the passage over her shoulder. I've seen the technique. I can run the anchor. You'd absorb the overflow through the containment structure, dispersed into the valley floor, not into me directly. The floor can handle it. Your father saturated this stone with his cultivation energy for decades. It was built to absorb exactly this kind of output. He looked at her. He wouldn't have arranged this valley if the anchor wasn't viable. She considered arguing and decided it would waste time she did not have. She sat cross-legged at the spring's edge. He sat across from her, placed his hands against the valley floor, and went still with the specific quality of stillness that meant active cultivation output rather than rest, the quality of someone holding a structure open and waiting for the load to arrive. Don't modulate the compression speed, he said. Let it run at its natural rate. Slowing it creates worse pressure differentials, not better. I'll handle the boundary. Understood. She began. The valley's sword energy responded to her immediately, flowing toward her core with a precision that existed only because her father had calibrated the ambient field to his bloodline's resonance. Like water filling a vessel whose shape it had been built for. The compression began. Not pain, but weight. A vast, specific weight gathering at her center with every breath cycle, her dispersed spiritual energy condensing tighter and tighter into a nucleus that had to survive the transition from diffuse to concentrated without fracturing. The pressure built with the quality of inevitability. This was happening, and the only variable was whether it resolved cleanly. She felt Yin Chengfeng's containment structure the moment the overflow started, a channeling framework that redirected the outward pressure downward into the valley floor, where the sword energy-saturated stone absorbed it steadily. She felt his effort in the structure's quality. He was holding it without strain, but the pressure was building and strain was coming. The nucleus began to find its shape. Not round. Jade cores took the shape of the cultivator's dominant intent, pressed into form by the compression process. Hers settled into the outline of a cracked sword, her father's mark. The specific fracture pattern of the blade in the chest, the weapon no one else could hold without rejection. She would carry this shape through every rank she ever reached, every technique she ever mastered. The formation completed. The overflow hit Yin Chengfeng's boundary in a full wave. She felt it through the ground. A concussive spiritual pressure that struck the containment structure and was channeled into the valley floor. She heard his exhale, sharp, controlled, absorbing the impact with the technique of someone who had done this before under different circumstances. When she opened her eyes, he was still in position, shoulders carrying visible weight, a wince he was managing rather than eliminating. How bad, she asked. Left meridian. Minor. 2 days. He looked at her steadily. Your core formed correctly? Yes. She described the shape. Something moved through his face, the same expression he'd had reading the letter, something old and complicated. He knew that's what it would be, Yin Chengfeng said quietly. She turned toward the spring because she needed a moment in which he was not watching her face. The chest, placed beside the spring during the formation, stood fully open. The lid was up. The seal had been waiting for exactly this change in her, and now that the change had arrived, the chest had opened in the moment she was looking away, as if it had decided that its readiness was its own business, and the announcement was unnecessary. She sat with that for a moment. The core had formed. The chest had opened. The path her father had laid was moving forward on its own schedule, responding to her progress, rewarding her advancement with the next piece she needed. She had never been in control of the pace. He had arranged the pace from months ago, based on his knowledge of his own bloodline and his own doctrine and the specific conditions he had prepared in this valley. She had been moving inside a plan she was only now large enough to see the shape of. She looked at the open chest and the dim shapes inside, and the broken sword resting at the center of it all. Yin Xingfeng came to stand beside her, looking at the same thing. He left it for you specifically, he said. It was not a question. Yes. She reached toward it. Tomorrow. Tonight, I need to let the core stabilize. She pulled her hand back from the edge. But the chest is open now, which means the next part begins. The valley's night closed around them, and the spring's ambient light played across the open lid. And somewhere in the locked interior of the iron chest her father's greatest weapon waited for her blood and her will, and the specific quality of conviction that the heaven-splitting doctrine said was the only thing that could make a blade worth anything at all. And when she reached in tomorrow, she would discover that the sword was not the most dangerous thing the chest contained. Chapter 8. The broken sword. The chest held 4 scrolls, a sealed letter, and the broken blade. The sword was fractured at roughly the midpoint, a clean break, not battle damage, though she would not understand the distinction until she read the letter. The remaining portion was the hilt and lower blade, perhaps 60% of the weapon's original length. The handle was wrapped in dark cord, rewrapped many times over decades, each layer compressed by the next into a grip that was both spare and precise. The blade metal was a color between deep blue and dark iron that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, and the edge, even on the broken half, had never been neglected. She reached in and picked it up. The weight was wrong, too light for its apparent size. The lightness of a material made light through cultivation techniques applied to the metal itself rather than through thinness. And then the intent arrived. Not actively, not as an attack or a directed projection, just presence. Her father's highest-rank sword intent, absorbed into the metal across decades of daily contact, resting in the blade the way a person's manner of speaking remains in the rooms where they spent their life. Vast, deep, cold beyond temperature. The stillness of power held perfectly at rest, waiting for something that had not yet arrived. The blade vibrated. She held it steady, two-handed, and felt the vibration building in the metal, the same frequency as the chest's resonance and the spring's resonance, and the jade core's blade-shaped nucleus. Her blood was speaking the same word at 4 different registers simultaneously, and the sword was recognizing her. Not accepting her fully, not yet, but acknowledging the bloodline connection with the precision of a mechanism designed for exactly one purpose over a very long time. She set it down and opened the letter. 1 page, her father's shorthand. Precise and economical. The blade had been broken in a duel 4 years before his arrest, against an opponent he did not name in circumstances he declined to describe. He had kept the broken weapon rather than having it repaired because the fracture had done something unintended. It had sealed a portion of his highest-level sword intent inside the remaining half in a configuration that could not be replicated by any repair. The intent was not trapped. It was preserved, waiting for the right person. The condition for release: away bloodline cultivator at Jade Core minimum. Not automatic. Not immediate. The release required daily practice. Holding the blade during cultivation sessions, letting the resonance develop gradually, teaching her nascent intent to communicate with his preserved intent until the two could exchange information in both directions. She would need to learn swordsmanship from a dead man's will compressed into metal. He had left her a teacher. The teacher was himself, held in the weapon he had carried for 30 years. I have left you the best teacher I could find, the letter concluded. I am sorry it is not me. She folded the letter and pressed it flat inside her coat with the others. Shujin came back from the perimeter. She looked at the open chest, the broken blade, the letter in Ling Shuang's hands, and the expression Ling Shuang could not quite control. We're staying here for a few days, Ling Shuang said. It was not a question. The South Ravine is the only real vulnerability, Shujin said, which meant she had already assessed the defensibility and was confirming their position was viable. I can maintain a watch rotation. How many days do you need? Long enough to start the blade work. Ling Shuang looked at the 4 major scrolls still in the chest. And read these. Yin Xingfeng was looking at the sword where it lay on the valley floor. He had reached for it on the first night, instinctively, the natural impulse of a crimson edge cultivator in the presence of a compelling weapon. The blade had vibrated and stilled and vibrated again, not a flat rejection, but the specific resistance of something calibrated to a different bloodline. He had set it down immediately. Your father told me the blade holds the imprint of his highest-level sword intent, he said. He said it could only be reawakened by his bloodline at Jade Core or above. He looked at her. He also said the reawakening was not an event, it was a process. Daily practice, extending over time. The intent releases gradually as your own cultivation develops a compatible channel. He told you a great deal. He told me what I needed to know to help you. A pause. He told me the sword would reject me. He was right. Another pause, smaller, which had a different texture. He said the sword had been waiting for you specifically, not his bloodline in general. You. She looked at the blade on the ground. She thought about the crack sword shape of her jade core nucleus. The shape it had taken spontaneously, without instruction, during the formation, as if the core had known what it was going to be paired with and had prepared accordingly. As if her father had arranged even the shape of her own cultivation. The thought disturbed her in a way she had to sit with before she could understand. It was not gratitude she felt. It was something more complicated. The recognition that the most fundamental thing about her, the nucleus of her cultivation, the center that would define every technique she ever learned, had been shaped by his planning before she had any say in it. He had loved her. He had prepared for her. He had also made certain choices about her future that she had never been consulted on. She was going to have to figure out what she thought about that while simultaneously using everything he had prepared. She picked up the first of the 4 major scrolls. The title, in her father's notation, Heaven-Splitting Sword Doctrine, Foundation Principles, and Moral Architecture. Read aloud if you find anything that needs discussing, Yin Chengfeng said from across the spring, where he had sat down with his own pack to perform the regular maintenance that cultivators did on their equipment. She looked up at him. Your father said you process things faster when you can talk them through, he said. He said it was a consistent pattern. She stared at him for a moment. He was thorough, she said. Yes, Yin Chengfeng said. He was. She began to read. Outside the valley, in the provincial capital, Inspector Ling Baohui was reviewing a report from a border garrison officer who had glimpsed 2 women matching the target description moving northeast of Gravane Station before the road surveillance perimeter closed. He underlined the report. He marked it high priority. He prepared a sweep order for the northeastern approach. He did not know about the valley. He did not know about the spring. He did not know about the broken sword or the letter or the 4 scrolls or the jade core that had just formed in the shape of his quarry's father's favorite weapon. He knew only that the daughter of Wei Kongshan was somewhere north, untrained and on the run, and that she was not yet a serious threat. He was thorough, and he was wrong. And a week from now, when a garrison officer reported a confirmed spiritual signature at the level of jade core moving through the northeast territories, he would spend a long time looking at that report, because the target should not have been at jade core, and that meant every assumption he had built his operation on needed to be revised. Chapter 9, Inspector Ling Baohui. The market at Stonemarsh ran every 3rd day, and Ling Shuang had timed the supply run for a market day because the crowd would provide cover and because market traffic disrupted the pattern reading that a competent tracker relied on. She went in wearing a laborer's hat and carrying the expression Yin Chengfeng had drilled her on, the blank forward focus of someone with a destination and no consciousness of being watched. Shuzhen entered from the north approach. They would converge at the grain merchant's stall. She heard the militia sweep before she saw it. Matched boots on the market flagstones, the specific silence spreading ahead of official presence like water pulling back before a wave. Inspector Ling Baohui was smaller than the trial documents had suggested. She had built him in imagination from the signature on the false testimony, substantial, physically imposing, a man who could fill a room with conviction. The actual person was compact, mid-40s, with quick efficient movements that revealed a mind processing faster than his expression showed. Alliance Administrative Gray, no rank insignia, the deliberate affectation of officials who want to seem approachable while projecting power through restraint. He was addressing 6 local militia in the market square, voice pitched to carry clearly without reaching the surrounding stalls. She stopped at a spice merchant's table and examined dried pepper pods she had no intention of buying. Daughter of the convicted traitor Wei Kongshan, Ling Baohui was saying. His diction was precise. He spoke like someone who had delivered briefings many times and had calibrated the language for retention. Traveling with one companion, possibly a maidservant. She is in possession of items removed from Alliance-secured property, and she has been implicated in the assault and restraint of an Alliance retrieval officer. He paused for the militia faces to catch up. She may claim her father was innocent, he continued. This is a documented disinformation technique used by the families of convicted traitors to generate public sympathy. Do not engage with the narrative. Detain and report. A young militia officer, not yet fully skilled at maintaining a blank face, raised a hand. Is she dangerous? The notice says carrier of the forbidden. She has achieved low-level cultivation, Ling Baohui said. Flat, certain. She is not an operative threat at her current rank. Standard restraint protocols are sufficient. He believed it. She could hear that he genuinely believed it. The particular quality of conviction that belonged to someone who had good intelligence, analyzed it correctly, and drawn a reasonable conclusion. The error was not in his analysis. The error was in assuming that her current rank represented her trajectory rather than her starting point. She moved away from the spice table before his next visual sweep could include her section of the square. The courier was sitting on a barrel outside the record-keeper's office 2 stalls down, eating a meat bun with the relaxed inattention of someone waiting for his superior to finish. His dispatch bag sat beside him on the barrel. From his outer coat pocket, a corner of paper showed where it had not been fully pushed down after reading. She walked past. She took the paper with a clean lateral lift. The motion Yin Chengfeng had drilled her on for a week, disguised as a natural arm movement, and kept walking. At the grain merchant's stall, Shuzhen was already negotiating. They bought a week's supplies and departed through the rear market exit before the sweep completed its first circuit. Back at the valley, the paper spread flat in the spring's ambient light, a courier's routing summary. Most of it was routine province-to-capital correspondence. Item 2. Asterisk trial preceding authentication, original records, Wei Kongshan case. Destination, Alliance Central Archive. Priority transport. Flag, secondary testimony sealed. Witness identity protected per Article 9. Asterisk secondary testimony. A second witness. She read it twice, and then a third time to be certain she had not misread the word secondary. She had not. Someone else had provided testimony in her father's trial. Their identity had been legally sealed under a privacy clause. Article 9, the Witness Protection Clause, used when a cooperating witness was at risk from the people they were testifying against. The testimony had been submitted and then sealed, not presented at the public proceedings. Filed but inaccessible. Someone was there, she said. Shuzhen read over her shoulder. And either came forward after the verdict, too late to effect it, or someone in the process suppressed the testimony before it could be used. Article 9 protects witnesses against the people they're testifying against, Lingshuang said. If the testimony was sealed to protect the witness, it means the testimony was against Xun Deyu's version of events, which means someone who knew the truth tried to come forward and was silenced, or terrified into accepting the protection clause in exchange for staying silent. She picked up the broken sword from beside the spring and held it. The blade's resonance was growing daily, her father's preserved intent learning her cultivation signature. Either way, this person exists. They're in the official record. They can be found. She described the routing summary to Yin Chengfeng when they returned to the valley. He read the relevant line twice and sat with it. A second sword saint witness, he said. Present at the original meeting. That's what the routing note implies. The testimony was sealed under Article 9, witness protection from the people they're testifying against, which means the testimony was adverse to the Alliance's case. He tapped the rolled paper against his knee. There aren't many people who could have been present at the founding charter meetings with the authority level to be classified as a sword saint witness. He thought through the names. Ren Suying. She's one of the 5 founders. She's still alive. I have this from your father's correspondence. Living under Alliance oversight, nominally voluntary. Actually not. Where? The administrative district of the central capital. Alliance territory, but not unreachable. He looked at her. Not yet. The tribunal is 8 months away. We have time to build toward this from the right direction, not sprint toward it and arrive visible. She did not know yet who Ren Suying was or what she had seen at the original meeting. She knew only that the case she was building had acquired another piece, and that each piece made the next one easier to find. Her father had understood this when he designed the distribution of evidence across 6 locations. He had understood that a case built from many sources was structurally different from a case built from one document. Each piece made the others more credible. Each corroboration made the whole harder to dismiss. She was building what he had started. She was walking the path he had laid. And with each step, the path became more clearly not just his design, but her own determination, because his design only worked if she was the one willing to walk it all the way to the end. The broken sword vibrated faintly in her grip, and she held it, and the vast still intent at the far end of the resonance felt, for the first time, like it was listening, and then, very faintly, like it was beginning to answer. Chapter 10. The Scrolls Speak. The Valley's 4th night. Cold had settled into the ravine with the seriousness of winter doing its fundamental work. Not the polite cold of the first months, but the cold that made breath visible and turned stone walls into passive storage for darkness. Lingshuang sat at the spring's edge with her father's first major scroll open across her knees and the broken sword resting across her thighs, one hand on the hilt to maintain the cultivation resonance, while her attention was on the text. Heaven-splitting sword doctrine. Foundation principles, and moral architecture. The doctrine's opening principle, stated in the first paragraph without preamble. Every conventional sword style was predicated on matching the opponent's physical cultivation. Greater power overcomes lesser power. Superior technique overcomes inferior. Heaven-splitting doctrine discarded this framework entirely. Its core principle was that all physical cultivation ultimately expressed as sword intent. The cultivators will translate it into cutting force. And that intent was not a fixed quantity, but a quality that could be read, disrupted, deflected, even turned against the person projecting it. The doctrine did not try to overcome the enemy's strength. It found the gap in the enemy's conviction and entered through that gap. She read that paragraph 3 times. The ethical architecture of the doctrine was unusual in cultivation literature. Her father had spent significant space arguing not just what the technique was, but why it was permissible. The heaven-splitting doctrine's ability to defeat higher-rank opponents through intent disruption created a specific moral question. What were the ethical constraints on a method that could make rank hierarchy irrelevant? His answer was careful and specific. The doctrine was not for advancement or dominance, but for defense of truth. Its power came from genuine conviction. Cultivators who practiced it from ambition or cruelty found the technique failing at critical moments, because the doctrine's mechanism required the practitioner's own intent to be weightier than their opponents, and weight came from what the intent was built on. This was why Shindeyu had declared it heretical. An alliance built on rank hierarchy could not survive a doctrine that made rank irrelevant. A political structure that depended on the assumption that higher cultivation meant unchallengeable authority could not tolerate the existence of a method that demonstrated otherwise. Her father had kept the doctrine private, shared only with his most trusted students, unpublicized for years. And then Shundeyu had learned it existed and understood immediately what it threatened. The history section of the scroll was where the document became something else entirely. Not a cultivation text, but a record, the particular care of someone documenting events they had participated in for the benefit of someone who had not. Her father named the 5 founders. He described the original charter, a council of equals, each sect with veto authority, no single voice capable of dominating. He described the first decade honestly. It had worked. The alliance had accomplished genuine good, resolved genuine conflicts, provided genuine stability to a region that had needed it. He was not writing propaganda. He was writing something complicated. And then he described how it had started to change. The amendments were incremental. A procedural modification to quorum requirements in the second decade. A clarification of the chairmanship role in year 14. A minor adjustment to voting threshold in year 16. No individual change was dramatic enough to trigger the other founders' protective instincts. But cumulatively, over 8 years of incremental revision, the structure had shifted in ways that were not reversible without significant political conflict. Her father had objected. 3 times in formal council sessions, twice in writing, several times privately. He had proposed charter revisions that would restore the original balance. He had been overruled each time by thin majorities assembled through promises and pressures the scroll described without fully detailing. The promises and pressures were the 6th page's content, she realized. The page that was missing. The forgery had occurred at the 3rd plenary session of the 18th year. He described arriving at the session and being told, incorrectly, deliberately, that the founding consent amendment had already been ratified at a preliminary meeting he had not attended, and that his signature had been captured by proxy authorization. The amendment eliminated the individual veto. With the veto gone, Shundeyu's assembled majority became absolute. He had objected immediately. He had demanded the document. He had been told it was in administrative processing. When it appeared a week later, his signature was on it. He had never signed it. He had spent 6 months trying to prove the forgery through official channels. Every channel closed. Every appeal was procedurally dismissed. The evidence of the forgery existed, but every body capable of evaluating it was either controlled by Shundeyu's assembled majority or susceptible to pressure through it. He had gone to the other founders. 2 were afraid. 1, Ren Suiying, had been present at the original meeting and had seen what actually happened, but would not testify. And then the arrest came, faster than he had expected. The scroll ended mid-sentence. Her father's precise characters stopping abruptly. The sentence continuing past the edge of what was there. The amendment that ended the council's independence was introduced at the 3rd plenary session of the 4th year and appeared to bear my signature on the founding consent line, which I had not provided, because I had not been present for, and then nothing. She rolled the scroll closed and held it. Someone had removed the 6th page. Not torn, the edge was too clean. Cut, or simply absent when the scroll was assembled. Someone who had known exactly which page mattered. Someone with access to her father's study who understood the history scroll structure well enough to locate one specific page out of 6 and take only that one rather than destroying the whole document. Someone her father had trusted with access to his home. She looked at the broken sword. At the spring. At the dark ridge walls of the valley, her father had spent decades of his life saturating with his cultivation until it knew his bloodline. She had 7 names for whom might have had that access. She had met one of them. One of those 7, she had seen eat dinner at her family's table and laugh with her father and mean it, or appear to mean it. The difference between the two was the question she could not answer yet. She set the scroll aside and picked up the broken sword and held it at the cultivation angle for the nightly resonance practice. The blade vibrated against her palms at the frequency she had been learning to read, the frequency of her father's preserved sword intent, which was beginning to respond to her own nascent intent with something that was not communication yet, but was the precursor to it. The way two people who don't share a language can begin to understand each other through the quality of attention rather than words. She had not done anything today that counted as training by conventional standards. She had sat in the valley and read and thought, and let the blade's resonance work on her cultivation in the indirect way the primer described as passive absorption. Her father had written that passive absorption was not a lesser method than active practice. It was a different method, and for the specific work of learning from preserved intent rather than a living teacher, it was actually superior. The dead couldn't correct your technique in real time. What they could do was saturate the environment with their understanding until you absorbed it through every channel available. She thought, am I absorbing him or becoming him? She held the question without answering it. Some questions were better held than answered. Outside, Shujin took over the watch from Yin Chengfeng, and in the valley's quiet, Ling Shuang read and practiced and let the 4th night pass around her, patient and cold. The sword vibrated once at her thigh, faint and definite, as if it had been listening to the shape of her reasoning and had something to add that it could not yet say in words, and the 7th name on her mental list, the one she already knew, sat in her memory like an unread letter she was not yet ready to open. Chapter 11. First Blood. The kill squad arrived at the valley south entrance on the morning of the 4th day, when the winter light was sufficient to fight by and the ravine approach was still in shadow. 3 people. Their movement pattern was immediately distinct from the retrieval team. They moved with less concern for containment and more for efficiency, weapons ready, formation tight in the way of people who expected engagement rather than capture. They had not brought restraint equipment. They were not here for a detention. Ling Shuang had been in the practice clearing, running the doctrine's foundation entry form, when the broken sword's resonance changed. A subtle increase in the vibration frequency at the hilt, as if the preserved intent inside the metal had registered something on the incoming air before her own senses had. She stopped. She held the increased vibration for 3 breaths, calibrating. The valley had gone quiet in the way that valleys only went quiet when the small animals had made a collective decision to be somewhere else. Yin Chengfeng, she said. He was already moving. 3. He confirmed, sensing range wider than hers by several fold. South approach, combat formation. They're confident, no noise discipline. They're not expecting to need it. They're not here for a capture. No. He looked at her with a specific precision in his expression, not alarmed, not dismissive. Calculating. Stay behind me until I engage the primary. When I create movement, read the space. She had been practicing the doctrine's foundation entry form for 4 days. She had been practicing it not because she expected to use it this soon. She had expected weeks more of drilling before anything requiring it, but because it was the first thing in the manual and her father had always said the foundation form was not preparation for fighting. It was fighting, if you understood it completely. She had spent those 4 days trying to understand it completely. She had been planning to stay behind Yin Chengfeng. She had no illusions about her current capability relative to professional kill contract operatives. But she had spent 4 days reading the heaven-splitting doctrine's foundation principles with the kind of depth that came from having nothing else to do and everything at stake. And she had something that none of the 3 approaching people had, a functional understanding of how to move without announcing herself, which was the doctrine's entry principle and the thing that made the unorthodox angle work. The squad leader came through the ravine bend first. He expected Yin Chengfeng as the primary threat and Ling Shuang as a secondary to be neutralized quickly, standard assessment for a 2-rank disparity. He was correct about Yin Chengfeng and partially wrong about Ling Shuang, which was a gap of exactly the size the doctrine was designed to enter. Yin Chengfeng moved laterally rather than engaging directly, a feinting pattern designed to pull both secondary members' attention toward the established threat. The squad leader's training responded. Feint right, primary threat is creating a flanking angle. Adjust left to compensate. He adjusted left. Ling Shuang was already there. She had moved not toward his position, but into the position his adjustment would create. The doctrine's entry form was precisely this. Do not move toward the opponent's location. Move into the location their response will create before they respond. The gap was half a second, and it was everything. She had no real sword intent yet. She had 4 days of studying how to move without projecting killing intent, iron spine density in her bones and tendons, and the broken sword in a grip that had been calibrated to this specific blade across 4 days of daily practice. The squad leader felt her at the last half second, not early enough to fully reconstruct his block. The blade came in on the doctrine's foundation angle, not aimed at his body, but at the space between his defensive positions, the gap between where his blade was and where his instinct said to move it next. His block was misaligned by 1/8 of a turn. She converted the contact into a weight transfer, stepped through the created space, and placed the pommel against the junction of his jaw and neck with the full committed weight of her iron spine-reinforced body behind it. He went down. She felt the secondary threat before she saw him, a sensation in her right side rather than a sound, and her body tried to complete the dodge and was not fast enough yet. Not enough experience for automatic spatial awareness in 3 dimensions. The cut landed along her ribs, not deep, no penetration of the iron spine-reinforced bone layer, but real, immediate, sharp with each breath. She took 2 steps back and kept the broken sword between her and the man who had cut her, watching his body language, reading the intense signal that the doctrine described as the leading edge of any attack. He had a short blade. He was reassessing her the same way she was reassessing him. They had each just learned something about the other's capability and were both adjusting the picture. Yin Xingfeng finished the 3rd member with a single efficient exchange that ended when his opponent's blade was on the ground and the man himself was not in a position to do anything further. He came to Ling Shuang's situation immediately, measuring the standoff with Crimson Edge combat assessment. He didn't need to intervene. The man with the short blade looked between them, made the calculation that a Crimson Edge practitioner at close range plus an unknown who had just put the squad leader down using a technique he didn't recognize added up to a situation where discretion was the correct choice, and disengaged. Yin Xingfeng let him go. He came to Ling Shuang's side and assessed the cut with a professional expression, evaluating severity rather than reacting to it. Not deep, she said. Needs binding. He looked at the squad leader, alive, breathing. You kept him alive. I didn't mean to kill him. He looked at her with the recalibration expression, the one that appeared when she did something that moved his running estimate of her in a direction he had not predicted. It was not negative. It was the face of someone updating a calculation they had thought was already current. Shuzhen appeared from the hillside, short blade in hand, going directly to Ling Shuang's injury with her field medical kit and the focused competence of someone who had prepared for exactly this eventuality. The squad leader came back to consciousness while Shuzhen cleaned the cut. He lay still, professional training, the recognition that stillness was his best remaining option. He looked at Ling Shuang rather than Yin Xingfeng, which was itself a revision. Then he said, "They know where the valley is." His voice was flat and informational, a warning delivered with the effect of a man who had decided to be useful in his remaining choices. How many? Yin Xingfeng asked. 40. The automatic seal activated when we entered the ravine approach, failure signal. They're mobilizing from the eastern garrison point right now. A pause. 2 hours at forced march. Maybe less. Shuzhen tied off the bandage. She met Ling Shuang's eyes across the distance between them, and her expression said everything that needed to be said, and then she said it anyway, because Shuzhen had never been someone who left important things unsaid. 2 hours. What do we do? Chapter 12, Arc 1 Cliffhanger. The 40, they burned the camp in 11 minutes. Not everything. Only what carried identifiable traces, or what could not be carried. The cultivation documentation went back inside the chest, which sealed itself as each scroll was returned, the lid closing with the definitive sound of a mechanism completing its purpose. The sword went across Ling Shuang's back in an improvised carry strap that was adequate for now, though the broken hilt dug into her shoulder at angles that would need correction. Shuzhen packed the supplies with focused economy. Yin Xingfeng rolled the valley's perimeter one final time and came back moving fast. 3 viable exits. South through the compromised ravine, out of the question. East along the ridge, possible but exposed. North over the valley's upper wall, where the rock face dropped enough to be climbed. The only viable option that did not put them on a known approach vector. North, Yin Xingfeng said. Ridge trail connects to the northern road after 2 li. Once we're on the road we have options, population, shelter, direction. They'll have riders on the northern road, Shuzhen said, coming from the east. If we reach the junction before their advance unit, we have a 30-minute window. They went north. The upper wall was steep. Both hands required at the technical sections, feet finding holds by feel in the winter shadow. The cut along Ling Shuang's ribs announced itself sharply at each climbing position, where the movement opened and closed the bandaged line. But iron spine cultivation was doing its work. Her structural endurance was measurably better than it had been 2 weeks ago, the reinforced bone layer holding up under demands that would have been prohibitive at baseline. They cleared the wall and hit the ridge trail as the afternoon light went flat and cold. Yin Shengfeng set a pace that maintained breathing over distance. Not the fastest possible, but the fastest that could be sustained. And they held it for nearly 2 hours, until the ridge dropped and the northern road appeared below them in the early dusk. No advance riders at the junction. Clear. They descended and continued north, putting distance between themselves and the expected pursuit vector. After another hour, Yin Shengfeng let the pace drop enough for conversation. Ling Shuang's ribs were sharp with each full breath. The bandage was holding. She had fought for the first time today and taken her first wound, and the fight had worked. Not smoothly, not without cost, but it had worked. She was trying to hold that fact alongside everything else without letting any one element collapse the others. The chest was sealed against her back. The broken sword's resonance was steady against her spine, a low continuous vibration that she had been learning to distinguish from background sensation, the way you learn to hear a specific instrument in a full ensemble. 4 days of daily practice had established the frequency. She could feel the difference now between the sword at rest and the sword registering something. Right now it was registering something. How far back? She asked Yin Shengfeng. He had already been calculating. They left the garrison point at mobilization speed. Even at forced march, the approach to the valley approach is 3 li. They're behind the valley wall, which means they haven't found the ravine entry yet. We have, he paused, calibrating, 30 minutes before their forward scouts hit the ridge trail. Maybe 40. 40 minutes was enough if they didn't slow down. She kept walking. The ribs kept announcing themselves. She kept ignoring them. Where are we going? She asked. A defunct scholarly institution 2 days north, Yin Shengfeng said. It operates now as a neutral archive, outside Alliance jurisdictional reach. The head archivist, there is someone I knew of from your father's correspondence. What's her name? He said it. The air inside Ling Shuang did something. Not movement, but a convergence. 2 separate things she had been carrying distinct, suddenly occupying the same space at the same moment. The name whispered on the execution platform, barely audible, her father speaking it to himself in the last moment before the blade fell. And the name in the scroll the chest had released in the ashthorn forest, before she had known what the chest was giving her. He had not been speaking to himself. He had known she was close enough to hear. He had been speaking to her, one last time, in the one moment when no one would think to intercept it. His last breath used not for dignity or defiance, but for the most practical thing he could do with the remaining seconds of his life. Point her in the right direction. He said that name at the platform, Ling Shuang said, just before the blade fell. I thought he was praying. Yin Shengfeng was quiet for a moment. He said finally, just not to a god. Behind them, far back on the road and not yet visible in the failing light, the dust plume of 40 riders was beginning to form in the darkening air. She could not see it yet, but the broken sword at her back had been reading the distance between her and approaching threats since the valley's first morning, and she had been learning to read it in return, and right now it was still. Still meant ahead of them. Still meant distance enough. For now. Fast? She asked. As fast as we can manage without arriving broken, Yin Shengfeng said. Cui Mingzhu will need us functional. Your father said she was waiting. He looked at her sidelong. He said she had been waiting for some time. They were already moving. North, into the winter dark, toward the name her father had spoken last. The name he had trusted with the piece of evidence that no one else had been given. The piece she did not yet know she was missing. The piece that would make everything else she had gathered into something undeniable. Somewhere ahead, a woman named Cui Mingzhu, and the 6th page of a history her father had not been allowed to finish, and the next step on a path that was beginning to feel less like flight and more like the approach of something that had always been coming. And behind them, 28 riders instead of 40, reduced by a single quiet order from a man whose reasons he had not written down. Chapter 13. Broken Cloud Academy. They reached the Broken Cloud Academy at first light on the 2nd day, arriving ahead of the Alliance riders with perhaps 3 hours to spare. Long enough, but not by much. The academy sat on a low hill surrounded by old-growth cedar, its buildings a collection of gray stone structures connected by covered walkways that showed their age in the moss-grown joins and the warped panels of the wooden screens. It had the appearance of a place that had been grand once and was now comfortable with being something quieter. The main gate was a double-panel affair of dark timber, unguarded, standing half-open as though perpetually expecting the return of students who had long since dispersed. Neutral ground, Yin Shengfeng said, as they came up the final approach. The archive ward seals were established 3 generations ago under the Scholars' Compact. Alliance jurisdiction doesn't formally reach inside the perimeter. Does the Alliance care about what jurisdiction formally reaches? Ling Shuang asked. Less than it used to. More than it will in another year. He glanced at the gate. Cui Mingzhu keeps the wards current. The academy itself is mostly empty. 6 or 7 resident scholars. No active student cohort since the political ruptures 17 years ago. She runs it as a working archive. Shujin was already moving toward the gate, reading the approach with the alertness that never fully left her, checking the tree line on the western slope, the angle of the covered walkway that ran along the inner wall. Practical inventory, the habit of someone who had grown up understanding that places could stop being safe without announcing it. The woman who met them inside the gate was small. That was the first thing Ling Shuang noticed. Not small as in diminished, but small as in precisely and deliberately contained. The way a blade can be compact and still cut through anything you ask it to. Elder Cui Mingzhu was perhaps 75, dressed in the gray scholar's robe that the archive residents favored, with white hair pinned simply in eyes that were doing active assessments while her expression held carefully neutral. Then she saw the broken sword across Ling Shuang's back, and the neutrality broke. Ah, she said. Just that. A single syllable that contained enough that she didn't need to continue. Elder Cui. Ling Shuang stepped forward. My father said your name at the execution platform. He spoke it to himself, or I thought he was speaking to himself. I understand now he was speaking to me. Cui Mingzhu looked at her for a long moment. The assessment was thorough, not rude, not intrusive, but the kind of evaluation that came from someone who had spent decades making careful decisions about who to trust with what. He told me you were observant, she said finally. He said you noticed things other people forgot to notice. She stepped back, opening the gate wider. Come inside. The archive stacks are warded against spiritual tracking. You'll need to be past the inner threshold before the wards cover you fully. She glanced at the road. How far behind are they? 2 to 3 hours, Yin Qingfeng said. Then we have time to speak properly before we decide what to do about them. She turned and walked back toward the central building, moving quickly for someone her age. Your maidservant should have tea and something to eat. You've been walking since before dawn. I can read it in the way you're all moving. Shujin looked at Ling Shuang, a small expression that communicated appreciation for the offer alongside the practical awareness that it would be good to accept it. They followed Cui Mingzhu inside. The archive stacks filled the central hall and 2 of the connecting buildings, floor-to-ceiling wooden shelving filled with document rolls, bound volumes, sealed jade slips organized in labeled racks. The preservation work was careful and current. The humidity was low, the shelving sound, the labeling system cross-referenced in multiple ways. This was not a place that had been abandoned. It was a place being actively maintained against the day when its contents would matter again. Cui Mingzhu led them to a reading chamber off the main hall, a small room with a solid door, stone walls, and a ward seal array on the threshold that Ling Shuang could feel activate as they crossed it. Inside, a table, chairs, a spirit lamp that gave clear white light. Sit, Cui Mingzhu said. They sat. Shujin remained standing near the door with her short blade loose in its sheath. The elder looked at the broken sword again with the expression of someone who had been waiting to see a particular thing for a very long time. He entrusted me with a secondary copy of his evidence, she said, without preamble. Before his arrest, I believe the copy was incomplete. There was a page I had taken separately for safekeeping, and in the speed of events I was unable to reunite them before the alliance moved. I have waited since then for someone to come looking. She paused. I expected it might be years. I did not expect it to be this soon, or to arrive with Yin Qingfeng as an escort. She found me, Yin Qingfeng said. The chest directed her. Cui Mingzhu's eyes moved to the iron chest at Ling Shuang's side. Yes, he designed it that way. She folded her hands on the table. You should know what you've come here for before I give it to you. The 6th page of your father's history scroll names Shen Deyu's most specific act of fraud. Without that page, the other 5 pages of the history are damaging but deniable. With it, there is a legal case that can be made before the inter-sect tribunal. Ling Shuang had the sensation of something that had been moving very fast finally connecting to its target. The tribunal convenes when? She asked. 8 months from now. In the provincial capital. Cui Mingzhu met her eyes. You would need to survive those 8 months, build sufficient witness testimony to support the case, and present it before a body that has a long history of deferring to the alliance's political weight. She paused. Those are not small requirements. No, Ling Shuang said. They're not. Are you going to pursue them regardless? Yes. The elder studied her for another moment. Then she stood and went to the back of the reading chamber, where a panel in the stone wall was set apart from the others by the slight difference in how the ward seal lines ran through it. She pressed her palm to it, and spoke a word that Ling Shuang couldn't quite hear. The panel slid aside. Inside the compartment, a single folded document, sealed with a preservation ward. She brought it back and set it on the table in front of Ling Shuang. I kept it safe, she said. For 3 years. I kept it because I believed Wei Kongshan was innocent and because I did not know what else to do with a truth that no one was ready to hear. Her voice was steady. I think the time for that waiting is over. Ling Shuang reached for the document. The moment her fingers touched the seal, the preservation ward dissolved, responding to her bloodline. The same principle as the chest lock. The paper unfolded. Her father's handwriting. The 6th page. The one that had been missing. She read it twice, her breath steady, her hands not shaking. It named Shindayu. It named the act. It named the date and the witnesses and the exact mechanism of the fraud. It was precise and documented and devastating. Behind them, muffled by distance and the archive's stone walls, a horn sounded from the direction of the road. Alliance riders, announcing themselves at the outer approach. Well, Cui Mingzhu said, I suppose we should discuss what to do about 30 Alliance enforcers before we discuss the tribunal. Ling Shuang folded the 6th page carefully and placed it inside the chest with the others. The chest sealed. The lock clicked with the particular sound she had already learned to read as confirmation. The sound of something important being secured. Tell me about the tunnels, she said. Cui Mingzhu smiled for the first time. It was a small smile, dry at the edges, but it reached her eyes. He said you were practical, she said. I see he was right about that too. Outside, the horn sounded again, closer now, and not asking permission. Chapter 14. The 6th page. The document changed everything and nothing at the same time. Ling Shuang had known, from the moment she read the other 5 pages of her father's history scroll, that the case against him was built on fiction. She had understood the broad shape of the conspiracy from the trial documents she'd stolen, from Yin Xingfeng's account of finding the burned outpost, from the procedural violations that threaded through every official record like an inadvertent confession. She had been carrying the outline of the truth for weeks. The 6th page was the interior. It gave her 3 things the other documents couldn't. A precise date for the forgery, the name of the scribe Shindiyu had used to execute it, and most critically, a description of Shundiyu's fingerprint seal on the amendment in a location where it had no legitimate business being. The seal was not a signature. It was the mark of an approving authority, used on an internal document in a position that meant the person with this seal was the author of what came before it. Not a witness. Not a signatory to an agreement. The originating author. Shindiyu had signed his own fraud with the mark he used on documents he personally composed. He was overconfident, Cui Mingzhu said. She had reviewed the page with Ling Shuang at the reading room table, while Yin Chengfeng kept watch near the archive's front entrance, and Shuzhen monitored the inner perimeter, where he believed there would never be a challenge that required this kind of scrutiny. He had been operating without meaningful opposition for long enough that he had perhaps forgotten what it felt like to require care. Where he believed my father would be the last person to ever have access to this evidence, Ling Shuang said. He didn't account for a daughter. Cui Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. Then, he underestimated your father's final instructions. He underestimated a 17-year-old girl who had nothing left to lose and a locked chest she couldn't open. Ling Shuang set the page down. The preservation ward had not reactivated. The seal had dissolved permanently when she touched it, recognizing her blood as the intended recipient. The document was now an ordinary piece of paper, irreplaceable and fragile. We need to copy it. I'll make 3 copies in archive standard preservation format. They won't have the original ward, but they'll be authenticated by the Academy's seal and my personal testimony as the keeper. Cui Mingzhu was already moving toward the supply cabinet at the room's side wall. For a tribunal proceeding, authenticated copies carry the same legal weight as originals, provided the chain of custody is clean. How clean is ours? Clean enough. You have the original, which came from your father's chest, which opened on bloodline recognition. I have a written record of receiving the page from your father directly, dated and witnessed at the time. The gap is only the period between receipt and your arrival, and I can testify to that personally. The elder was organizing her materials with quick, efficient movements. The tribunal will try to attack the chain of custody regardless. That's what defense proceedings do. But it will be an attack on procedural form, not on substance, and those attacks look like what they are to any independent arbiter. Yin Chengfeng appeared at the chamber door. Riders are at the outer gate. 32 of them. The lead rider is in Alliance enforcement colors, not standard, the senior rank insignia. He looked at Cui Mingzhu. They're not here on a patrol sweep. No, she said. They came for us specifically. She continued her copying work, her hands steady. Pang Liahu. Couldn't confirm. The insignia is senior enforcer rank, which would be consistent with him leading the unit personally. He looked at Ling Shuang. He's not going to wait at the gate long. The archive wards will hold against spiritual force detection for now. They're searching for Ling Shuang's cultivation signature, and the wards mask it. Cui Mingzhu sealed the first copy with the Academy stamp. But the wards don't prevent physical entry once a warrant is presented. We have the procedural delay from archival law, but that buys minutes, not hours. The tunnel, Ling Shuang said. The tunnel. Cui Mingzhu nodded. It's maintained. I use it for supply runs when I need to avoid being seen on the main road, scholar's instinct, preparing for eventualities. It exits in the Cedar Grove 2 Li West, which is not on any map associated with this property. Why not come forward earlier? Ling Shuang asked. The question had been forming since the first moment of the meeting. Not accusatory, genuine, the need to understand. You had the page. You knew the evidence was real. Why wait for someone to come to you? Cui Mingzhu stopped her copying work for exactly 3 seconds. Then she continued. Because I am Silver Wind rank and I have no political standing in alliance proceedings, and I had no way to know whether the copy I held was complete enough to matter. I knew it was incomplete, missing the rest of the history. She applied the seal to the second copy with deliberate pressure. A partial case can be attacked into pieces. A complete case is harder to dismantle. I have spent 3 years hoping someone would arrive with the rest. You were waiting for me, Ling Shuang said. I was waiting for whoever Wei Kongshan sent. She looked up. He told me he had prepared for exactly this possibility. He said. And I remember the words precisely because he said them in a tone that suggested he had given the matter careful thought. He said, if I'm taken before I can act on this myself, the only person I would trust to complete it is someone I raised from birth to understand that the sword's purpose is to uphold, not to destroy. He didn't tell me your name. He didn't need to. The third copy was finished and sealed. Cui Mingzhu organized all 4 versions, the original and the 3 authenticated copies, into separate preservation cases. One for the tribunal filing, she said, distributing them. One for the scholars' consortium as independent witnesses. One for a secondary witness to hold in confidence. And the original stays with you. She looked at Ling Shuang directly. Do not let the original and the secondary copy be in the same location at the same time. If one is destroyed, the other survives. A sound from the front of the academy, not the horn this time, but the hard impact of something against the outer gate. Enforcement procedure, a formal announcement of presence, followed by a demand for access. How long? Ling Shuang asked. Under archival law, they must wait for a response from the chief archivist, which is me, and I must be allowed to review their warrant documentation before granting access. Standard procedure allows 15 minutes. Cui Mingzhu was already moving toward the chamber's back wall, where a tapestry hung. The tunnel entrance is behind this. I'll show you the way. She paused. The tunnel is narrow. Single file, torch at the front, move at walking pace. Running causes the support structure to vibrate in ways I've never felt comfortable about. We're taking you with us, Ling Shuang said. The elder turned. Something shifted in her face. Not surprise, exactly, but the expression of someone who had not expected to be included in the definition of who needed to be protected. I'm an archivist, she said. A Silver Wind cultivator past her prime operating years. I would slow you down. You have testimony that no one else can give, Ling Shuang said. Your knowledge of the chain of custody, your direct contact with my father, your standing as a Scholars Compact registered archivist. If something happens to you before the tribunal, we lose a pillar of the case. She held Cui Mingzhu's gaze. And my father trusted you. That matters. Outside, the gate impact repeated, harder this time, and followed by a raised voice demanding response. Cui Mingzhu looked at her for a moment that was not quite as long as it seemed. The tunnel, she said. Single file, as I said. I go last. I need to activate the concealment seal after we enter. She lifted the tapestry. The tunnel mouth was a low wooden door set into the stone, solid and recently reinforced. Move quickly through the cedar grove once you exit. The ward signature extends approximately 30 meters from the tunnel exit. Once you're past that, their spiritual tracking can read you again. 30 meters, Yin Chengfeng confirmed, already moving. Understood. They went. Single file, Yin Chengfeng with the torch, Shuzhen second, Ling Shuang third, Cui Mingzhu last with the concealment seal activating behind her with a sound like a lock turning. Above them, at the academy gate, Pang Liahu was presenting his warrant. He would find the archive empty. He would find the concealment seal. He would find 300 years of documents, organized and cataloged and preserved. He would destroy them anyway. Some things Ling Shuang already knew without needing to witness them. Chapter 15. The The sword reforged Tai Wushan's forge was a 10-minute walk from the academy's outer perimeter along a path that Shui Mingzhu navigated from memory in the gray pre-dawn light, which meant she had walked it enough times that her feet knew the turns without requiring her eyes to confirm them. The forge itself was built into the side of a granite outcropping, half embedded in the rock, the chimney venting sideways into a crack in the stone face that dispersed the smoke before it could form a visible plume. Practical concealment, the kind that required knowing both how forges worked and how pursuits searched for them. The building looked like it had grown there rather than been built. Tai Wushan met them at the door. He was a large man, not in the cultivator's built-from training way, but in the way of someone who had spent 40 years doing physical work, the kind of mass that came from use rather than discipline. His hands were extraordinary, thick, scarred, with the particular discoloration around the knuckles that came from long exposure to metalwork heat. His face had the deep lines of a man who did not often smile, but was capable of it. He looked at the broken sword Ling Shuang was carrying across her back, and his expression did something complicated. "I heard the horn from the road," he said. "Alliance?" "Yes," Shui Mingzhu said. "We used the tunnel. They shouldn't have our direction yet, but we should assume they'll search the area by morning." He nodded, already stepping back to let them inside. The forge was warm, a banked fire, not active, but holding heat. Tools organized along one wall with the precision of someone who thought carefully about their arrangement. A workbench with a clear surface, waiting. He waited until they were all inside, and the door closed before he turned to Ling Shuang. "The broken sword," he said. "May I look at it?" She unshouldered it and passed it to him. He held it with both hands, flat across his palms, and looked at it the way a physician looked at a patient, not admiring, not appraising, but assessing with the calm of someone who had seen enough to understand what they were seeing. The break was clean at the midpoint of the blade, the fracture line running diagonally through the metal with the particular character of a forced break under extreme spiritual pressure rather than physical impact. "I know this sword," he said. "I made it 31 years ago, for Wei Kongshan's transition from Crimson Edge to Void Fracture. He asked me to build it to his specifications, not mine, which was unusual. He had a very precise idea of what he needed." He turned the hilt in his hand. "The metal composition is mine. The intent channeling channels in the interior, those are his design. I've never made another one like it." He looked at the fracture line. It was broken by extraordinary force. Saint Realm power, I would judge. The damage pattern is consistent with a cultivator trying to prevent the intent from being recoverable rather than simply destroying the weapon. "My father's battle before his arrest," Ling Shuang said. "Yes." Tai Wushan set the sword carefully on the workbench. "They tried to destroy what was inside it." He looked at the blade with the expression of someone who had built something and was assessing whether it had survived. They didn't fully succeed. The interior channels are damaged but intact in their fundamental structure. The intent that was embedded there has contracted, pulled back from the damaged sections into the deeper core, where the metal density is highest. It's dormant, not gone. Can you reforge it? Yes. The word came without hesitation, the confidence of someone making a professional assessment they were certain of. But not with standard materials. The base metal won't accept a proper reforging without degrading the intent channeling. If I use ordinary iron or standard spirit metal, the welding heat will damage what remains of the intent before I can reconstitute the blade's integrity. I need 3 specific materials. He named them: cold vein ore, black sand iron, stoneheart crystal. Each one compatible with the original composition at a molecular level. Each one capable of being worked at the temperature required without losing its intent channeling properties. "Where are they found?" He told her. The cold vein ore was controlled by a minor sect called the Frost Anvil Brotherhood, a 3-day travel north. The black sand iron was held by the Alliance-aligned Thorngate Garrison, a full day's detour east. The Stoneheart crystal was uncontrolled, found in natural formations in the Thunderhead range, but the terrain surrounding those formations was laced with lightning elemental arrays that interacted badly with sword cultivation. "The Brotherhood might trade," Yen Qingfeng said. "They're outside Alliance authority, and they've had reasons to be hostile to the Alliance's expansion. The garrison is a different problem." "The garrison we steal from," Shuzhen said, in the flat practical tone she used for logistics. "The Brotherhood we negotiate with. The mountains we just survive." Tai Wushan looked at Shuzhen with something that might have been approval. "The maidservant understands supply chain," he said. "Former soldier's daughter," Shuzhen said. "We called it resource acquisition." "There's another consideration," Tai Wushan said. He looked at Ling Shuang directly. "The reforging process will take 12 hours once it begins. During those 12 hours, someone must channel their sword intent into the blade continuously. Not occasionally, not in intervals. Continuously, an open channel from the channeler's core to the blade's interior structure, maintained without interruption. If the channel breaks, the blade will shatter. The intent that remains will disperse. It won't survive a second attempt. He paused. The channel must come from someone of Wei Kongshan's bloodline. The intent inside the blade is keyed to his lineage. It won't accept a foreign signature as the guiding force. The room understood what this meant. Cui Mingzhu was quiet. Yin Shengfeng's expression was doing the calculation Ling Shuang could already read, considering the cost, weighing the feasibility, arriving at the same conclusion she had already arrived at. That's me, Ling Shuang said. Yes, Tai Wushan said. He didn't offer reassurance. He was a craftsman, not a healer, and he was describing the requirement of the process without softening it. At your current cultivation level, and Cui Mingzhu tells me you've reached Jade Core, maintaining a continuous intent channel for 12 hours will be at the outer limit of your endurance. Possibly past it. The last 2 to 3 hours will be extremely difficult. What happens if I fail in the final 2 hours? The blade partially reconstitutes, but the intent fractures inside the new metal. The sword will be functional as a weapon, but the deeper architecture, the intent channeling design your father specified, will be compromised. You'll have a good sword, not this particular sword. He looked at her steadily. I'm telling you this so you understand what you're undertaking, not so you reconsider it. Ling Shuang looked at the broken sword on the workbench. The resonance was still there, the low continuous presence she had been learning to read. Her father's intent contracted into the deep core of the metal, waiting. It had been waiting since the break. It would wait as long as necessary. Get the materials, she said. I'll be ready when you are. Tai Wushan nodded once. The nod of a craftsman receiving a commission he was prepared to execute. Then we begin planning the acquisition, Yin Shengfeng said. Northern route to the Brotherhood first. It's the cleanest path away from Alliance concentration. Then the range. Then the garrison on the return swing. He looked at Ling Shuang. 6 to 8 days total, if nothing goes sideways. Something will go sideways, Shujin said, with the equanimity of someone who had operated on this assumption for her entire professional life. Yes, Yin Shengfeng agreed. Plan for it anyway. The forge was warm. Outside, somewhere behind them, smoke was beginning to rise from the direction of the old academy. Cui Mingzhu noticed it first. She had turned to look through the forge's single high window, and something in her posture changed, briefly, before she made it still again. 300 years of history. Gone. She said nothing. She carried it the way she had carried everything else, quietly, and with a precision that looked like composure and was actually something harder. Chapter 16. Silver Wind breakthrough. The training room in Tai Wushan's forge was not designed as a training room. It was the storage area at the back of the structure, cleared of materials that could be damaged by spiritual overflow, with the stone floor swept clean and the walls lined with the kind of dense granite that absorbed rather than reflected cultivational force. It was adequate. 3 days while Yin Shengfeng scouted the approach to the Brotherhood's territory and made contact through his merchant network. 3 days while Cui Mingzhu organized her documentation materials and worked on the authenticated copies at the forge's small desk, her handwriting careful and unhurried. 3 days for Ling Shuang to work through the second scroll. The second scroll was the technical manual for the heaven-splitting doctrine, not the first scroll's foundational principles, but the application architecture. How to generate silver wind-level movement speed. How to calibrate sword intent as a targeting system, reading an opponent's will rather than their body. How to maintain multiple intent threads in combat without the threads interfering with each other. The core principle, stated repeatedly in different forms throughout the text, a sword that strikes the body meets bone and muscle, which are trained to absorb and redirect impact. A sword that strikes the intent meets nothing that has been trained to resist it. The body knows how to take punishment. The will, in most cultivators, has never been tested in the same way. Ling Shuang worked the exercises methodically. The Silver Wind rank required a restructuring of the practitioner's energy pathways around the principle of precision rather than force. Not a power increase, but a realignment. The same energy running through a more refined channel. The sensation was not like the Jade Core breakthrough, which had been a sudden and violent event. Silver Wind came in increments, each session of training moving her slightly further along a path that only revealed its destination at the end. On the second evening, Yin Shengfeng came back from his scouting, ate the meal Shujin had prepared with the efficiency of someone refueling rather than enjoying the food, and came to the doorway of the training room to watch. He did this occasionally, appeared at the edge of an activity he was not part of and observed without announcing his presence. She had learned to register it without being disturbed by it. He was reading her progress the way he read terrain, not invasively, but as information relevant to calculations he was running. Your footwork changed, he said. The second scroll reroutes the energy from legs up to legs out. She didn't stop the exercise. Force generation in combat comes from the ground, but intent flows from the core. They've been running in the same channel. The second scroll separates them. That's why the movement looks different. Smaller, more controlled, more ready. She completed the form and let the energy settle. My father's original training must have been built this way from the beginning. He never had the force generation habit to unlearn. I'm having to work against what Jade Core installed. That's harder, Yin Xingfeng said. Yes. He came into the room and stood across from her at a distance that was clearly combat distance, not conversation distance. She recognized the intention. Show me what it does when I come at you conventionally. You're Crimson Edge rank, and I'm in the middle of a Silver Wind progression. That's not a useful test. It's not a test. It's a calibration. I want to see where the doctrine's intent reading actually starts. He settled into his fighting stance, the compact, ready position she had seen him use in the Valley fight. All weight forward-centered, no wasted space. If I attack at 60%, you can read at whatever level you're actually at. She settled into her own stance. Not mirroring his, the heaven-splitting doctrine's starting position was different, weight slightly back, sword hand lower, the whole configuration angled to receive intent rather than broadcast it. He came at her at 60%. She read him at 40%. The exchange lasted 8 seconds. He made 4 attacks. She redirected 3 and was off position for the 4th, which she absorbed on a defensive arm guard rather than deflecting. But 3 out of 4 at this range, and this power differential was a result she hadn't expected to achieve until the Silver Wind breakthrough was complete. He stopped, lowered his blade, looked at her with the expression she was beginning to identify as recalibration, his estimate of her current state being updated in real time. Your intent reading is ahead of your cultivation level, he said. The doctrine uses grief, she said. It was not a simple statement. It was designed by cultivators who were fighting against opponents they could not overpower through force. The emotional weight, the investment, becomes part of the intent thread. When I read your intent, I'm reading the difference between your commitment and mine. She looked at the training floor. My commitment is not currently a factor that works against me. He was quiet for a moment. No, he said. I imagine it isn't. The Silver Wind breakthrough came the following morning, before dawn, during the third and final read of the scroll's application sequence. It was not violent. It was the feeling of something that had been slightly wrong in its orientation correcting itself, a knife finding its proper edge after being resharpened with the right tool. The energy pathways rebuilt. The intent reading capability settled into its new architecture. She sat with it for a moment, taking inventory the way she had learned to after a rank advancement, cataloging what was different, what was the same, what had shifted in ways that weren't immediately legible. The broken sword, sitting on its carrying frame against the wall, responded. Not a vibration this time. A warmth, specific and directed, like a hand touching the back of her neck in the dark. Her father's intent, contracting away from the fracture lines in the deeper metal, recognizing the change in her. Yin Xingfeng appeared at the door. He had clearly been awake. He sometimes kept early watch as a habit, sleeping in intervals rather than all at once. He looked at her and said nothing. He didn't need to. He had watched enough cultivation breakthroughs to read the physical signs. Then he challenged her to the sparring match she had known was coming since the previous evening's session. This time she came at him. He lost. Not decisively. Not in the way that left no room for interpretation. He was still a full rank above her, still faster and stronger at the baseline level of deployed force. But the heaven-splitting doctrine's intent reading, fully operational now at Silver Wind level, gave her the ability to predict his attack patterns 2 moves ahead with a consistency that collapsed his advantage. She saw where each strike was going before his body committed to it. She was positioned for the counter before the attack had fully expressed itself. He was disarmed at the end of the 4th exchange. He picked up his blade and looked at her with an expression she had not seen before. Not recalibration. Something quieter. The face of someone encountering a capability they had not expected to face and finding that they were, not troubled by it, but affected in a way that required a moment before they could organize a response. Your father trained you, he said. Or he prepared for training you. These patterns, they're not self-taught. He spent every evening of my first 15 years teaching me to read faces, she said. He said it was social education. I think he was training my intent perception instinct and using social context as the vehicle. She set her blade at rest. He was preparing me without letting me know I was being prepared. Yes, Yin Xingfeng said. After a pause, he knew what was coming. He knew it was possible, she said. I don't think he knew it was certain. I think he hoped he was wrong. Shujin came to find them 20 minutes later with the news that Yin Xingfeng's Brotherhood contact had confirmed a meeting, 3 days travel north, at a village near the Frost Anvil Brotherhood's outer territorial marker. They had agreed to discuss a trade, which was more than they had expected to get in the initial inquiry. Then we moved today, Yin Qingfeng said. They moved today. Chapter 17. Cold Vein, or the Frost Anvil Brotherhood, occupied a territory of forested highland that sat deliberately outside the bounds of both Alliance jurisdiction and the established trade routes. Their outer markers, iron spikes with specific pattern marks, set at intervals along the tree line, were not aggressive but were unambiguous. This land is claimed, the claim is defended, the claimant does not invite negotiation through their borders without prior arrangement. The Brotherhood elder who met them at the designated village was a compact man in his 50s named Gong Rui's, with the controlled posture of a lifelong practitioner and the cautious eyes of someone who had survived a long time by being careful about what he agreed to. He had brought 2 subordinates, young, Jade Core level, positioned as visible backing without being obviously threatening. The negotiation lasted 2 hours. Ling Shuang opened with the direct approach. The ore, what it was needed for, what she was offering in return. She did not explain the full context of the sword. That was not Gong Rui's problem. But she explained that she needed a quantity sufficient for a specific reforging project, that the project was legitimate craftwork, and that she had something of value to give in exchange. What you're offering is a favor, Gong Rui said. An unspecified favor, to be redeemed at our discretion. That's not a commodity I can hold in inventory. It's not an unspecified favor, Ling Shuang said. It's a specific service. You have a problem you haven't been able to solve. I've been told about it indirectly. The territorial spirit beast on your southern boundary that your iron spine cultivators can't dislodge. She looked at him steadily. I can solve that problem. I'm offering the solution in exchange for the ore. Gong Rui's was quiet for a moment. Your Jade Core advancing to Silverwind. That beast has repelled 2 separate 3-person teams at Jade Core level. Your teams were using conventional force approaches. The heaven-splitting doctrine works differently. It targets intent, not body. She held his gaze. I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you to watch. If you fail, then you've lost nothing. The ore stays in your inventory. I've wasted my time. He looked at her for a long moment. The 2 subordinates were watching him for his read. Demonstrate first, he said. If it works, the ore is yours. The spirit beast was a stone-flanked serpent, a territorial creature that used elemental earth force as both armor and attack, rendering it essentially immune to straightforward physical or spiritual assault. Its scales were stone density. Its presence distributed fear projection in a 40-meter radius that suppressed the combat capability of practitioners below a certain willpower threshold. The Brotherhood's iron spine cultivators had a willpower threshold problem. Ling Shuang didn't. The Heaven-Splitting Doctrine's anti-beast application was detailed in a subsection of the first scroll, covering creatures whose primary defense was intent dissonance, the projection of hostile will that disrupted an attacker's ability to commit fully. The solution was not to overcome the dissonance. The solution was to meet it directly with equal weight intent, neutralize the disruption, and then attack from the side of pure technique while the beast was adjusting to an opponent who hadn't been suppressed. It took 11 minutes. The serpent was not killed. She wasn't trying to kill it, only to relocate it past the territorial marker that mattered to the Brotherhood, which she accomplished by maintaining an intent presence that the creature's natural instincts read as a permanent establishment of dominance. It moved away from the pressure with the deliberateness of an animal accepting a boundary. Gong Rui's watched from 50 meters. When she walked back to where he was standing, he was quiet for several seconds. The beast has held that territory for 3 years, he said. I know. Our best cultivators have attempted 4 removals. I know. He looked at her with the expression of someone recalibrating an assessment they had thought was final. Then he turned to one of his subordinates and gave an instruction in the clipped shorthand of someone who had already made a decision. The ore was provided. Enough for the reforging, plus a surplus. The Brotherhood's interpretation of good faith in a completed transaction. Gong Rui's also offered, unprompted, that if Ling Shuang ever needed to move through Brotherhood territory without the Alliance knowing about it, she had that passage. My father dealt fairly with your sect once, she said, as they were preparing to leave. Many years ago. Gong Rui's looked at her with an expression that was no longer just professional. He helped us when we were smaller, he said. We always meant to repay it. This is a beginning. He paused. I heard he died badly. He did, she said. I intend to make it matter that he did. Gong Rui's nodded once. Not an acknowledgement of a transaction, but of something larger. Then use the ore well. They left with the ore and the passage guarantee, and something else. The knowledge that her father had built something here too. In the small accretions of fairness and trust that accumulated between people over years, and that these things outlasted the events that had tried to erase him. Yin Qingfeng, walking beside her on the way back south, said nothing for a long time. Then, quietly enough that it wasn't quite addressed to Ling Shuang. She's going to get herself killed being noble. Shuzhen, walking behind them, heard it. Or she's going to win, she said, in the flat and certain tone she used when she was not stating a possibility, but expressing a conclusion she had already reached. Yin Qingfeng looked back at her. He said nothing, but the expression on his face was not disagreement. Chapter 18. Black Sand Iron. The Thorngate garrison occupied a converted estate complex 8 li east of the main northern road, alliance aligned, staffed primarily by military cultivators at the Jade Core and early Crimson Edge range, used as a forward administrative post and supply depot. According to the information Yin Qingfeng had gathered from his merchant contacts, the Black Sand Iron was stored in the garrison's materials compound, 3 buildings arranged around a central courtyard, heavily warded against spiritual intrusion, less heavily protected against physical entry once you had a method for bypassing the ward lines. The wards respond to spiritual signatures, Cui Mingzhu said, seated at the planning table in the forge. She had been systematically useful throughout the preparation. Her decades as an archivist had given her detailed knowledge of the Alliance's administrative structure, including the ward seal protocols used for Alliance-aligned installations. They're calibrated to detect cultivation energy above iron spine level attempting to pass through the perimeter. But the Academy's archive ward seals can be used as distraction tools. They generate interference patterns that read to the garrison's detection array as cultivation energy at multiple points around the perimeter simultaneously. Draws their attention outward and spreads it thin, Yin Qingfeng said. For approximately 8 minutes. The interference pattern degrades after that. The array recalibrates once it determines the false signatures aren't advancing. She set the seal tools on the table. That's your operational window. Ling Shuang studied the garrison layout that Yin Qingfeng had sketched from the merchant's description. The materials compound was at the eastern corner, furthest from the main gate, which was also furthest from the initial response point when the perimeter alarm activated. If they placed the distraction seals at the western and northern points, the garrison's response would concentrate away from the east. 8 minutes to locate the iron, extract sufficient quantity, and exit the compound before the array recalibrated. 1 person in, she said. The extraction is faster with 1 person, less signature, easier to manage the exit. Yin Qingfeng holds the outer perimeter approach in case the response moves east early. Shuzhen controls the distraction seal placement and timing. You're going in alone, Shuzhen said. The iron is in documented storage. I know what I'm looking for and where to find it. 2 people in a 7-minute operation doubles the risk of detection without doubling the capability. She looked at Shuzhen. You've placed distraction seals before. A variation. They were fire seals, not ward interference. Same principle. Shuzhen looked at Cui Mingzhu. You'll need to walk me through the activation sequence. An hour before we go, Cui Mingzhu confirmed. The operation proceeded largely according to plan. The distraction seals activated at the western and northern markers at the agreed time, generating the interference pattern that scattered the garrison's detection array across 4 false contacts. The response from the main gate moved west and north, as expected. Ling Shuang crossed the eastern compound wall at the lowest point, moved along the interior wall to the materials building, and located the black sand iron in the 3rd storage row, identified by the distinctive dark metallic sheen and the faint energy density that registered to her silver wind level intent sensing. She extracted the required quantity and was on her way back to the compound wall within 6 minutes. At the wall, coming back over, she encountered the garrison officer. He was making rounds, not a response to the distraction, just his standard patrol circuit, which had not been accounted for in the merchant's floor plan. He was Crimson Edge rank, older, with the economical posture of someone who had been doing this work long enough to be good at it. He saw her the moment she cleared the wall, and his hand went to his blade with professional speed. She didn't draw. No time for it to look ambiguous. Unauthorized entry, he said, with the flat tone of someone stating a category. Yes, she said. The exchange that followed was brief. She was not trying to damage him, which meant she was fighting with a constraint that he did not have. But the heaven-splitting doctrine's intent reading worked here too. She saw his attack pattern before it expressed, stepped inside his reach before the cut fully formed, and redirected his momentum into the wall rather than into her. The impact stunned rather than injured. He went down cleanly and would be functional again in a few minutes. She was over the exterior wall and moving east before he fully registered what had happened. The rendezvous point was 2 li from the garrison compound. She arrived 8 minutes after departure. Yin Qingfeng was already there. Shuzhen arrived 30 seconds later with the spent seal tools. Clean. Yin Qingfeng asked. Contact on the exit, she said. One garrison officer, Crimson Edge, encountered during routine patrol. Incapacitated, not permanently. Shuzhen looked at her arms. You're not cut. No. Yin Qingfeng's expression had moved from checking inventory to something slightly different. They'll know the materials were taken and that there was a physical intruder who handled their best combat-ready officer at the wall. Yes. The officer will file a description. Yes. But he didn't identify me. He saw someone who can fight at silver win level above their apparent physical age. She looked at the or in her pack. He'll report a possible Wei bloodline sighting to whoever is monitoring for that. We should move quickly. They moved. The 3 materials were now secured. Cold vein ore from the Brotherhood, black sand iron from the garrison, Stoneheart crystal still to come from the Thunderhead range. 2 out of 3. The reforging was becoming real. Behind them, in the garrison compound, the officer was filing his report. The Jade communication slip was activating. Somewhere in the Alliance's administrative structure, a code was being logged that meant possible Wei bloodline sighting, Northern Region, Thorngate Garrison Sector. And somewhere further back in the chain of command, someone who had been waiting for exactly this kind of signal received it and began thinking about what to do next. Chapter 19. Stoneheart Crystal. The Thunderhead range lived up to its name. The first indication was the sky, a permanent cloud cover that sat 300 meters above the ridge line, gray-white and churning, lit from within by lightning that played through the cloud mass in continuous low-level discharges. Not storm lightning, which struck and ceased. Formation lightning, spiritual arrays embedded in the mountain's geological structure, built by unknown practitioners generations ago and now operating without maintenance or intent, cycling through their activation patterns the way a clock cycled through its mechanism. The lightning formations did not distinguish between targets. They responded to spiritual energy concentration above a baseline threshold, which meant that any active cultivation above Jade Core drew discharge, sometimes immediately, sometimes after a delay that was more dangerous because it created false confidence. Suppress your intent entirely once we're past the lower ridge, Yin Qingfeng said. He had been here before, years ago, as part of a material scouting operation that had not been for the cold vein, but for a different composition. Not reduced. Gone. The formation's red presence, not intensity. If they detect you at all, they'll respond at full formation capacity regardless of your actual cultivation level. How do you suppress it entirely? Shuzhen asked. She was Iron Spine rank. Her baseline spiritual signature was low enough that the formation's threshold might not register her. With effort, Ling Shuang said. It's the reverse of an extension exercise. Instead of projecting outward, you pull every thread inward and hold it. Like holding your breath. Sustainable for a while, not indefinitely. How long is a while? Long enough, Yin Qingfeng said. The crystal vein Tai Wushan described is at the range's inner formation valley. I judged 2 hours in, 2 hours back, 30 minutes for extraction. 5 hours total at full suppression. It will be hard by the end. Cui Mingzhu had remained at the forge with Tai Wushan for this expedition. The terrain was not navigable for someone at her age and cultivation level, and she was more useful continuing the document preparation. She had given Ling Shuang a small cultivation aid, a suppression pill that would help maintain the inward pull state without the moment-by-moment active effort required otherwise. Standard practice in formation's heavy terrain, she had said, used by the archive scholars when doing fieldwork in warded areas. The lower ridge was manageable. The sky above was doing its continuous low-level display, lightning that ran sideways through cloud rather than down to earth, visible and audible in a steady background rhythm, and the path through the cedar and granite terrain was cold but navigable. Ling Shuang took the suppression pill at the lower ridge's edge, felt the familiar inward compression it induced, checked that the resulting signature was below the formation threshold Yin Qingfeng had described. The inner valley was different. The formations activated visibly here, spiritual arrays embedded in the granite outcroppings, their lines glowing faint blue-white in the overcast light, pulsing with the irregular cycling rhythm of a mechanism long past its designer's intent. The lightning discharges were surface level in the valley, running along the ground in fast arcs that followed the formation lines between the outcroppings. Not lethal to navigate if you were watching, but requiring care and timing. 2 hours in. The crystal vein was where Tai Wushan had said it would be, a seam in a granite face where the stone had a distinctive, translucent quality, the Stoneheart crystal embedded in the natural rock matrix, extractable with the right tool and the right approach. She was 20 minutes into the extraction when she triggered the formation. She had not moved her cultivation signature above the threshold. The suppression was holding. What she had done was use her blade to work the crystal from the rock matrix, and the blade, even with its intent dormant, still carried a residual spiritual signature from its original construction and from her father's embedded intent in the deep core. The formations did not respond to her directly. They responded to the blade. The lightning cage snapped shut in half a second. It was exactly what the word implied. A grid of spiritual energy lightning, for meters square, activated around her position from the formation lines in the surrounding rock. The bars were too close together to slip through. The energy level in the cage's walls was high enough that attempting to break through with cultivation would simply trigger a full discharge at whatever it detected. No cultivation. The cage was reading for spiritual signatures and responding to them. Ling Shuang assessed the situation for exactly 4 seconds. The formation cage had been designed to trap cultivators by exploiting the instinct to respond to a threat with cultivation. But she was not a cultivator in this moment. She was a person with a blade and a body and 17 years of the kind of physical training her father had insisted on before allowing her near the first cultivation scroll. He had been very specific about this. The body comes first. The cultivation comes after. Because if you build the cultivation first, you will rely on it in every moment of crisis, and there will be moments. There are always moments when your cultivation is not available to you and you have nothing else. She worked the formation cage with her hands and her blade and her feet for 40 minutes, not trying to break the bars, which were energy constructs and would simply reform. Working the formation's physical substrate, the rock that housed the array lines, the anchor points where the energy gathered into its cage shape, the structural logic of the trap as a physical architecture rather than as a spiritual obstacle. The cage didn't reform after she removed the anchor stone at the northwest corner. She was bleeding from her left hand, a long shallow cut from the rockwork, and her left knee had found the ground at an angle it hadn't appreciated. Minor. Functional. She finished the crystal extraction, put everything in the pack, and made the 2-hour walk back to the ridge with the formation lightning cycling above her and the suppression, holding, and the broken sword at her back radiating the quiet warmth she had come to associate with her father's approval. Yen Xingfeng met her at the lower ridge. He took in the cut hand, the scraped knee, the pack clearly containing what they had come for. Formation cage, she said, before he could ask. But you're out. My father spent 4 years making sure I could fight without my cultivation available. I think he anticipated this specific scenario. Yen Xingfeng looked at her for a moment. He anticipated a lot. Yes. She looked down at her hand. The cut was already closing. Iron Spine Cultivation's contribution to physical resilience doing its work without her having to direct it. I found something else. Scratched into the wall of the crystal vein, in my father's handwriting. If you're here, you're as stubborn as I feared. The third scroll answers the question you haven't thought to ask yet. Yen Xingfeng was quiet. He was there before me, she said. He came to this vein before his arrest. He left me a message in the rock face. She paused. He was preparing every part of this path. Every step I've taken, he thought about it before I did. She started walking again. Her knee hurt. Her hand hurt. She had all 3 materials. The third scroll was in the chest, sealed, waiting. She was not yet sure what question she hadn't thought to ask, but she knew her father well enough to know that when she arrived at it, she would recognize it. Chapter 20. Sword Mistress Shui Yinping. They returned to the forge to find that company had arrived. Not the alliance. Something in some ways more complicated. A visitor who had not announced herself at the outer door, but had instead presented herself directly in the forge's main room, and was now seated at the work table examining a piece of metalwork with the focused interest of someone who genuinely appreciated craft. Surrounded by the 6 cultivators of her escort who were standing in the peripheral positions that were technically non-threatening and were absolutely not non-threatening. Tai Wushan was continuing his work at the forge fire with the expression of a man who had decided that the most effective response to this situation was to behave as though it were not a situation. Cui Mingzhu had her documentation work in front of her and was not looking at it. The woman who had arrived was perhaps 30. She was wearing sect senior robes in alliance colors, but the cut was personal rather than standard, altered, fitted precisely, the statement of someone who dressed within institutional conventions without being defined by them. Her cultivation signature was void fracture rank, which Ling Shuang could read now at silver wind level, registering the gap between them as a substantial physical fact. Dark hair, pale face, composed expression, the particular kind of beauty that coexisted comfortably with the understanding that it was not the most interesting thing about her. She looked up when Ling Shuang came through the door. The assessment that followed was brief and thorough and arrived at whatever conclusion it arrived at with no visible indication of its finding. Wei Ling Shuang, she said. Not a question. I expected someone harder looking. Your father had a harder look. You knew my father, Ling Shuang said. She set the pack on the floor by the door and did not move toward the table. I knew of him. I had hoped to meet him before the Alliance decided to remove him. The woman stood, smoothly, with the ease of someone whose physical control was as comprehensive as her social control. I'm Shui Yinping. You may have heard my name. Sword Mistress Shui Yinping. Rising star of the Alliance's cultivation hierarchy. Void fracture rank with open ambitions toward Heaven Render and higher. The name had appeared in conversations about the political structure of the Alliance, always in the context of someone who was moving through it with a purpose that was not fully visible. You're on a research tour, Ling Shuang said. She had heard Yin Qingfeng's report from the doorway, where he was doing a rapid assessment of the 6 escort members. I am genuinely on a research tour, Shui Yinping said. That part isn't false. I have a documented interest in historical cultivation methods, and the Forge of Tai Wushan is a historical artifact in its own right. She paused. I also knew you would be here. My intelligence is better than the Alliance's, which is why I arrived first. What do you want? To talk. She gestured at the table, not commanding, just indicating. I know your identity. I know what you've been collecting. I know where the Academy materials ended up and what the Thorngate garrison is saying about a black sand iron extraction. She sat again. I haven't reported any of it. Ling Shuang looked at her. Why not? Because my interests and the Alliance's interests are not the same. The Alliance's interest is in suppressing your evidence and maintaining Shan Dayu's control structure. My interest, she tilted her head slightly, is in the heaven-splitting doctrine, specifically in what it can do for a practitioner trying to push past the void fracture ceiling. The room was quiet enough that the forge fire was audible. I'd like to discuss the doctrine with you, Shui Yinping continued. Professionally, academic interest, with potential mutual benefit. You have access to the original scrolls and direct experience applying the technique. I have experience at a cultivation level where the technique's advanced applications become relevant. She paused. I'm offering an exchange of knowledge. You're offering to not report me to the Alliance, Ling Shuang said. Shui Yinping acknowledged this without embarrassment. I'm offering that as well. Though I would note that the two things are separable. I have no intention of reporting you regardless, because my value to you depends on maintaining access, which reporting you would end. She looked at the broken sword across Ling Shuang's back. I'm also curious about the sword. Tai Wushan's work, if I'm reading the metalwork correctly. A reforging project. Her expression was very neutral. Your father's? Yes. He reached Saint Realm with that doctrine, Shui Yinping said. Her voice was still pleasant, the academic interest entirely genuine in its surface texture. He is the only practitioner in 3 generations to reach Saint Realm, and he did it using techniques the Alliance subsequently declared heretical. That's not a coincidence. She leaned forward slightly. I want to understand what the doctrine does that the standard advancement paths don't. That's all. No, Ling Shuang said. It's not all. Shui Yinping waited. You want to use it, Ling Shuang said. Not understand it. You want to reach Saint Realm, and you've calculated that the doctrine gives you a path the standard curriculum doesn't. The academic interest is real, but it's not primary. A pause. Then something in Shui Yinping's expression changed. Not defensive, not caught, but something that acknowledged a point scored. You read people well, she said. I was trained to. Yes, I imagine you were. She looked at Ling Shuang for a moment. I won't pretend otherwise. The Saint Realm advancement is the goal. The doctrine is the possible method. Your possession of the scrolls is the obstacle I'm trying to navigate around. She stood again, straightening her robes. I'm not asking you to hand them over. I'm asking for an ongoing conversation. Think of it as a research collaboration. She moved toward the door, her 6 escort members shifting to follow. At the threshold, she stopped and looked back. The expression was still pleasant. The eyes were still doing their careful calculation. Your father was remarkable, she said. I mean that without qualification. What was done to him is a wrong that I believe should be undone. But I want you to understand something, Ling Shuang. She held her gaze. I am pursuing Saint Realm by every viable method available to me. Wei Kongshan's bloodline technique is the last method I haven't tried. I'm saying this clearly so there are no misunderstandings between us later. She said it the way one might say a compliment. Then she walked out. The escort followed. The door closed. Cui Mingzhu set down her brush. Tai Wushan continued working the forge fire. Shuzhen looked at the door with the expression she used when making threat assessments. Yin Xingfeng came in from the doorway he had been occupying. He looked at Ling Shuang. That was Shui Yinping being honest, he said. She's more dangerous when she's being honest than when she isn't. I know, Ling Shuang said. She unshouldered the pack with the 3 materials and placed them on Tai Wushan's workbench. He came to examine them with the focused attention of a craftsman checking what he had been given to work with. All 3, she said. He looked at the Stoneheart crystal last. turning it in his hands. Then he looked at her hand, the cut from the formation cage, mostly closed but still visible. Formations terrain, he said. It was not a question. Yes. He set the crystal down with the careful placement of something irreplaceable. I can begin the reforging in 2 days. The preparation requires time. The metals need to be worked in a specific order before they can be combined. He looked at her. You should rest. What's coming will require everything you have, and then some of what you don't know you have yet. Ling Shuang looked at the broken sword on the workbench, sitting beside the 3 materials that would make it whole again. 2 days, she said. 2 days. She had 2 days to rest and think about what Shui Yinping had said, and to read the 3rd scroll, and to find the question she hadn't thought to ask yet. She went to bed instead. Her hand hurt, and her knee hurt, and she had been moving for 3 straight days. The question and the scroll would both be there in the morning. Chapter 21. The reforging. The forge was hot. Not the warmth of a banked fire or the comfortable heat of a working space in winter. Hot in the way that a continuous industrial process required. The bellows driving the temperature high enough for the specific mineral compositions involved, each metal requiring a different point in the thermal range for proper working. Tai Wushan managing the transitions with the knowledge of someone who had been doing this particular kind of work for 4 decades. Ling Shuang sat at the position he had designated for her, a low stool at the blade's center, close enough that her extended sword intent could maintain continuous contact with the blade's interior, far enough from the forge work itself that her physical presence wouldn't interfere with his operations. She had placed her hands on her thighs and established the intent channel during the preparation phase, a thinner, more sustained version of the intent deployment she used in combat, directed inward at the blade rather than outward at a target. Hour 1 through 3 were manageable. The heaven-splitting doctrine's foundation in precise control rather than power output made the sustained channeling technically coherent. She was not throwing force into the blade. She was maintaining a current, a directed and steady flow that the reconstituting metal could incorporate into its structure as it fused. Tai Wushan worked in silence. The only sounds the forge fire and the tools and the periodic, careful impacts of his work. Hour 4. Yin Shengfeng came in and sat on the floor at the wall opposite her. He had a cup of water, which he set within her reach without speaking. He did not tell her she was doing well. He did not offer encouragement. He understood that encouragement in the middle of a sustained endurance task was mostly noise. He sat, and he was present, and that was different from being alone. She drank the water during a moment when the channel allowed it. Hour 6. The first real resistance appeared. The blade's interior intent, contracted into the deep core during the years since the break, was beginning to reconstitute as the metal fused, and reconstituting intent was not passive material. It had its own character, its own resistance to being shaped by anything other than its original practitioner. Ling Shuang's intent was of the same bloodline and the same fundamental training, but it was hers, not her father's, and the blade's contracted core was making that distinction known with an increasing pushback that manifested as a pulling sensation in her core, a demand that she commit more, push harder, prove that her intent was sufficient to serve as the guiding force for this process. She committed more. Hour 8, she was shaking. Not obviously, not in a way that interfered with the channel, which was a more fundamental function than any external physical expression. But the muscles of her hands on her thighs were trembling with the continuous demand, and her breathing had become a deliberate, metered thing, managed rather than natural. Yin Shengfeng said nothing. He began to talk. He said, "My master's name was Luo Qingshan. He was void fracture rank, one of the best I've encountered, and I've encountered most of the significant practitioners in the northern provinces in the last decade. He was also the worst cook I've ever known. He made rice the consistency of paste and called it a feature rather than a flaw." He paused. "He taught me everything I know about reading terrain in combat. He could walk into a space and in 15 seconds tell you 3 places to stand and 1 place to absolutely not stand, and he was always right." She listened. Her core held the channel. "He taught me that a sword intent with no conviction behind it is just air moving quickly," he said, and this was after I'd been studying with him for 2 years. He said, "Chengfeng, you can move fast and you can cut accurately, but you fight like a man with nothing he cares about losing. That's not mastery. That's vacancy." He was quiet for a moment. He said I needed to find what I was willing to die for, or I would spend my entire life being technically excellent at something that didn't matter. Hour 9. The pulling in her core had become a burning, the specific quality of cultivation being demanded past its comfortable operating range, the body's energy structures beginning to strain. She directed the burning into the channel rather than fighting it. The heat in the intent flow was part of the composition now. "Did you find it?" she asked. Her voice was steady. The effort of maintaining it steady was considerable. Yes. He didn't elaborate immediately. Then, I found it when Pang Liahu killed him and called it a training accident, and no one questioned it, because Pang Liahu had 30 years of standing in the alliance structure, and Luo Qingshan was a rogue practitioner with no political backing. His voice was even. I found it, and I didn't know what to do with it. So I spent 2 years being technically excellent at completely unimportant things while I decided. He looked at her directly. And then a girl who just lost her father showed up with a locked iron chest, and her father's broken sword, and a scroll that pointed to me specifically, and I thought, well, here is the direction I've been looking for. Hour 10. The intent channel had been open for 10 hours, and her core was past the comfortable range, and past the uncomfortable range, and into the place where the cultivation documentation described as operating through the wall, continuing past what felt like a physical limit until the function that seemed to be failing revealed that it was not, in fact, the limit. Her father had written about this in the second scroll. He had said, the practitioners who break through their ceilings are not the ones with greater initial capacity. They are the ones who learn that the wall is a sensation, not a fact. She held the wall and passed through it. Hour 11. Hour 12. Tai Wushan's voice, even, hold for 30 more seconds. She held. The blade fused. She felt it happen. Not saw, felt. Through the intent channel. A coherence in the metal's interior that had not been there before. The designed architecture of her father's channeling system restored and active, the separated intent drawn out from the contracted core and distributed through the whole structure as it should always have been. And then, brief, incandescent, unmistakable, something else. A presence in the blade, conscious and aware, looking at her through the channel for exactly 1 second before subsiding. The sword spirit, still weak, still formless, a spark of volition inside the reformed metal, activating for the first time in 3 years of dormancy. It was not her father. It was not her. It was something that had been growing in the space between the two of them, absorbing both. Then it was gone. Dormant again, submerged back into the metal as the channel closed and the restoration completed. Ling Shuang's hands dropped to the floor. She did not fall. She had sufficient structural control for that. But she was not sitting on the stool anymore. She was on the floor, hands flat on the stone, breathing. Yen Xingfeng was beside her before she had fully processed that she was down. He said nothing. He put his hand on her back, steady pressure, present, and let her breathe. Tai Wushan set the sword, complete, reformed, the break gone, the blade single and continuous, on a cooling frame with the care of someone placing something sacred. He examined the result for a long time in silence. It's better than I built it, he said finally. What you put into it added something the original didn't have. He turned and looked at Ling Shuang. Your intent is in there now alongside his. The sword is carrying two-way cultivators. She looked at the blade from the floor. It was whole. The resonance that came from it now was different from before the reforging. Fuller, more present, carrying something alive in its structure that the broken sword hadn't been able to contain. It fell, Yen Xingfeng said. He was still beside her. Before the channel closed, the blade fell off the frame. Not like something dropping, like something reaching. The spirit manifested for a second, and it moved toward you. He looked at the sword on the cooling frame. I caught it before it hit the floor. You were watching it, she said. I was watching both of you, he said. There was nothing performed about the admission. He said it the way he said things that were simply true. She sat up carefully. Her core would need time to recover. Her body would need food and sleep and the ordinary restoration of ordinary rest. But the sword was whole. The spirit had woken, briefly, and would wake again. And somewhere in the blade's restored interior, her father's intent was settled and complete and waiting for the next time she needed it. The reforging was done. Chapter 22, Recovery and Alliance 3 days. The first day was physical, sleep, food, the quiet work of letting a cultivation base that had been driven past its comfortable operating range restore itself to baseline. She slept 12 hours, woke, ate, slept again. The forge was warm. Shujin managed her food intake with the practical competence she brought to everything, making sure that what was eaten was sufficient and appropriate for the specific kind of recovery required, which was not the same as ordinary hunger and required different fuel. The restored sword was never far. She kept it within reach, within the physical range where the sword's spirit's faint presence could be felt as a low resonance, comforting in a way that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the fact that the presence felt familiar. Like her father's voice coming from a room she couldn't see into. The second day, she began reading the third scroll, the question she hadn't thought to ask yet. Her father had written that in the crystal vein. He had been there before her. He had laid this entire path through stone and metal and paper and locked iron, each waypoint designed to reach her at the right time. And the third scroll, he had said, answered the question. She read the third scroll for 12 hours. It was the philosophical core of the heaven-splitting doctrine, not technique, not application, but the foundational question that the entire system was built around. The question a practitioner had to answer before the higher ranks of the doctrine became accessible. The question was, what is the sword for? Not in the abstract. In the specific, what is your sword for? What is the purpose behind the practice? If the answer was power, the doctrine would plateau. Its design was incompatible with ego-driven cultivation because the intent reading system required the practitioner to project something real into their opponent's perception, and ego projected only itself, which opponents could recognize and dismiss. The doctrine was built on a different answer, and that answer had to be genuine. Her father had written it directly, in a section he had marked with a marginal note that read simply, "This is what I should have told you directly, but I could not find the right time, so I wrote it here. The sword is for the person standing behind you who cannot hold one. It is for the record of events that no one with power wants written down. It is for the moment when the only remaining option is to stand in the place where something false is being declared truth and refuse to move. It has no other legitimate purpose. If you have forgotten this, stop, because the technique will hollow out. If you have remembered it, continue, because this is the only kind of sword intent that compounds without a ceiling." That was the question she hadn't thought to ask. Not, "What am I fighting for?" She had known that since the execution square. The question was whether she had understood that the sword itself was the answer, not the instrument of the answer. She had understood it now. On the third day of recovery, the afternoon, Yin Shengfeng came to where she was sitting by the forge window with the closed scroll on her knee. He sat down nearby. He had something in his posture that she had learned to read as the preparation for saying something he had been carrying for a while. "I owe you full information," he said. She waited. "My master, Luo Qingshan. The reason he was killed was that he had evidence." Yin Shengfeng was looking at the floor, the wall, not at her. The positioning of someone saying something they needed to say without making it a performance. Evidence of the same conspiracy your father was fighting against. Not the same piece of it, a different layer. Luo Qingshan had documentation showing that Pang Liahu had been operating as Shundeyu's instrument for at least 5 years before your father's arrest. Pang Liahu ran the private operation that removed Luo Qingshan because Luo was getting close to a witness who could have broken the conspiracy open 2 years before your father was taken. Ling Shuang looked at him. "I have that evidence," he said. "I retrieved it from Luo Qingshan's personal archive after his death. It's not enough on its own. It proves Pang Liahu's criminal operation, but it doesn't directly reach Shundeyu without your father's documents. But combined with what you've gathered," he finally looked at her. "Combined with the 6th page, the Jade Slip recordings I don't have yet, but which Pang Liahu apparently has, and the tribunal filing, it becomes a second evidentiary line that corroborates from a completely different direction." She said it before she fully formed the thought. "So we've been hunting the same men from different directions." He looked at her. Something in his expression moved. Not relief exactly, but the specific quality of a weight being distributed that had previously been carried alone. "Yes," he said. "From the beginning. You could have told me this in the forest. I should have told you in the forest. No deflection, no justification. I was assessing you. I needed to know that you were capable before I committed my own case to your mission. It was a wrong calculation. It treated the evidence as mine to protect rather than as part of what needed to be assembled." He looked back at the floor. "It took me until now to find the right way to say it." She thought about what she wanted to say. Not the easy response, not reassurance, not dismissal. The true one. "We're building the same thing," she said finally. "From different pieces. That's what I needed to understand about you, and I think you needed to understand it about yourself." She looked at the window, the winter light. "The alliance between us was always real. It just took us both a while to recognize what it was. The distance between them did not close in any dramatic or explicit way. It closed in the way of things that were already true becoming acknowledged, not moved, but settled." Outside, Shujin was talking to Cui Mingzhu about the tribunal filing timeline. The voice of ongoing practical work, the constant background of the mission continuing. Yin Chengfeng said, "When this is over," "Not yet," she said. "When it's over." She stood, picking up the third scroll. "There are 4 more months before the tribunal. We still need the Crimson Edge breakthrough and the Void Fracture progression, and we still need testimony from witnesses we haven't secured yet." She looked at him. "When it's over." He accepted this with the equanimity of someone who had learned, in 2 years of carrying his own mission alone, that the thing that mattered was the task in front of you. "The Crimson Edge breakthrough," he said. "The third scroll has a pathway for it." "Yes," she said. "It has a pathway. Is it going to be difficult?" She looked at the scroll in her hands. the section her father had marked, the description of the spiritual trial embedded in the text itself. Yes, she said. It's going to be the hardest thing I've done so far. She was right about that. Chapter 23. Crimson Edge Breakthrough. The trial was described in the third scroll as a constructed spiritual ordeal, not a metaphor, not a visualization exercise, but an actual cultivation space event generated by the scroll's embedded arrays when a practitioner reached the specific readiness threshold and activated the trial sequence. It was designed this way deliberately. Her father had written that a breakthrough forced by technique produced a crimson edge that was technically functional but spiritually hollow, and the heaven-splitting doctrine's advanced stages required a crimson edge that had been earned through genuine confrontation rather than cultivated through accumulated practice. The trial's question could not be told in advance. It would be different for each practitioner. What her father had written was only this: the trial places you in contact with the thing you must resolve before the doctrine can trust you with its next level. You will know it when you see it. You will not want to do what it asks. Do it anyway. She activated the trial sequence in the Forge's training room in the late evening of the third recovery day. The transition from ordinary consciousness to trial space was not dramatic. The room remained visible around her, the stone walls, the spirit lamp, her own hands, but a second layer of reality became equally present, overlapping, the two planes coexisting in a way that was disorienting only until she accepted it rather than resisting the dual perception. The execution square appeared in the second layer. She had known it would be the execution square. There was no other answer. But the trial changed one thing. She was not the daughter in the crowd. She was standing where the executioner had stood, blade in hand, her own sword, not the Alliance's ceremonial weapon, but hers. And her father was in the kneeling position, wrists bound, head lowered, and the tribunal's arbiter was reading the conviction. And the conviction was true. In this trial space, the conviction was legally and evidentially valid. The forgery had not happened. The framing had not occurred. Her father had committed the act described, had genuinely betrayed the Alliance's foundational structure, and the sentence was just. The trial was asking, can you execute justice even when it costs you everything? Even when the person kneeling is the person you loved most? She stood there for a long time. Not in trial time. In her own experience of it, which stretched. The question wasn't whether she could kill her father. She understood that quickly. The question was whether she understood that justice was a principle that did not bend to love. That if Wei Kongshan had genuinely been guilty, the right outcome would have been the same. That the reason his innocence mattered was not because he was her father, it was because he was actually innocent. A system of justice that bent for love was not justice. It was power with a sentimental face. Could she carry her father's justice, the real kind, the kind that applied to everyone including people she loved, without becoming the kind of sword that killed him? She could. The trial space didn't require her to bring the blade down. It required her to stand in the position with the blade in her hand and answer the question truthfully, with the blade as the answer's weight. She stood there. She held the blade. She said, yes. The trial space collapsed. The Forge training room was around her again, entirely, and from across the room the restored sword on its stand vibrated, not faintly, not as a resonance. Hard, specific, the full force of a living blade responding to a decision it recognized. The vibration traveled through the stone floor. The sword fell off the stand. Ling Shuang's core ignited crimson. The heaven-splitting doctrine's fourth scroll, the one she had not read yet, had a section she somehow knew was now unlocked, in the same way she had known that the third scroll's question was waiting for her. Her crimson edge was not the clean, acquired rank that came from standard cultivation. It was the rank that came from resolving the question, and it carried that resolution in its character, embedded in the intent thread the way an emotion becomes permanent when it is truly finished. She picked up the sword from the floor. Across the room, for 3 seconds, distinct, present, unmistakable, the sword's spirit manifested. Not a shape, not a face. A presence with character. Curious, assessing, oriented toward her with the attention of something newly awakened and finding the world around it interesting. Then it submerged again, the dormancy reclaiming it. But it had been there. It had seen what had happened and had registered it. 3 seconds was long enough to know that the dormancy was temporary. Yin Shengfeng found her sitting on the training room floor with the sword across her knees, and the crimson intent settling through her like heat diffusing through metal after a forge. The slow, thorough transformation of a system that had just been remade at its foundation. He looked at her face and did not ask how it had gone. I need water, she said. In a moment, he said. Your intent is doing something I've never seen before. She looked at her hand. The crimson intent was stable, fully integrated, properly calibrated, functioning exactly as the scroll had described. but it was also carrying something that the standard Crimson Edge didn't carry. A weight in it. The specific weight of answer questions. It's the doctrine, she said. The breakthrough was completed correctly. He looked at her for a moment with the expression she had learned to read as something more than calculation. Then he went to get the water. The fourth scroll was in the chest. When she was ready, it would tell her what came next. And the sword spirit would be there when she needed it, growing, waking in increments, absorbing everything that happened between them. For months to the tribunal. She was Crimson Edge now. She intended to be higher than that by the time it convened. Chapter 24, Arc 2 Cliffhanger. Pang Liahu arrives. They had been at the forge for 11 days. The Frost Anvil Brotherhood's outer passage guarantee had held. No Alliance riders had appeared at Tai Wushan's location, which suggested that the garrison's report of the black sand iron extraction had not yet been connected to this specific address. The Alliance's intelligence system was not slow, but it had gaps, and the forge's deliberate obscurity was one of them. 11 days was more time than they had reasonably expected to keep. On the morning of the 12th day, Yin Xingfeng came in from the early watch with an expression that was controlled in the specific way he controlled things that required immediate decision rather than extended consideration. Riders on the northern road, he said. Not Alliance patrol configuration. Heavy enforcement unit, 30-plus individuals, Crimson Edge to void fracture range. Moving at deliberate pace from the south. Ling Shuang was at the window before he finished. The road was visible from the forge's upper room through the cedar stand, a partial view. Enough to read numbers and formation. The unit was moving in the configuration of a targeted search rather than a sweep. Point riders forward, main body behind. No flanking scouts because the direction was already known. Pang Liahu, she said. I believe so. Yin Shengfeng looked at Cui Mingzhu, who had come to stand in the doorway. How did they track us here? They wouldn't need to track us specifically, Cui Mingzhu said. After the broken cloud burning, they know what we have and why we need it. Tai Wushan's forge is the only facility capable of reforging that sword within reasonable distance. Anyone who knows what the blade needs would arrive at this location by elimination. She paused. Pang Liahu trained under Wei Kongshan. He knows the forge's requirements. He knew before we did. Tai Wushan, from the forge room. They won't find the sword. I'll conceal it with the forge materials. It reads as cold metal to a standard scan. He was already moving. The documents are your concern. The documents were secured in Ling Shuang's chest, which would seal against forced access. Cui Mingzhu's authenticated copies were in separate preservation cases. The fourth scroll and the others were inside the chest. Everything that mattered could travel. The unit arrived at the academy, or rather, at the approach road to where the academy had been. Ling Shuang was watching from the upper room window, the angle giving her a partial view of the access point 300 meters away. She could see the lead rider. She had not seen Pang Liahu in 3 years, since the last family dinner she had attended with her father, when he had sat across from her and cut his meat with the kind of precise efficiency that she had then thought was merely fastidiousness and now understood was the habit of a practitioner who could not stop being exact. He looked the same. He looked older. Both of these things were true simultaneously. He did not bring his unit immediately to the forge. He was proceeding to the academy site first, where the burned foundations were visible. She watched him stand at the ruins for a long moment. She could not see his expression at this distance. Then he turned his unit toward the forge. Cui Mingzhu invoked the archival delay procedure the moment a rider reached the outer approach. Not the Academy's procedure this time, but the Scholar's Compact provision that governed access to certified archivists while in active documentation work. It was a thinner legal instrument than the Academy's neutral status had been, but it required a formal response that gave them 7 minutes. 5 of those minutes were spent moving into position at the forge's exit points. 3 viable exits, none of them comfortable, all of them workable. Pang Liahu's voice came from outside, louder than necessary, carrying to the interior with the precision of someone who had calibrated the volume deliberately. Alliance enforcement training. When you want to be heard through walls, project from the diaphragm, not the throat. I have a warrant superseding the Scholar's Compact provision, he said. Under Alliance emergency authorization, I am required to enter and conduct a search for Wei Lingshuang and allied persons. Resistance constitutes additional criminal liability. A pause. I am asking only for the girl. I have no warrant for the others. Shuzhen looked at Lingshuang. Her expression said, and what are you going to do about that? Lingshuang went to the interior door, not the exit, the door that opened toward Pang Liahu's position, and put her hand on it. This is the daughter he's looking for, she said, loudly enough to be heard outside. I want to hear the rest of what you have to say. Yin Chengfeng moved toward her. She held up her hand, not dismissing him, just wait. From outside, A silence. Then the same voice, recalibrated. Quieter. The tone of something that had shifted from procedural declaration to something that required a different register. I trained under Wei Kongshan, Pang Liahu said. The same as you. A pause. He would be ashamed of you, Ling Shuang said. Her voice was steady, not loud, not heated, but carrying with the particular quality that the crimson edge intent gave to speech, a resonance that passed through the door material as though it wasn't there. He trusted you with his life. He brought you to our dinner table and called you his sworn brother and never understood, until too late, that you had already decided that his life was worth less to you than whatever they offered. She paused. He would be ashamed of you. Not of me. The silence outside was different from the procedural silence before. She felt it through the door. Not spiritually, just with the reading instinct that 17 years of training had built, the quality of a person on the other side of a physical barrier encountering something they had not been prepared to encounter. The warrant was real. The 30 enforcers were real. The procedural delay was almost spent. Now, Yin Chengfeng said quietly. They went out the back. Cui Mingzhu moved faster than Ling Shuang would have predicted for someone her age. The decades of maintaining that tunnel at the academy had apparently been matched by practical speed maintenance at the forge. Shujin had the exit covered, her short blade ready, her eyes moving. The main force reached the forge door as they cleared the eastern window. Behind them, Pang Liahu had not given the order to breach immediately. He was standing at the front door. He had Ling Shuang's words, and he was doing something with them that required a moment before he could continue. He gave the order 6 seconds later than he should have. Those 6 seconds were enough. They were in the cedar stand and moving north when the forge behind them showed the first light of their entry. Above the tree line, in the cold afternoon air, Ling Shuang could feel the sword on her back. Whole, restored, the spirit dormant but present, and Pang Liahu's words were still in the air between them. He had said, he would be ashamed of what you've become. She had answered. The answer had landed. That was not nothing. She stored it and kept moving. The next stage of the path was ahead of them. The Scholars' Consortium, the Silent Witness, the capital they would have to enter with false identities and sharp instincts, and the case they had been building for months now, getting closer to the day when it would all be presented before a body with the authority to make it permanent. For months. A lot of ground between here and there. Run? Shujin asked, finding the pace Ling Shuang was setting. Fast walk, Ling Shuang said. Save the run for when we need it. Ahead, north. The Scholars' Consortium and the people her father had trusted who had not yet been asked to speak. Behind, Pang Liahu, standing at a forge door, with a warrant in his hand and 6 seconds worth of second thoughts that he hadn't expected to have. The path continued. Chapter 25. The escape from Broken Cloud. They traveled through the night and arrived at the Scholars' Consortium Chapter 2 days north, arriving in the gray morning cold with the evidence secured and the group intact, and the particular weariness that came from sustained flight rather than ordinary fatigue. But the story Cui Mingzhu told later began at the forge, at the moment the Alliance enforcers crossed the threshold. She told it simply, without ornamentation. They had entered. They had searched thoroughly. They had found the forge empty of the people they were looking for, and had proceeded to pull the wards apart looking for concealment. Pang Liahu had stood in the center of the forge room for a long time. He had looked at the cooling frame where the sword had rested. He had known what it meant, and said nothing about it to his subordinates. Then he had given the order. He burned the academy's ruins first, perhaps to confirm the loss was complete. Then the forge itself. 300 years, Cui Mingzhu said. Not to Ling Shuang specifically, to the general space around her, the air, the fact of things that had been and were now not. 300 years of documents. They were sitting at the edge of a cedar stand 2 li north of the forge's position. They had heard the sound, the particular quality of structures burning, which carried differently from forest fire. Cui Mingzhu had turned toward the sound when she heard it, and stood very still for a moment, and then she had said nothing and kept walking. Now, stopped. She was looking south at the smoke that was visible above the tree line in the early morning air. Ling Shuang sat beside her and did not say anything consoling, because Cui Mingzhu was not the kind of person who was helped by consolation. She was the kind of person who needed the truth named accurately. He burned 300 years of history, Ling Shuang said. Cui Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. Then, in a voice that was completely steady, he burned 300 years of history. The Alliance will have to answer for that to the Scholars' Consortium, whether they want to or not. A pause. The Consortium has protected the Scholars' Compact for 6 centuries. They take irreplaceable cultural destruction very seriously. Pang Liahu has just given us a political weapon he may not have realized he was handing over. Yin Changfeng, from the tree line where he was watching the road. When we reach the Consortium, lead with the burning. Yes, Cui Mingzhu said. Lead with the burning. She stood. She straightened her robes. She looked once more at the smoke, with an expression that was composed, and also grieving, and also furious in the very specific way that a person was furious when they had decided what to do about the thing that had made them that way. Then she walked north. The group fell in behind her. The next 2 days were the particular difficulty of sustained travel after sustained stress. The body's accumulated debt demanding payment, while the mission still required forward movement. Shujin managed the practical elements with her habitual competence. Meals that were both portable and adequate, rest stops calibrated to recovery rather than comfort, a medical check on Ling Shuang's ribs each morning that had become a routine since the valley fight. Your ribs are fine, Shujin said, on the second morning. They've been fine for 2 weeks. I keep checking because you keep moving like someone protecting a wound. Habit, Ling Shuang said. You're allowed to move normally now. Ling Shuang was. She adjusted and felt the difference immediately, the unconscious guarding, the slight forward lean that had become structural since the first combat. Gone. She stood at full height and felt the restored sword at her back settle into a different carry. The balance point shifted without the compensating posture. Better, Shujin said. You notice everything. That's why you brought me. Shujin put the medical kit away. Also because I can fight and I'm good at logistics, and I'm the only person in this group who always knows exactly how much food we have and where it is. Also those things. They reached the consortium chapter that afternoon. The building was unremarkable from the outside. A modest compound in a market town, with the consortium's academic crest above the main door and no other indication of the political weight contained inside. The consortium's strength was not architectural. It was institutional, the accumulated authority of an organization that had certified scholarship and protected knowledge for longer than the Sword Sect Alliance had existed. The chapter director was a man named Hong Yanbei, 60 years old, with the specific quality of a scholar who had spent his career in an institution with real political consequence and had therefore learned to combine academic rigor with a practitioner's understanding of power. He greeted them in his reception room with tea already prepared, which meant he had been expecting someone, if not precisely them. When Cui Mingzhu told him about the burning, his expression did not do anything dramatic. It did something worse. It became very still, in the way of someone calibrating the correct response to information that had exceeded their existing categories. Pang Liahu burned the academy, he said. Yes, Cui Mingzhu said. Under whose authorization? His own warrant, which he claimed superseded the scholar's compact provision. She held his gaze. The warrant does not have that authority. He exceeded his mandate and destroyed a scholar's compact institution. Hong Yanbei was quiet for a full minute. Then he looked at Ling Shuang. You have the evidence you came with, he said. Yes. And you want formal consortium witness testimony at the tribunal? Yes. He looked at the documents she placed on his table. The 6th page, the authenticated copies, the chain of custody record, the summary of what the complete evidence package contained. He read them with the careful attention of someone who understood evidentiary standards. When he finished, he looked up. This is sufficient, he said. More than sufficient. This is a case that a competent tribunal arbiter will not be able to dismiss on procedural grounds. He straightened the papers. The burning of Broken Cloud gives us standing before the tribunal as injured parties in our own right. That standing allows us to introduce testimony as institutional witnesses rather than merely academic observers, which is a stronger procedural position. He paused. I will support this case fully, but I need something else from you. Name it, Ling Shuang said. Independent corroboration, he said. From someone with direct knowledge of the conspiracy, someone still inside the alliance's structure. My testimony, and Cui Mingzhu's, will be attacked as coming from people outside the alliance who have a grievance against it. I need a voice from inside that can confirm the core claims from a position that cannot be dismissed as external hostility. Ling Shuang looked at Yin Chengfeng. He was looking at the wall behind the director with the expression he used when he had already arrived at the answer and was deciding whether to say it yet. He said it. The trial documents reference a second Sword Saint witness, he said. Someone present at the original meeting where the forgery occurred. Still alive. Currently in alliance custody, which they call protection. The director looked at him. Who? Elder Ren Suiying, Yin Chengfeng said. One of the 5 founding sect leaders. Living in retirement under effective house arrest in the capital. He looked at Ling Shuang. Getting to her means going directly through alliance territory. Then we go directly through alliance territory, Ling Shuang said. The director looked at her for a moment. Then, with the particular tone of someone who had been in his profession long enough to recognize a specific quality of determination when it sat across his table. I will have the formal consortium endorsement ready when you return with Ren Suiying's testimony. I suggest you not take longer than 6 weeks. The tribunal preparatory filings begin in 10 weeks, and we want time to organize the submission properly. 6 weeks, Ling Shuang said. It was not a comfortable commitment. But comfortable had not been available as an option since the execution square, and she had learned by now to work with what actually existed rather than what would have been easier. They stayed the night. In the morning, they turned south, toward Alliance territory, toward the capital, toward the old woman who had been silent for a decade and was perhaps ready to speak. Chapter 26. The Scholars Consortium. The formal endorsement process took 2 days at the consortium chapter, and Ling Shuang used both of them. Not waiting, working. Hong Yinbei's archive held historical records of Alliance administrative proceedings going back to the organization's founding. And in those records were 3 things she had not had before. The original charter documents with all 5 founding members' authentic signatures, the Alliance's own published amendments from the first 15 years of its existence, and a comparative legal analysis done by a consortium scholar 4 years ago that identified 17 specific points where the published amendments deviated from the founding charter without proper procedural authority. The analysis had been filed. It had not been acted upon. The scholar who wrote it had received a warning from the Alliance's administrative arm suggesting that further analysis of internal Alliance governance was outside the consortium's appropriate scope. He had filed it anyway, with the consortium's permanent record, under the category of historical documentation rather than contemporary legal challenge. A careful and deliberate choice, making the analysis unkillable by classifying it as history rather than advocacy. Who wrote this? Ling Shuang asked, reading the analysis at Hong Yinbei's archive table. Scholar Fan Ziyi, Hong Yinbei said. Retired now. He spent 30 years doing exactly this kind of work. Careful, patient, filing things where they could be found later even if they couldn't be used immediately. He paused. He said, when he retired, that history was not a passive record. It was an accumulation of future evidence. Ling Shuang read the analysis twice and copied the 17 specific deviation points into her own notes, cross-referencing them against the 6th page and the trial documents. 7 of the 17 directly corroborated the forgery mechanism described in her father's history scroll. The Alliance's own published record was contradicting itself, and the contradiction was documented in a source the Alliance had no authority to remove because it was housed in the consortium's permanent archive under historical classification. Can you authenticate this analysis as a consortium document for tribunal submission? She asked. Already done, Hong Yinbei said. He set a sealed copy on the table. It was always a consortium document. It was always admissible. It was waiting for someone to include it in a case that had the standing to submit it. The endorsement ceremony itself was straightforward. Hong Yinbei stamping the formal consortium witness commitment in the presence of 2 chapter scholars who served as witnesses, creating the institutional record that bound the consortium to appear and testify at the tribunal as parties to the proceeding. Cui Mingzhu signed separately as the certifying archivist for the chain of custody documents. The package was now backed by the oldest scholarly institution in the region, which had standing at the tribunal that the Alliance's legal team would not be able to procedurally exclude. Yin Shengfeng spent the 2 days differently, using his merchant contacts to map the capital's current security configuration, identifying the approaches that had the lowest Alliance patrol density, locating a network of contacts who could supply identity documents sufficient to pass through the city's checkpoints without triggering the Wei bloodline alert. He came to her on the 2nd evening with the maps and the contact list. The city is under elevated security since the Broken Cloud burning, he said. The Alliance has increased checkpoint frequency on all main approaches by 60%. He spread the map on the table. But they're concentrating on the known entry points, the main gates, the river crossing, the 2 road approaches from the north. The eastern approach through the market district is lower priority. That's our entry point. How far is Ren Suying's estate from the eastern approach? 2 li. Through a residential sector that doesn't have a high patrol density. He pointed at the map. The estate itself is another problem. Heavily guarded at the exterior, standard Alliance internal security inside. But the spiritual sensor network on the estate perimeter is calibrated against external attack, not against someone approaching at ground level with suppressed cultivation. And getting her to open the window? He looked at her. That's your part. She looked at the map for a moment. I need to demonstrate her father's signature resonance to her. She'll know to respond to it if she recognizes the pattern. She looked at her hand, the sword at her back. Wei Kongshan students would recognize a specific resonance. I don't know what it is, but Cui Mingzhu might. Cui Mingzhu, when asked, knew exactly what it was. He used a 3-note intent pattern as a personal identifier when training with students, she said. A recognition signal so that students at remote training sites would know that instructions came from him and not an imposter. Ren Suing would have learned it during the founding period. She described the pattern, the specific frequency sequence, the rhythm, the duration. I don't know if you can reproduce it, but the closer you can approximate it, the more she'll recognize. Ling Shuang spent the morning of departure practicing the pattern. The heaven-splitting doctrine's intent precision made the approximation closer than she had expected to achieve. Her control over intent frequency was better than a standard Crimson Edge practitioner's would be, and the pattern was not complicated, just specific. By midday, she could hold it for 15 seconds with reasonable accuracy. It will have to be enough, she said. It will be enough, Cui Mingzhu said. She looked at Ling Shuang with the same expression she had used when she first saw the broken sword. The expression of someone encountering the particular combination of elements that completed a picture they had been holding incomplete for a long time. She has been waiting. When she feels that pattern, she will know what it means. They left for the capital the following morning. For people traveling south, the Frost Anvil Brotherhood's identity documents in their packs, the evidence secured, the mission moving forward through the last significant obstacle before the tribunal filing could begin. Hong Yinbei stood at the consortium chapter gate as they left. Wei Kanshan helped us once, he said. It was addressed to Ling Shuang. He mediated a dispute between the consortium and the Alliance administration 12 years ago. A dispute where the Alliance had clearly overreached, but the power differential meant we had no way to push back effectively. He was the only figure with enough standing to do it without consequences. He paused. He asked for nothing in return. He said the consortium's independence was a public good, not a favor to be traded. He looked at her steadily. The consortium will be at the tribunal, whatever it costs us. She could not fully process, in the moment, the accumulated weight of what her father had built in the world while she had been living inside it without understanding what surrounded her. The small acts of fairness, the refusals of advantage, the long, patient construction of trust in institutions that would outlast the political pressure trying to suppress them. He had spent 30 years building the architecture of his own posthumous case. She intended to complete it. Chapter 27. The silent witness. The intelligence on Elder Ren Suing had come from 4 separate sources by the time they reached the capital's outer district, all of them agreeing on the essential points. An old woman, 80s, cultivation faded from a lifetime of disuse, living in an estate on the western edge of the residential quarter under protective custody, that she had never been formally charged with anything to require and had never been explicitly told she was not free to leave. The Alliance's relationship with Ren Suing was the relationship of an institution with something it could neither release nor use, too important to let go, too clearly innocent of wrongdoing to formally detain, too potentially dangerous as a witness to allow free movement. So she sat in a comfortable estate under a polite fiction of voluntary retirement, and the Alliance's security apparatus maintained the fiction by being present in a way that was technically polite and absolutely constant. She's been silent for 10 years, Yin Chengfeng said. They were in a rented room in the market district, 1 li east of the estate. The 4 of them, with maps and the information he had gathered through the merchant network contact who had a passing familiarity with the estate's maintenance staff. The question is whether she's silent out of fear or out of despair. What's the difference for our purposes? Shuzhen asked. Fear can be relieved by a credible plan, Ling Shuang said. Despair requires evidence that the plan can actually work. She looked at the map. We go in with both. The estate's perimeter spiritual sensor runs in a standard sweep pattern, 30-second intervals, scanning for active cultivation signatures above silver wind level. Suppression or cultivation below that threshold passes through. Yin Chengfeng indicated the estate's northern wall on the sketch he'd made from the maintenance contact's description. There's a section of the north wall where the sensor coverage has a gap. The maintenance staff mentioned that a garden renovation 2 years ago moved a decorative stone feature that used to help anchor the sensor array. The gap hasn't been corrected. It's approximately 3 meters wide. 3 meters, Shuzhen said. Not generous, but workable. 1 person through the gap, cultivation at minimum, approached the north wing through the garden. Ren Suing's private quarters are in the north wing, confirmed by the maintenance contact, who mentioned a regular supply delivery to that wing specifically. He looked at Ling Shuang. You go in. I hold the wall exterior. Shuzhen watches the eastern approach where the internal patrol cycles through. Cui Mingzhu. Ling Shuang asked. I stay at the market district room, Cui Mingzhu said. If you extract Ren Suing, she will need a safe place to go immediately. I can prepare that arrival. And I am not someone who moves quietly through a guarded estate. She said it without apology. I know my value in this operation. They went in 2 hours before dawn, the patrol cycle's lowest staffing point, the sensor network running on its standard schedule, the night cold and still with a cloud cover that killed the available light to a level that required reliance on either cultivation-enhanced vision or ordinary adapted dark sight. Ling Shuang used the gap. The garden was a formal cultivation garden, herbs and arranged stones, a meditation circle, maintained but not currently in use given the season. She moved through it with the suppressed cultivation that the formation training had made instinctive, her intent reading running at the lowest level that still gave her usable environmental data. 2 guards on the inner patrol, their positions visible to her intent reading at this range as faint presences, moving in the slow, slightly disconnected way of late-night rounds. She reached the north wing's exterior. 2nd floor, middle window, north face, the maintenance contacts description. She held the resonance pattern. 3-note sequence, her father's identifier, extended for 15 seconds. Nothing for 30 seconds. Then the window opened. The woman who looked out was exactly what Cui Mingzhu had described. Frail, 80s, the particular smallness of someone whose physical mass had decreased with age while the quality of their gaze had become more concentrated. She looked down at Ling Shuang in the garden below with an expression that was not surprise. It was the expression of someone who had been waiting so long for a specific event that when it arrived, it registered as confirmation rather than shock. Wei Kongshan's daughter, she said. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yes, Ling Shuang said, equally quiet. I thought you would come, Ren Suing said. I thought if he prepared anything, he would prepare you. She looked over her shoulder, checking the interior, listening for movement, then back down. How much time do we have? Enough to talk. More if you come with us. The old woman's expression did something complicated, grief, relief, and the specific quality of someone who had been holding a heavy thing for a very long time and was being offered the chance to set it down. There are documents, she said, in my cultivation chamber floor. I've had them for 10 years. Then we need to go down before up, Ling Shuang said. Ren Suing nodded. Give me a moment to dress. Then come up. The window stayed open. 3 minutes later, Ling Shuang was inside. Through the window, on the floor of the north wing's 2nd-level corridor, moving with Ren Suing toward the stairs down to the cultivation chamber. The chamber was below the east wing, a room of bare stone with a meditation circle inlaid in the floor and the particular preserved stillness of a space that had not been used for cultivation in years. Ren Suing went directly to the southeast corner and pressed the 3rd stone from the wall with the particular force required. A panel released. Inside, a sealed document case. I've carried this for 10 years, she said, lifting it. Every time Alliance Security conducted an inspection, I was convinced they would find it. They never searched here. They considered me harmless. She held the case for a moment. I want you to know, I was not harmless. I chose silence out of fear. That is a different thing. I know the difference, Ling Shuang said. Does it change anything, for your purposes? No, Ling Shuang said. What changes things is what you're willing to do now. The old woman looked at her with the full weight of a decade's worth of accumulated decision weighing in the balance of that single moment. I will testify at the tribunal, she said. Everything I know, everything I saw, my name, my rank, my direct witness. She held Ling Shuang's gaze. Your father deserved someone who would stand for him. I should have done it 10 years ago. A pause. Better late than never. That's what I used to tell my students. Outside the estate, across the garden, through the north wall gap, Yin Shengfeng was waiting. He took in the 2 of them, Ling Shuang and a small, frail, elderly woman carrying a document case, and his expression registered the same recalibration it performed every time a plan worked in full. Clean, he asked. Clean, Ling Shuang said. They were moving before the patrol cycle completed its next round. Behind them, in the estate, an empty room with an open window and no one in it, and the particular quality of an absence that would not be discovered until morning. The capital's streets were silent in the pre-dawn. Ren Suing walked between Ling Shuang and Yin Xingfeng with the determined pace of someone who had made up their mind and was not going to let their body's limitations override their will. Her cultivation was faded, her bearing was not. Ahead, they needed to reach Cui Mingzhu's prepared location and then put distance between themselves and the city before the alarm was raised. 6 weeks before the tribunal filing deadline. Everything they had built toward the tribunal was now assembled. Almost everything. Pang Liahu still had his evidence. And Pang Liahu's evidence. The internal alliance communications that reached directly to Shun Diyu's personal seal was the piece that made everything else undeniable rather than merely convincing. She thought about his face at the forge entrance. The 6 seconds. There was something there that was not fully resolved. Chapter 28. Infiltration of the capital. The safe exit from the capital required 3 hours and proceeded without significant incident, which Shuzhen acknowledged was unusual and therefore cause for moderate concern rather than relaxation. When things go smoothly in our line of work, Shujin said, on the road north, it usually means something is gathering rather than the problem being absent. Practical wisdom, Yin Xingfeng said. Acquired wisdom, Shujin said. The first time I assumed smooth meant safe, I was 16, and I was wrong in a way that left a scar. She indicated her left forearm, through her sleeve, without displaying it. After that I started assuming smooth meant watch carefully. Ren Suiying, walking with the group, said nothing for a long time. Then, you chose excellent companions. She addressed this to Ling Shuang, who was walking slightly ahead. Your father was very good at identifying the people worth keeping near. I learned it from him, Ling Shuang said. You learned more than that from him. Ren Suiying looked at her with the particular attention of someone who had known the parent and was reading the inheritance in the child. I knew him at the founding of the alliance, before the corruption, before the power consolidation, in the period when the organization was built on genuine shared intention. He had this quality even then, the ability to see what people were capable of before they had demonstrated it. He invested in people at their potential rather than their current state. A pause. He invested in you the same way. Ling Shuang said nothing. She was listening and not saying the things that the listening made her feel, because the road required attention and there were hours of travel yet, and the feelings would be there later when there was space for them. They had entered the capital 6 days earlier under the identities the Frost Anvil Brotherhood had provided. Ling Shuang as a merchant's assistant from the north, Yin Xingfeng as the merchant himself, Shujin as household staff, Cui Mingzhu as a retired scholar visiting a former student in the city. The identities were professionally constructed, documents that passed inspection at the eastern checkpoint, a backstory that matched the documentation, the practiced bearing of people who had done this particular kind of travel before. The city itself had been, for Ling Shuang, the first time she had seen a major population center since the execution square. The capital was immense, tens of thousands of people living in layered density, the streets organized by commerce and cultivation level and sector governance. The spiritual energy in the air noticeably higher than the countryside's baseline from the accumulated cultivation output of so many practitioners living in proximity. And on the main thoroughfare, visible from the eastern approach as you came into the city's center, her father's portrait, large, official, displayed on the announcement board beside the central plaza where Alliance public communications were posted. He was depicted in the trader's pose, head lowered, hands bound. The Alliance's conviction seal below his face, and the text beneath the image called him what the Alliance had always called him. Enemy of order, betrayer of the sect compact, threat to the region's stability. She had known it would be there. She had prepared for it. She hadn't prepared for the child. A child of perhaps 9, passing the announcement board with a parent, stopped and looked at the portrait with the particular uninhibited directness of someone who had not yet learned to perform their reactions for a public audience. The child picked up a stone from the road's edge. The parent's hand moved quickly, grabbed the child's arm before the stone could be thrown, pulled the child away from the board, speaking urgently in a low voice. But the parent's face, turned briefly toward the portrait as they pulled the child away, was not the face of someone who agreed with what the board was displaying. The expression was grief and anger and the specific exhaustion of living in a place where you couldn't say what you actually knew. Ling Shuang had walked past. She had filed it, the way she filed every piece of information that the path gave her, in the inventory that was building toward the moment when it would matter. The capital had known. The capital had not believed the conviction. The capital had been living with the portrait on the board and carrying a different understanding of it privately. The way people in a place under the wrong kind of control learned to carry the difference between what was public and what was true. Now, on the northern road, she thought about what it would mean for the tribunal's verdict to be publicly known in a city like that. The official conviction overturned. The evidence of the fraud displayed. The full accounting presented before a body with the authority to make it permanent. What that portrait would look like the day after. You're thinking about the city, Yin Xingfeng said. He had moved up beside her without her noticing, which she noted as a personal failure of environmental awareness. The portrait, she said. I know. He looked ahead on the road. I've seen things like that before. Places where everyone knows the official narrative is wrong and no one is in a position to say it publicly. The feeling in those places is specific. It's not exactly hope. It's more like stored energy. Waiting for a discharge point, she said. Yes. The tribunal will be the discharge point. If it goes the way we've planned. She looked at the road ahead. Winter light on cold stone, the distant shape of the consortium chapter settlement on the northern horizon, for weeks left before the filing deadline. We still need Pang Liahu's evidence, she said. Everything we have reaches Shun Deyu's circle. His communications reach Shun Deyu's personal seal directly. Without that, we have a case. With it, We have a conviction. Yen Feng was quiet. He was thinking about something. He reached out to us once, he said. At the broken cloud approach. He let 28 riders go instead of 40. He knew about the tunnel. He would have known about the tunnel, having trained there, and he didn't search for it. He looked at her. He's been sending signals. I know, she said. Are you going to respond to them? She thought about the mill's location, the contacts she had been building a mental picture of since the forge. Pang Liahu, sending small signals in the spaces between his alliance obligations, the way a person trapped in a role that had become wrong sent signals when they couldn't send words. When the time is right, she said. Before the tribunal filing, Yen Feng said. It was not a question. Before the tribunal filing. For weeks. A plan forming in the spaces between the road and the sky and the approaching consortium buildings, built from everything she had learned about the man she was thinking about. The trusted friend who had become the deepest betrayal and who was, she was increasingly certain, looking for a way out of what he had become. The sword at her back was warm in the winter air. The path continued. Chapter 29. Ren Suing's testimony took 3 days to record fully, and every hour of it was work. Not because the elder was reluctant, but because the precision required to make the testimony tribunal admissible meant that every detail had to be stated in specific terms, connected to specific dates and events, and cross-referenced against the documentary evidence to ensure that the oral account and the written record were mutually reinforcing rather than contradicting in even minor ways. Cui Mingzhu conducted the recording sessions with the focus of someone who had spent a professional lifetime doing exactly this kind of work. She asked questions that Ling Shuang would not have known to ask, pressed for specificity where a vaguer account might have been easier, and organized the result into a formal testimony structure that would hold up against the kind of procedural attacks a well-funded legal defense could generate. Ren Suing was a precise witness. She had been present at the meeting where the forgery occurred. She had seen Shindiyu produce the amended document and present it to the assembled founding sect leaders as a modification they had all previously discussed and agreed to, which was not true, but which none of them had challenged in the moment because Shundiyu's position gave him the authority to table documents, and his presentation of the modification as pre-agreed was delivered with the complete confidence of someone who knew exactly how far social deference would carry a false statement. Before requiring actual evidence, I knew it was wrong, Ren Suing said, on the second day of testimony. In the moment, I looked at that document and I knew the meeting it described had not happened in the way it claimed. She looked at her hands. And I did not say so. I told myself I would investigate further. I told myself I needed to be certain before accusing the grand arbiter of fraud. A pause. I was not wrong about needing certainty. I was wrong to think certainty was the reason I was waiting. The truth was that I was afraid. The testimony doesn't require you to account for that, Cui Mingzhu said, gently. I know, Ren Suing said. But I want it stated for the record anyway. I was present. I was aware. I was afraid. I chose silence. That is the full account. She looked up. When the tribunal asks me to testify, I intend to say all of it. The documents from her cultivation chamber's floor compartment were examined by Cui Mingzhu and found to be exactly what Ren Suing had described. Records of 3 private communications she had preserved from the founding period, each one a record of Shundiyu's instructions to lower alliance officials about how to handle the modified documents implementation. The instructions used language that was careful, designed to be plausible deniable if examined individually, but in context with the 6th page and the jade slip recordings that Pang Liahu held, would constitute a chain of documented intent reaching from the forged document's creation to its criminal implementation. By the end of the 3rd day, the testimony was complete, signed, and sealed under Cui Mingzhu's archival authority. Ren Suing put down the brush after the final signature and sat back in her chair. She looked at Ling Shuang with the expression of someone who had set down something they had been carrying for 10 years and was experiencing the full weight of it now that it was no longer in their hands. Not relief, exactly, but the particular quality of something finished. She was quiet for a moment. The room held the stillness of completed work, the papers organized and sealed, the preservation cases closed, the hours of precise and painful accounting now contained in a form that would travel and survive and matter in front of an audience that had the authority to act on it. I spent years composing this testimony in my head, Ren Suing said. Not to Cui Mingzhu, who was organizing the sealed materials at the end of the table. To Ling Shuang. In the estate, during the evenings, when the Alliance's polite fiction of voluntary retirement allowed me the appearance of privacy. I went over every detail I remembered of the forgery meeting, every word Shundiyu used, the exact position of everyone in the room, which founding leaders looked at the document, and what their expressions were when they chose not to object. She looked at her hands. The scholar's hands, long-fingered and careful. I was terrified that I would misremember. That 10 years would have altered the details in the way memory alters things it returns to too often. Did it? Ling Shuang asked. Some, she admitted. The peripheral details, who stood nearest the door, the color of the drape on the east window. Those have softened. She looked up. But the central facts, the document, the words Shun Deyu used to present it as pre-agreed, the signature placement I could see was wrong from where I stood. Those are as clear as the moment itself. The things you know are wrong embed differently than the things you merely observed. A pause. I believe a tribunal arbiter will be able to tell the difference. They will, Chui Mingzhu said, without looking up from her organization work. Experienced arbiters are trained to distinguish between peripheral memory softening and core event clarity. Your testimony will read as credible precisely because you acknowledge what you don't remember perfectly rather than claiming total recall. Ling Shuang looked at Ren Suying. The question that had been forming since the extraction was one she needed to ask directly. Tell me about him, she said. In the founding period. Before any of this. Ren Suying looked at her. Something shifted in the careful expression, the composure still there, but the distance within it decreasing. He was the person who made the founding real, she said. Not because he was the most powerful among us. Shindeyu had the stronger combat rank and the longer political network. But Wei Kongshan was the one the others listened to when a question required genuine thought rather than factional calculation. He had this quality, she paused, searching for the right word, of being entirely present in a conversation. You always had the sense that he had come to actually understand your position, not to manage it. She looked at the sealed testimony. That made him dangerous to someone who understood that people who are genuinely listened to become genuinely loyal. Shindeyu understood that. He was the same at home, Ling Shuang said, in the ways that mattered. Still teaching me to read people, still reviewing cultivation principles he had already mastered because he said mastery wasn't permanent if you stopped giving it attention. Still getting up before dawn every morning to do the practice sequences he'd done for 30 years. A pause. He was happy, in the way of someone who had chosen their life deliberately and kept choosing it. The fear, if he had it, wasn't in his face. Ren Suying was quiet for a moment. He always said that fear of the wrong outcome wasn't the same as believing in the wrong outcome. She looked at the sealed testimony. He was right about most things. He was right about you, Ling Shuang said. He whispered your name on the execution platform. He trusted you with the 6th page. He knew, I believe he knew, that you would choose correctly when someone arrived who could make that choice possible. Ren Suying closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, the composure had absorbed something larger. He gave me a reason, she said. That's the most anyone can do for another person. I still made the choice. She looked at Ling Shuang directly. Make it matter. The alarm seals in the estate's outer wall activated at this moment, not subtly, but with the hard snap of a system going from passive to active. From outside, shouting in the standard alliance enforcement tonality. Ren Suying's expression did not panic. It became practical. The window, she said. There's a rope ladder on the right side. Someone identified Yin Qingfeng's signature outside, Ling Shuang said. Then you need to go. Ren Suying was already on her feet. I'll go to my room and claim I've been there all evening. They have no specific evidence I cooperated with anyone. The documents are with you, she said. Leave nothing here. She met Ling Shuang's eyes. I'll be at the tribunal. I said I would be there. This changes nothing. It did not change anything. Ling Shuang took the sealed testimony case, the document case from the cultivation chamber, and went out the window. Below, the estate's garden was suddenly active, guards responding to the alarm, moving from the eastern and southern wings toward the signal source. She hit the ground in the cover of the garden's meditation circle, flattened against the stone structure, and waited for the movement pattern to create an opening. The fight in the Ren Suying estate was about to begin. Chapter 30. The fight in the dark. The garden at night was a different space from the garden at dawn when she had entered. The guards were moving with purpose, 12 that she could count from her position against the meditation circle stone, with the particular organized deployment of an internal security team responding to a confirmed intrusion alarm. Half toward the north wall, where Yin Qingfeng's signature had been detected, half sweeping the estate's interior. 2 of the interior sweep team were coming directly toward her position. She had the testimony case and the document case. They could not be left. They could not be carried through a running fight without being at risk. She thought about this for exactly the time available to think about it, which was approximately 4 seconds. She set both cases against the meditation circle's inner face, on the side that was not visible from the direction of the approaching sweep team, covered them with her outer robe. Then she moved to intercept the sweep team at the angle that gave her the choice of where the encounter happened rather than letting them choose. The heaven-splitting doctrine at Crimson Edge level, applied against standard enforcement cultivators at Jade Core and early Crimson Edge, produced a specific result. She was not winning the exchanges by force. She was winning them by being somewhere other than where her opponent's attacks arrived, using the intent reading to position herself consistently one movement ahead of each exchange. 2 guards neutralized, pressure points, joint locks, unconscious rather than injured. Fast, specific, designed to produce no sound that would call additional response. From the north wall, the distinctive sound of Yin Chengfeng's fighting style, clean, efficient, the kind of sword work that left opponents on the ground without leaving marks that required explanations. He was handling the guards who had moved toward his position. She went back to the cases, took them, made for the east wall. The east wall was the one she had not come in over and had not planned to go out over, but the north wall was now compromised by the guards, and the south wall was the main gate. East was the remaining option. A third guard came around the meditation circle from the southern sweep. She heard him before she saw him, the footfall slightly heavier on the left side than the right, a gait irregularity that distinguished him from the previous 2. She stepped into the gap between his patrol arc and the circle's outer stone, waited for his orientation to be committed to the direction he was already facing, and resolved the encounter in 2 movements. The cases were still untouched. She was going to be bruised in the morning. The stone floor had introduced itself to her right knee on the second neutralization, and the introduction had not been gentle. She noted this and set it aside as information for later. She took the cases and moved east, keeping the garden's ornamental trees between herself and the interior patrol lights that had activated on the east wing's exterior. The estate's internal lighting system used spirit lamps that activated automatically when the alarm went off, cold blue-white illumination that was good for seeing clearly and equally good for being seen clearly. She moved at the edge of the light rather than through it. The east wall had a footing course of rougher stone than the interior face. She had noted this on her way in, filing it as the kind of detail worth knowing. The rougher course gave purchase enough. She went over it. Landing on the east side, she ran a 20-second check. Both cases intact, her cultivation baseline normal, no pursuit immediately behind her. Shujin materialized from the shadow of the east side street's entry, short blade ready, and fell into step beside her without requiring explanation. Yin Chengfeng. On his way, Shujin said. She was watching behind them. He triggered the alarm on purpose, a controlled signature release that drew the north wall team away from your exit direction. He'll be out through the service gate on the west side in, she counted, now. Yin Chengfeng came around the corner of the street's northern join, moving at the fast walk that was their standard post-operation pace, fast enough to create distance, slow enough to avoid looking like people who were running from something. He fell in a step on Ling Shuang's other side. One of the guards said something, he said. When I was disabling him, he looked at my face and then looked at the direction you'd gone and said, she fights like him. Exactly like him. This can't be. And then he was unconscious. He looked at her. The word spread through the guard deployment faster than their communication protocol would account for. I think one or more of them recognized what they were seeing. The heaven-splitting doctrine's signature, Ling Shuang said. Yes. Specifically, your application of it. The way it reads in combat is distinctively your father's. He was quiet for a moment. They know what they encountered. They don't know what to do with it. They'll report it. To someone who will know exactly what it means, he confirmed. They reached the Market District safe house in 20 minutes. Moving through the pre-dawn streets with the document cases secured, Ren Suying's testimony intact, the evidence package now more complete than it had been 12 hours ago. Cui Mingzhu was waiting with tea already poured and a spirit lamp at working brightness. She had not slept, or if she had, it had been the light sleep of someone maintaining readiness rather than the deep restoration of rest. She looked at the cases and the state of the group and made a quick assessment. The assessment included Ling Shuang's right knee, which was beginning to show the bruising from the floor contact on the second guard neutralization. Cui Mingzhu looked at it, looked at Ling Shuang's face, and set a folded cloth and a small pain reduction compound on the corner of the table without comment. Practical care, the kind that didn't interrupt the debrief. The testimony is complete, Ling Shuang said. The alarm activated before you could finish? Cui Mingzhu asked. After, Ling Shuang said. We got everything. She set the cases on the table. Ren Suying sends her commitment. She'll be at the tribunal. Cui Mingzhu looked at the sealed testimony case with the expression of someone completing a very long calculation. Not a simple one, but one that had been running through many branches for 3 years, and all of those branches had just converged at a single point. Then we have almost everything, she said. Almost, Ling Shuang said. They looked at each other. The word hung there, the specific weight of almost, which was different from not yet because the remaining piece was not unknown. It was known. It was a man named Pang Liahu, trapped in a role he had chosen under duress, sending signals through the gaps between his alliance obligations, waiting for someone to receive them properly. Shujin was at the window, watching the street below with the short blade loose in her hand. She didn't look away from the window. The estate will report the intrusion as soon as the morning shift confirms Ren suing in her room, she said. They'll know someone was in the cultivation chamber. The floor panel leaves marks. They'll escalate the search coverage in this district by midday. Then we're leaving this morning, Yin Qingfeng said. The caravan contact can move us out before midday if we reach the staging point before the second market hour. The testimony goes with us, Cui Mingzhu said. She was already beginning to pack the cases with the systematic efficiency of someone who had been mentally packing since they'd arrived. Ren Suying stays. Her testimony is sealed and complete. Her presence in the capital is the continuity the Alliance needs to believe they haven't lost her yet. One more step, Yin Qingfeng said. He was reading the same conclusion about the remaining piece. One more, Ling Xuan confirmed. She applied the pain reduction compound to her knee with one hand and examined the sealed testimony case with the other. Her father's name would be spoken at the tribunal by an 80-year-old woman who had been waiting 10 years to speak it. That was something that had not existed in the world 36 hours ago. She did not yet have words for what it felt like to watch the impossible becoming possible one piece at a time. She put the feeling away for later. There was still packing to do and still a city to leave before midday. Chapter 31. The documents secured the safe house held 4 of them for 2 days while Yin Qingfeng's network arranged the exit from the capital. By the end of the first day, 3 things had happened. The Alliance had posted a public alert for a group of 4 persons matching their general descriptions. The spiritual sensor network at all main gates had been upgraded to a broader detection threshold, and Pang Liahu, according to Yin Qingfeng's contact, had been seen alone in the administrative quarter late at night, walking in a direction that was not toward his residence. He's aware we were in the city, Yin Qingfeng said. He would be, Ling Xuan said. The guard's report about the combat signature would have reached him. He knows we have Ren Suying's testimony. Yes. And he hasn't moved against us with the resources available to him as a senior Alliance enforcer. No. The safe house room was a single space above a textile merchant storage area, small, quiet. The merchant, a Yin Qingfeng contact of long standing who asked no questions and provided no more information than the room itself. Cui Mingzhu had organized the evidence materials into final tribunal submission format at the single table, working systematically through the night to ensure that every document, every authenticated copy, every piece of the chain of custody record was properly organized and cross-referenced. Ling Xuan worked the opposite corner, reading the 4th scroll. She had not had time to fully engage with it since the Crimson Edge breakthrough. The 4th scroll's opening section confirmed what she had inferred from the 3rd. It described the approach to void fracture, and the approach required the sword spirit's active participation in the training process. Not as a passive presence in the blade, but as an actual partner in the cultivation work. The spirits accumulated intent acting as a second perspective that could identify ceiling points the practitioner's own perspective couldn't see because it was embedded in them. The reasoning behind this design was laid out in the scroll's preamble, in her father's direct, clean explanatory style. The fundamental limitation at the Crimson Edge to void fracture transition is that the practitioner's perspective on their own cultivation is always partial. What they can see from inside their own intent structure is not the same as what can be seen from outside it. The sword spirit, having absorbed the practitioner's cultivation history while remaining a distinct entity, has precisely the external perspective that the practitioner lacks. The transition requires seeing both views simultaneously. It was elegant, she thought. And it was also her father solving a problem he had clearly thought about deeply, the problem of how to make the technique self-sustaining beyond his own teaching. He would not always be present to provide external perspective to a student, so he had designed the sword spirit to do it instead. This meant she needed the sword spirit to be more consistently awake. She had been working on this problem in the margins of the mission, brief morning sessions in whatever space was available, establishing a communication practice with the spirit that went beyond the passive resonance she already felt. The spirit was responsive to emotional states, to significant cultivation events, to moments of high commitment or high cost. What she needed was a way to invite it into the more ordinary spaces between those moments. The 3rd recovery day, she had found the method, not dramatic invocation, but ordinary conversation. Speaking to the blade the way she might speak to someone who was in the same room, but not currently looking up from their work. Low-key, continuous, present, describing what she was doing, what she was thinking about, what the problem was. She tried it in the safe house corner while Cui Mingzhu organized documents and Shujin slept, and Yin Qingfeng watched the street from the high window. The spirit didn't manifest visibly, but the resonance changed, became more dynamic, more response-like. The difference between a room that has someone in it and a room that doesn't, communicated through ambient quality rather than direct signal. "You're talking to the sword," Shuzhen said. She had apparently not been sleeping. "Yes," Ling Shuang said. "Is it talking back?" "Not in words, but in something." "Yes." She looked at the blade in her lap, the spirit's presence registering as a warmth across her palms. The fourth scroll says the approach to void fracture requires the spirit to act as an external observer. Someone who can see what I can't see from inside my own cultivation structure. She looked up at Shuzhen. "But you can't have an external observer who isn't paying attention. So I'm trying to keep it engaged." Shuzhen looked at this from the angle she applied to practical problems. "Like keeping watch together," she said. "You don't patrol with someone who falls asleep." "Exactly like that. Then talk to it about something it finds interesting." Shuzhen lay back down on her sleeping mat. "Weapons do better when you're using them, not when you're just holding them. Figure out what counts as using it." Shuzhen considered this with the practical acceptance of someone who had been around cultivation practice long enough to have adjusted her threshold for what qualified as ordinary. "As long as it's useful," she said, and closed her eyes. The spirit's resonance had been warmer since the conversation. Ling Shuang noted this and continued. On the second day, the exit opportunity appeared. A merchant caravan heading north through the secondary road that bypassed the main gate checkpoints. Yin Qingfeng's contact had arranged cover as caravan staff. Documentation in order, the caravan master briefed to confirm their affiliation if questioned. Standard protocol for moving through elevated security conditions. They went. The exit was clean. The caravan master was a professional who had been moving people through complicated situations for 20 years and did not require explanation, only proper payment and a reliable cover story. 2 days north of the capital, at a junction town that was within the Frost Anvil Brotherhood's passage guarantee, they stopped to assess. The evidence package was complete except for Pang Liahu's jade slip, Ren Suiying's testimony, Chui Mingzhu's archival documentation, the scholar's consortium endorsement, the 6th page, the trial documents, the scholar's compact violation analysis, all of it organized and ready for tribunal submission. Yin Chengfeng spread what he had gathered from his network contacts on the table. "The jade slip contains recordings of 3 private meetings," he said. Shen Dayu speaking openly about the forgery, the coercion of Pang Liahu's family, and the true reason for Wei Kongshan's execution, the Saint Realm threat. If those recordings are authenticated and entered into the tribunal record, the case is not just sufficient for an overturned conviction. It's sufficient for a criminal conviction of Shen Dayu himself. He looked around the table. That's what Pang Liahu has been holding. Chui Mingzhu was quiet. She was thinking about the testimony structure. "With that slip, the chain is complete," she said. "The forgery mechanism is documented in your father's history. The implementation order is documented in Ren Suiying's preserved communications. The personal authorization is documented in the recordings. And Pang Liahu's testimony contextualizes all of it with direct witness account from inside the conspiracy." She looked at Ling Shuang. "It would be, to use a very specific technical term, airtight." Ling Shuang looked at Yin Qingfeng. Shuzhen looked at Ling Shuang. Then Shuzhen said, "We have company." She was looking at the doorway of the junction room where they had been meeting, her short blade already in her hand, her posture the specific configuration of someone who has detected a presence and is ready to respond to it. In the doorway, Shui Yinping, alone, without her escort, leaning against the door frame with the ease of someone who had been standing there long enough to be comfortable. "You didn't think I'd lost track of you," she said. Her expression was pleasant. "I've been following your work from a distance for the past 3 weeks. Very efficient." She looked at the evidence spread on the table. "You're almost done. What do you want?" Ling Shuang asked. "To talk," she said. "Same as before. My interests and your interests have reached a convergence point." She entered the room without invitation but also without aggression, taking the empty chair at the table's edge. "You need Pang Liahu. I know where he is and I know the approach." Her eyes moved between them. "And you need someone who can testify about the alliance's internal operations from a position of current insider knowledge, rather than historical witness account." She paused. "I'm that person." The room was quiet. Ling Shuang looked at Shui Yinping. The calculation was being run on both sides of the table simultaneously, and both of them knew it. "Say the rest of it," Ling Shuang said. Shui Yinping's smile did not change. But behind it, something was moving. The rest of it was going to be a trade. The question was what she was going to ask for. Chapter 32, Shui Yinping's offer. Shui Yinping's offer was clean, in the same way that certain sharp things were clean, precise, efficient, no excess material. She would provide her testimony at the tribunal, A current rank Void Fracture Alliance member willing to speak against the Grand Arbiter, on the record, under her own name, in exchange for access to the Heaven-Splitting Doctrine's advanced scrolls. Not ownership, not a copy to keep. A reading period. Enough time to study the technique's highest-level framework and determine whether it offered a path to Saint Realm that the standard Alliance curriculum didn't. She made the case for the trade with the confidence of someone who had been running the calculation for a while and was certain it was favorable to both parties. Her testimony would give the tribunal a witness from inside the Alliance structure with no historical grievance to discount. The documentary evidence was strong. A live witness who had observed Xun Deyu's operations from close range was the piece that transformed strong into overwhelming. There was a pause when she finished, the space that opens after an offer has been laid out completely, before the other party has committed to a response. Shui Yinping used it well. She let the offer rest without adding to it, which was the discipline of someone who knew that over-explaining weakened a position rather than strengthening it. She was watching Ling Shuang with the particular attention of someone who had spent years reading people in high-stakes settings and had calibrated their expressions to reveal nothing in return. It was a capable face. Ling Shuang read it anyway. The offer was genuine. The self-interest behind it was genuine. The calculation of mutual benefit was genuine. And underneath all of it, something less calculated but equally present, a real interest in the doctrine that went beyond strategy. A practitioner who had spent years at the edge of her rank ceiling and had not found the path through, looking at someone who was walking a method that pointed towards Saint Realm and wanting to understand it the way a craftsman wanted to understand a better tool. That part, Ling Shuang could respect. The trade, she could not accept. Ling Shuang listened to the full offer. Then she said, "No." Shui Yinping looked at her. It was the expression of someone whose calculation had not anticipated this specific outcome. Not anger, surprise, recalibration. "The testimony for testimony offer still stands," Ling Shuang said. "You testify because you have your own grievances against the Alliance, because Xun Deyu's removal is in your long-term interest, and because it's the right thing to do. I testify because I have my father's evidence and my own direct witness, and the case demands it." She held Shui Yinping's gaze. "Those are sufficient reasons. Neither of us needs to trade the other anything to make them function. The scrolls would benefit from a practitioner at my rank. The scrolls are my father's legacy," Ling Shuang said. "They're not a trading chip. They weren't when he built them, and they aren't now." She paused. "If you want to understand the Heaven-Splitting Doctrine, you'll need to find your own path to understanding it. The same way he did. The same way I'm doing." She looked at her directly. "Find your own way to Saint Realm, Shui Yinping. My father's work isn't a shortcut for you." The room was quiet for a moment. Shui Yinping looked at her with the expression of someone encountering an obstacle they had not expected and were currently evaluating for how to navigate it. The expression was followed, after a beat, by something different. The specific quality of a person who had been told something that landed with more force than expected and was deciding what to do with the impact. "You're willing to risk the testimony by refusing the trade?" she asked. "I'm not refusing the testimony," Ling Shuang said. "I'm refusing the transaction you've attached to it. Those are different refusals." She leaned forward slightly. "Testify because you should. Testify because Xun Deyu's removal is in your interest. Testify because you'll have done something worth doing." She looked at her steadily. "Or don't. That's your choice. But it won't be because I paid you to." Shui Yinping was quiet for a long time. In the quiet, something in her expression moved, the calculation behind it shifting its operating assumptions, reconfiguring. Ling Shuang watched it happen with the intent reader's precision that could distinguish between a person thinking and a person deciding. "The testimony exchange," Shui Yinping said finally. "Nothing more on either side." A pause. "I want it stated explicitly that my testimony is voluntary and uncompensated, so that no one at the tribunal can argue I was paid to speak." "Agreed," Ling Shuang said. "Then we're aligned." She stood. "I'll be in contact about the timing. I have 2 remaining Alliance obligations to discharge before I can formally dissociate my testimony from my current institutional position. That takes approximately 2 weeks." She straightened her robes. "About Pang Liahu. Tell me where he is," Ling Shuang said. Shui Yinping gave her an address. A ruined mill on the eastern edge of the capital city, where the old river district had been. Pang Liahu had been seen there on 3 separate occasions in the past 2 weeks, alone, at late evening. The pattern of someone keeping a location available for a specific purpose. "He's waiting for you to contact him," Shui Yinping said. "He's been waiting since the forge." She paused. "If you want my assessment, and you may not, he's not waiting because he wants to trade. He's waiting because he doesn't know how to stop being the person he became, and he thinks you might be the one who shows him." She paused at the door. Something in her posture shifted slightly, the controlled social presentation relaxing by a fraction, the degree that indicated something was being said without the usual layer of strategic management over it. For what it's worth, she said, I am not indifferent to what was done to your father. The systematic kind of injustice, the kind that requires institutional structures to sustain it, that makes individual actors feel they have no choice and therefore behave as though they have none, that kind offends me. Not sentimentally. She looked at Ling Shuang. Practically, a system that operates that way is a system I can't predict or rely on. I operate better in systems with actual rules. A pause. Shindayu's removal improves the operating environment for everyone. That is the true extent of my political philosophy. Then she left. The room was quiet again. Yin Chengfeng, who had been watching all of this with the expression of careful attention he used for things that required being read accurately, said. Her smile suggested she's playing a longer game. She's always playing a longer game, Ling Shuang said. But she agreed to the right terms. And she told us about the mill. She looked at the table. The deal she wanted would have been clean for her. The scrolls in exchange for testimony. She gave up the scrolls. That cost her something. Something, Yin Chengfeng said. He had the expression of a man still deciding whether what he had just witnessed was trustworthy. Her honesty about the self-interest is almost more concerning than if she'd pretended to be motivated by principle. It makes her more predictable, Ling Shuang said. She'll follow through on the testimony because following through serves her long-term interests. She won't undercut us because undercutting us removes the leverage she needs against Shindayu. The calculation is stable as long as the interests align. She looked at the door. And they'll align through the tribunal. It's enough, Yin Chengfeng said. It's enough, Ling Shuang confirmed. She looked at the information Shui Yanping had provided. The ruined mill. Peng Liahu waiting. She thought about her father's dinner table, and the man who had sat across from her and been trusted with a life, and what it had cost him when he made the wrong choice, and what it had cost him in the 3 years since. There was a conversation coming that she was going to have to manage with more precision than any combat she had fought so far. She spent the next hour preparing for it in the same way she prepared for difficult fights. Not rehearsing outcomes, but clarifying her own position, making sure she understood exactly what she was willing to offer and exactly what she was not willing to compromise. Chapter 33. Inspector Ling Baohui's move 3 days before Ling Shuang planned to approach the mill. The region's newsblades ran a story. It appeared simultaneously in 4 separate publications across 3 provinces, with the kind of coordinated timing that required deliberate distribution rather than organic news spread. The story's headline was, Terrorist Daughter of Traitor Wei Builds Coup Force, Scholars Consortium Implicated. The text attributed to Ling Shuang the burning of Broken Cloud Academy, framing it as an act of sabotage designed to destroy records that would have incriminated her further, and characterized her evidence-gathering operation as the construction of a private military alliance intended to overthrow the alliance's governance structure. The Scholars Consortium's endorsement was described as coerced participation under threat of continued cultural vandalism. The fabrication was precise in its targeting. It addressed every element of their case and reframed each one as evidence of criminal intent rather than legitimate advocacy. Ling Baohui, Yin Chengfeng said. He had the newsblades spread on the table and was reading through all 4 versions simultaneously, cross-referencing the language. The structure is his. He's been using this specific technique for years. Take the shape of the evidence against you and fill it with a counter-narrative before the original narrative can establish itself. He looked up. He knows the tribunal filing is coming. He's trying to poison the public perception before it happens. How much damage? Ling Shuang asked. He was honest with her. Some. Several minor sects that had been privately sympathetic are now publicly neutral. They can't be seen as aligned with someone the newsblades are calling a terrorist. The consortium director has sent an urgent message. The hearing may need to be delayed based on the public climate. He set the newsblades down. This is a real problem. It doesn't destroy the case. The evidence is documentary, not dependent on public sympathy, but it complicates the tribunal's political environment. Cui Mingzhu read the message from the consortium director carefully. He's not saying the consortium is withdrawing, she said. He's saying the timing needs to be reconsidered. That's different. Can we trace the distribution? Shuzhen asked. The contact who distributed it can be traced, Yin Chengfeng said. I can do that through the merchant network in approximately 2 days. He paused. When we find it, we'll be able to confirm it's Ling Baohui. And then, Shuzhen looked at Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang had been reading through the newsblades again. There was a specific quality to the fabrication that she found interesting. It was very good at describing what her case looked like from the outside if you didn't know anything about its interior. It was good at shape matching, taking real events, and surrounding them with fictional motivation. She had stolen materials from the Thorngate garrison, which became resource seizure for coup construction. She had secured an academic endorsement from the consortium, which became coercion of scholarly institutions under threat. She had escaped from multiple alliance enforcement encounters, which became military evasion by a terrorist cell. Shape matching, not invention, transformation. The skeleton of real events dressed in fabricated meaning. It was also, she noted, a technique that only worked if the audience didn't know the interior of the events. The moment the documentary evidence was presented at the tribunal, every Newsblade story would collapse against it. Ling Baohui was not building a permanent counter-narrative. He was building a delay. He's afraid, she said. Yin Chengfeng looked at her. He's acting offensively. He's acting offensively because he's afraid. The timing, 3 days before the tribunal filing deadline, is not aggressive timing. It's desperate timing. If he had real confidence in the alliance's position at the tribunal, he would wait until after the filing to run this story, when it would have more procedural impact. She looked at the Newsblades. He ran it now because he's not confident the tribunal can be held. He's trying to prevent it from convening. Yin Chengfeng looked at this from a different angle. His expression shifted slightly. You're right, he said. Early deployment means limited confidence in the primary defense. We respond to it publicly, Ling Shuang said. Not through a Newsblade, through the consortium. Hong Yanbei can issue a formal institutional statement correcting the record about the broken cloud burning, signed and sealed, using the language of the scholar's compact legal framework. Institutional language has a different weight than Newsblade content. It doesn't have the same reach, but it reaches the people who matter for the tribunal. The consortium director won't be happy about being named in the fabrication, Cui Mingzhu said. Good, Ling Shuang said. Being unhappy is useful to us right now. Yin Chengfeng was quiet for a moment. Then, carefully, there's a more direct option. She looked at him. Ling Baohui is the distribution source and the fabrications architect. If we remove him from the equation before the tribunal, not permanently, just disable his access to the distribution network, the story dies. He has no mechanism for continuing to run it. No, she said. He held her gaze. He had expected the answer. She could see that. He was proposing it anyway because it was a real option, and he was someone who put real options on the table even when he expected them to be declined. We don't win my father's case by becoming what they say we are, she said. The words settled into the room with the weight she had been carrying them. If we start removing people who get in our way, the case at the tribunal is no longer about justice. It's about power, and we're operating with less power than the alliance, which means we lose on those terms. She looked at him steadily. The fabrication is a problem. We respond to it through the institutions that are still intact, and still correct, and still on our side. That's how we win. Yin Chengfeng looked at her. Not arguing, not conceding. The expression of someone assessing whether they agree with the reasoning or only with the conclusion. He arrived at both. The consortium director, he said. I'll draft the request for the institutional response. Cui Mingzhu, can you provide the specific scholar's compact language that frames the burning as alliance liability? Already have it, she said. She produced the relevant section from her document case with the efficiency of someone who had organized their materials to anticipate exactly this kind of need. Section 12, paragraph 4. The language is clear. Destruction of a scholar's compact institution without tribunal authorization constitutes a Category 1 violation, subject to full institutional response. She set the page on the table. I included this in my organizational review of the case materials 2 weeks ago, in anticipation. You prepared for this 2 weeks ago, Ling Shuang said. I have been preparing for variations of this for 3 years, Cui Mingzhu said. There was no pride in it. Just the flat acknowledgement of sustained, patient work. Ling Baohui has been fabricating evidence professionally since before your father was arrested. He was always going to do something like this. I simply didn't know when. They worked through that day on the consortium response and sent it by Yin Chengfeng's fastest courier channel. By evening, Yin Chengfeng's network had traced the Newsblade distribution back to a specific courier service in the capital's eastern district, and the courier service's primary contract holder was a private administrative firm with documented ties to Ling Baohui's office. It was Ling Baohui. Confirmed, traceable, documentable. Ling Shuang added this to the evidence package, properly documented. His fabrication was now provable, and the provable fabrication of evidence against an accused person was itself a tribunal-submittable act. He had given them another piece in the process of trying to take their pieces away. 3 days. The mill. Pangliahu. And then, the tribunal. Chapter 34. Void fracture. Approaching the fourth scroll's training methodology for the void fracture threshold was different from everything that had come before. The first 3 ranks had been physical, then energetic, then willful, the body, then the spirit, then the intent. The void fracture approach was spatial. The practitioner learned to extend their awareness into the gap between physical objects, the negative space where force was not yet present, and then to use that awareness as an attack surface. The heaven-splitting doctrine described it as cutting what isn't there yet, attacking the potential of an opponent's movement before the movement existed, in the space between their decision and their action. Under Cui Mingzhu's guidance, she had studied the theoretical framework for techniques at this level even if she had not achieved them herself. Ling Shuang began the training sequence during the 3 days before the mill meeting. The sword spirit's cooperation was required. This was the connection the fourth scroll described. The sword spirit, which had been accumulating the practitioner's cultivation history, was capable of manifesting those accumulated memories as spatial awareness guidance, showing the practitioner the gaps they couldn't see yet by projecting the experience of having already seen them. She worked on the communication practice she had been developing in the safe house margins. Ordinary conversation, low-key and continuous, inviting the spirit into the spaces between the dramatic events. It was working. The spirit was more consistently present now, the resonance response-like in its quality, something that felt increasingly like a presence that was actively engaged rather than passively resident. On the 3rd day, during an extended morning session, the spirit manifested. Not the partial presence of the previous manifestations. Full manifestation. The sword floating from its carry strap to hover at eye level in the small training room. The spirit visible as a shape that was both her father and herself. The combinant presence of two-way cultivators rendered in translucent form, standing in the space between Ling Shuang and the sword. The spirit looked at her with the attention of something that had been watching for a while and had decided to engage directly. It showed her the first spatial gap. Not a demonstration, a direct transmission, the way one person could hand an object to another. A piece of perceptual architecture, the ability to see the space between existing things as an active terrain rather than an absence. It was brief, 5 seconds, and then the spirit subsided and the sword dropped from its floating position back into her hand. But the 5 seconds were enough. She had the perception now. Faint, preliminary, requiring practice to develop into a reliable combat tool, but present. She remained still for a moment after it subsided, cataloging the experience. The transmission had not felt like a teacher demonstrating to a student. It had felt like a conversation, a mutual act, the spirit showing her something it had been holding in preparation for the right moment. And the right moment being now because she had spent 3 days establishing the kind of ongoing communication that made the transmission possible. The ordinary conversation method worked. Shujin had been right. It was like keeping watch together. That was the sword spirit, Cui Mingzhu said. She had been present and observing. Her voice was the controlled quality of someone witnessing something outside their cultivation experience. Manifested at what level? Full, Ling Shuang said. Full manifestation. It's still weak. The form isn't stable. But it was conscious and directed. What did it show you? The first spatial gap. The entry point for the void fracture training. She looked at the sword in her hand. The spirit subsided back into the metal. It's been collecting experience from both my father and myself since the reforging. The accumulated material is significant. She paused. I think I understand now what my father meant when he said the sword was a companion, not a tool. It's been becoming something in parallel with me. Not faster, not ahead. In parallel. Cui Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. Your father is still present, she said. In that spirit. Yes, Ling Shuang said. Not the way he was present when he was alive. A different way, but present. She closed her hand around the hilt. The sword was warm, the spirit quiet, but there, the ongoing resonance of a presence that had not gone and was not going. He built this. The whole thing. The scrolls, the spirit's design, the waypoints. He built it knowing he might not survive. He built it so that even if he didn't, the work would still be done. She looked at Cui Mingzhu. It's a remarkable thing to have a father who thought that carefully about what you would need after he was gone. Yes, Cui Mingzhu said, very quietly. It is. She spent the rest of the day working with the spatial gap perception, building the training habit that would make it functional, cross-referencing it against the fourth scroll's framework, tracking the sword spirit's responses to her progress. In the late evening, she opened the fourth scroll's second major section, the section her father had marked with a marginal note. When you reach this part, the spirit has shown you the first gap. Good. Now look at what came before it in the memory sequence. The spirit doesn't just show the future technique. It shows the past that made the technique possible. She reached back through the spatial gap transmission and found the context the spirit had included. Not just the perceptual architecture of the gap, but the memory fragment that had preceded it. A flash of her father's perspective, his cultivation memory, the night before his arrest. the night before his arrest. She had not seen this in the earlier spirit interactions. The spirit had been holding this particular memory until she was at the right threshold to receive it with adequate context. She saw the night. She saw Pang Liahu's face. The weeping. The words, "I had no choice, brother." She saw what her father had seen, not betrayal as the simple fact of it, but betrayal as a thing forced on a person by a mechanism larger than either of them. Pang Liahu's family taken. A threat that was not a threat but a demonstration, compliance, or consequence. Her father had understood. He had looked at Pang Liahu's face and understood what had happened before he was arrested. He had not been surprised. He had been grieving. She sat with this for a long time. Outside, the night continued. Inside the closed training room, the sword spirit was quiet in the blade, resting, having given what it had to give, waiting for the next thing it was needed for. Her father had known. He had known Pang Liahu had been coerced. He had known and had prepared his case anyway, had built every waypoint with the knowledge that the person who betrayed him was not simply an enemy, but a person who had been broken by a system he himself was fighting against. He had also, she realized, included this specific memory in the fourth scroll's transmission deliberately. He had not simply shown her the spatial gap for the void fracture training. He had shown her Pang Liahu's face and his tears and the words, "I had no choice, brother," and had chosen to include them together, the cultivation insight and the compassionate understanding in the same transmission. As if to say, the technique and the moral understanding are the same lesson. You cannot master the one without the other. This was the question the third scroll had not quite asked and the fourth scroll's first memory flash answered. What do you do with a sword that was aimed at you by someone who didn't want to hold it? She thought she knew. She sat for a few more minutes, letting the understanding settle into the same deep layer where her crimson edge resolution had settled. Not performed, not planned, just understood, genuinely, in the way of things that become part of you when you give them the time they need. Then she went to find Yin Qingfeng. Chapter 35. The complication of Pang Liahu. The argument was real. Yin Qingfeng listened to everything she had seen in the memory flash. He sat across from her in the Junction Town room with the expression he used for things that required him to work against his own instincts, which was the particular expression of a man who had trained himself to be objective about most things and discovered that there were a small number of things he could not be objective about, and that the number included Pang Liahu. "He killed my master," he said. "I know. Whatever the context, whatever the coercion, he chose his family over Luo Qingshan." He said it without heat, which was in some ways worse, the flatness of someone who had already processed the emotion into a fact. That's a choice. Coercion is real, but it doesn't erase choice. "No," she said. "It doesn't erase it. It contextualizes it. Contextualization doesn't give Luo Qingshan his life back." "No," she said. "Nothing does." The silence between them was the kind that happened when two people were both right about different aspects of the same thing, and neither aspect canceled the other. She didn't try to resolve it. There was no resolution that gave Luo Qingshan his life back, and she had learned enough about Yin Qingfeng to know that offering a resolution that falsified the thing he was carrying would be worse than the argument itself. What she could offer was the argument's conclusion, which was not that Pang Liahu was blameless, but that the mission required her to treat him as a person rather than as an obstacle. "He might turn against the alliance," she said. "If his family is still being held, he might be willing to provide his evidence in exchange for a guarantee of their safety. That gives us the jade slip, the full testimony, and a witness whose conversion represents the deepest possible corroboration." She looked at him steadily. "If I approach this as an enemy, if I go to that mill looking for an opponent, we lose that opportunity. And if you go looking for a person who can be reached and he uses the meeting to deliver you to Shindeyu, that's a real risk," she acknowledged. "But I've been reading Pang Liahu's behavior for the past month, and the signals are consistent. The reduced rider deployment at the valley approach, the 6-second delay at the forge, the solo walks to the mill at late evening." She paused. "He's not setting a trap. He's waiting for someone to offer him a way out. People in his position often can't take the way out even when it's offered," Yin Qingfeng said, "because the thing that made them accept the trap in the first place is still operating." He looked at the floor. He was afraid for his family when he made the choice 3 years ago. That fear is still present. If Shindeyu is still holding them, he has the same leverage now that he had then. "Which is exactly why I need to bring him something that changes the leverage," she said. "A real guarantee for his family. Something that removes the mechanism that trapped him. If I can offer that, the calculation changes fundamentally. He chose his family over your master because he had no other option that preserved his family. I'm offering him an option." She watched Yin Qingfeng's face. The resistance was real, and she was not trying to erase it. She was trying to point past it at the next step. It doesn't mean the cost of what he did isn't real, she said. It means that completing the mission requires me to act on who he can be now rather than who he was then. She paused. My father left room for that. He built this path knowing Pang Liahu might be recoverable. He trusted me to see it. Yin Shengfeng was quiet for a long moment. Then, with the specific economy of someone who has decided and is not going to keep discussing what has been decided, I'm going with you. I asked him to meet me alone. I know. I'll be outside. He met her eyes. Not interfering. Not unless something goes wrong. Backup and extraction if needed. He paused. That's not negotiable. She accepted it. It was reasonable. They remained in the silence that followed for a moment. It was not the silence of an unresolved argument, but of an argument that had been carried as far as it could be carried and had landed in the place where two people who fundamentally disagreed on one dimension nonetheless chose to continue working toward the same end. That was not nothing. In Ling Shuang's experience, it was actually a significant amount, the kind of alignment that didn't require perfect agreement, only sufficient shared purpose. She thought about what her father had said in the second scroll about the nature of alliances. A sword that is in accord with the hand that holds it is more dangerous than a sword with greater power held by someone whose grip is uncertain. She and Yin Shengfeng were never going to be in complete accord on Pang Liahu, but they were in accord on what mattered. The case, the tribunal, the completion of the work her father had started. That was enough. What happens after? Yin Shengfeng asked. He was looking at the window, not at her. It was the kind of question that came out when someone had been thinking about something they had not yet said. After the tribunal? After all of it. The verdict, the aftermath, whatever comes next. He turned to look at her. You've been entirely focused on the path ahead. I haven't heard you talk about what comes after the end of it. She had not talked about it because she had not, until recently, been fully certain she would reach it. But she was more certain now. I don't know exactly, she said honestly. I know I won't rebuild the Wei sect. That would be recreating the structure that made my father vulnerable. I know I'll continue cultivating. The heaven-splitting doctrine has levels I haven't reached yet. Beyond that, she paused. I don't know. Something worth doing. I expect I'll find it. I expect so too, he said, with the quiet quality that landed differently than a simple agreement. They were finishing this conversation when Shujin came through the door of the room without the usual brief knock that preceded her entries, direct entry, which was her signal for something that required immediate attention. Message, she said. She held a small sealed paper. Arrived through the contact network. Addressed to you specifically. She gave it to Ling Shuang. One line, no signature. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the formation, the particular arrangement of the brush strokes, with the pressure pattern of a practitioner rather than a scholar, was consistent with the advanced cultivation level that the sender would have. It read, I know what you found. I need to meet. Come alone. No address. But no address was needed. She had the address from Shui Yinping. The mill. The evening before she had planned to go. He had moved first. She looked at Yin Shengfeng. He looked at the message. His jaw set in the specific way it set when he had arrived at a decision he didn't like, but accepted. Tomorrow evening, she said. Tomorrow evening, he agreed. The weight of the decision settled into the room. Not heavily, but with the particular gravity of something that would either change everything or confirm that everything had already changed. Her father had known Pang Liahu was coerced. He had known and had built this path anyway, had laid every waypoint with the full awareness that the person who had betrayed him out of fear might, at the right moment, choose differently. He had left room for that. She was going to use it. Chapter 36, Arc 3 Cliffhanger. The meeting the mill was at the edge of the Old River District, a part of the city where the commerce had moved 2 generations ago when the river's course shifted and the water access that had made the district viable had dried up. The buildings were structural but empty, the kind of emptiness that came from deliberate desertion rather than catastrophic event, the walls sound and the roofs mostly intact and no one inside. The meeting was set for the 3rd hour past dusk. Ling Shuang went through the mill's east entrance alone, as Pang Liahu's message had specified. Yin Shengfeng was in position at the street's outer curve, 100 meters away, with line of sight to the mill's western wall and an understanding of the extraction routes. Inside the mill, machinery long since rusted to stillness, a floor covered in the fine dust of old grain, high windows letting in the winter night sky at the top of the walls. No heat. The cold was the particular cold of a stone building with no fire in it, immediate and thorough. She felt Pang Liahu before she saw him. The senior cultivator's spiritual presence, deliberately suppressed, but not suppressible below a certain baseline. Void fracture rank. In the far corner, standing still, waiting. He stepped into the dim light. He looked 10 years older than the man she had seen at the forge entrance. She had been 10 years away from him since the dinner table, and the additional weight was not only time. It was what time had contained. The weight of 3 years operating under duress, making choices you understood were wrong because the alternative was consequences you couldn't absorb. He looked at her for a long moment. You came, he said. You asked, she said. He looked at the sword at her back. Something moved through his expression, not quite grief, not quite recognition. The expression of someone looking at an object that carries history they're still in the middle of. I heard about the estate fight, he said. The guards report about the combat signature. He paused. He said she fought like him. Exactly like him. He met her eyes. He trained you well. He trained me for this, she said. He knew this was coming. He prepared everything. I know. His voice was very flat. I helped him. Before. He looked at the floor. I need you to understand that. I helped him build the case. I helped him set the waypoints. The scroll that pointed you to Yin Qing Feng. I helped him write it, 6 months before my choices became what they became. He looked up. I was trying to be the person who could still help him after the worst had already been done. She was quiet, listening. Shindiyu has my wife and daughter in a private facility, he said. He took them 3.5 years ago, before the arrest, as what he called a security arrangement. He has held them since. Every order I have carried out for the Alliance in the past 3 years has been carried out with the knowledge that refusing would cost them. He held her gaze. I am telling you this not as a justification. I am telling you this as the full account. I know about the facility, she said. I know the location. Something shifted in his expression, the controlled quality giving way for one moment to something raw and then controlled again. I have the jade slip, he said. Shindayu's recordings. 3 meetings where he discusses the conspiracy openly. His own voice, his own seal, his own words. He reached into his robe. I will give it to you. I will testify at the tribunal. I will provide everything I have. He held the slip in his hand between them. In exchange, your family, she said. A guarantee, he said. A real one, not a promise. Something that binds someone with enough standing that the Alliance can't simply take them back the moment the tribunal is over. She looked at him. The calculation was not difficult. It was what she had prepared, what her father had left room for, what the fourth scroll's memory flash had told her was the right move when the right moment came. She reached into the chest at her side. Not for the scrolls. For the one item she had been carrying since the chest first opened in the Ashthorn Forest, the personal seal. Wei Kongshan's recovered seal, cast with the character of his family name and the rank marker of a Saint Realm cultivator. Legally, she had no authority to use it. Culturally, its weight was beyond what any legal document could substitute. She set it on her palm between them. The guarantee is given in my father's name and my own, she said. Wei Kongshan's seal, Wei Lingshuang's witness. Your family's safety is not contingent on the tribunal's outcome. It is a separate commitment. She held his gaze. Take the slip and come to the tribunal. Your family is already protected. We are moving them before the filing date regardless of whether you choose to cooperate. Pang Liahu looked at her for a long time. He said nothing. He was doing something internal. The work of a person at the crossing point between who they had been for 3 years and who they were going to choose to be from this point forward. She didn't interrupt it. She let it happen at its own pace. He reached out and took the seal from her palm. He looked at it. Then he held out the jade slip. She took it. The exchange was complete. The evidence package was now truly complete. The last piece, the final line of documentation, in her hand. She said, we're going to need you. The wall behind Pang Liahu exploded. Not the wall's material. It wasn't physical impact. It was a spiritual force impact, void fracture level, delivered through the wall's stone in a burst that blew the mill's interior plaster from the stones in a cloud of dust and ancient grain and sent both of them diving in opposite directions by pure reflex. In the breach, Shui Yinping, standing in the opening where the wall had been a moment ago, flanked by 6 cultivators whose cultivation signatures were in the mid to upper crimson edge range. Her expression had undergone a transformation from the pleasant social face she presented in lower-stakes settings. This face was calculating and cold, and had the specific quality of someone whose plan had just arrived at its execution point. She looked at Ling Shuang. She looked at the jade slip in Ling Shuang's hand. She looked at the seal Pang Liahu still held. You didn't think, she said, in a tone that was perfectly conversational, that I would let you have him, did you? The 6 cultivators were moving. Pang Liahu was already reaching for his blade. The mill's dust was still in the air, caught in the winter night light coming through the breach. And Ling Shuang was already calculating, because the heaven-splitting doctrine ran on continuous calculation, and the calculation's first output was, she cannot win this fight directly, and she doesn't need to. She needs to get out with the jade slip and the seal, and Pang Liahu's living testimony. She needs to escape. The fight in the ruined mill was beginning. Chapter 37. Survival in the mill. The combat in the mill started with the fundamental problem that Ling Shuang had already identified and did not have 3 seconds to reconsider. She could not defeat Shui Yinping directly. The gap between Crimson Edge and Void Fracture was not a stylistic difference. It was a structural one. Void Fracture cultivators had access to spatial cutting, an attack surface that existed outside of what a Crimson Edge practitioner's defenses were built to handle. What she needed to do was not win. She needed to survive long enough to get Peng Liahu out of the mill. Shui Yinping's 6 escort members moved with the coordination of a practice strike team. They had done this before, with her specific tactical preferences, and the positioning they adopted suggested her preference was for rapid surroundings and containment rather than direct assault. 2 moved toward the exits. 2 moved toward Peng Liahu. 2 moved toward Ling Shuang. The grain dust from the wall breach hung in the winter night light, filling the mill's upper air with a fine, visible suspension that the spirit lamp carried by one of the escort team lit from behind. Everything was in partial illumination. Partial illumination was better for her than for them. She was reading intent, which didn't require seeing faces, and they were reading positional cues, which required clear sight. Ling Shuang moved toward the 2 heading for Peng Liahu. This was not the obvious move. The obvious move was to address the threat to herself. But the heaven-splitting doctrine's core calculation ran fast. Peng Liahu's value to the mission was irreplaceable, and she was Crimson Edge fighting Void Fracture, which meant she could not protect herself and the evidence, and Peng Liahu simultaneously. The jade slip was already in her inner pocket, sealed. She could protect the evidence simply by not dying. Peng Liahu could not protect himself from 2 mid-Crimson Edge cultivators without her help. She cut between the 2 men heading for Peng Liahu with the heaven-splitting doctrine's intent fracture at full deployment, reading their attack commitments before they had fully formed and disrupting the coordination between them by placing herself in the interval that required them to adjust. The flower dust in the air moved around her as she moved through it, which was not tactical advantage, but was a visual disruption she used. They were tracking the dust disturbance, and she was tracking their intent, and intent was faster than visual tracking. One of them adjusted too slowly. She was inside his reach before his defensive position updated, and the exchange ended with him on the mill floor with the particular finality of joint locks applied at the correct angle. No sound. The dust settled on the space where the fight had been. The second was better. He adapted. The fight was harder. 8 exchanges before she created the opening she needed, and during those 8 exchanges Shui Yinping was 15 meters away, doing something she didn't have eyes on. She held that awareness as a background signal, the location of the most dangerous person in the room, even without direct attention, and managed the 2 things simultaneously the way the doctrine had trained her to manage multiple intent threads without interference. She finished the 2nd escort member and turned. Shui Yinping had not moved toward her. She had moved toward Peng Liahu, directly, personally, bypassing the tactical setup entirely. She was standing in front of him with her blade drawn, the spatial cut aura of her void fracture cultivation visible as a faint shimmer in the air around the weapon's edge. The aura was remarkable at close range, not just a rank indicator, but a living demonstration of what void fracture rank actually meant in combat terms, the ability to cut through the space before the opponent arrived in it. "Give me the testimony package," she said to him. Her voice was completely calm. "The jade slip is gone. She has it. But you have something else on you. Ren Suying's documents, or a copy." She looked at him with the focused attention of someone reading a person they've studied. "He told you to carry a secondary copy. You've always been that kind of operator." Peng Liahu looked at Shui Yinping. His expression was very still, the operational stillness of someone who had been in high-stakes situations enough times that they stopped reacting to the situation and started managing it. "I don't have a secondary copy," he said. "You have something. You wouldn't arrive at this meeting without redundancy." Her blade was steady. "You were Shun Deyu's primary enforcer. I've watched you work for 3 years. You don't go to meetings without backup plans." "Everything I have," Peng Liahu said, looking past Shui Yinping at Ling Shuang, "is in her pocket. I gave it all to her. There's nothing here." His voice had the flat certainty of someone who was not performing their conviction. "I came to this meeting to complete a transfer. It's complete. I'm done with the old role." Shui Yinping read him. Her expression did something. Not quite believing, not quite dismissing. Then it shifted into the decision face. She had concluded that attacking Peng Liahu further was a lower value use of this confrontation than achieving a different objective. She turned to Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang moved. Not toward Shui Yinping, toward the mill's flooded lower-level access, which she had identified during the first 10 seconds of the fight as the exit option that was not covered. It was covered now by one of the remaining escort members, but one was manageable. "Peng Liahu," she said, moving. Lower level. Now, he was already moving. He had read the same geometry she had. The escort member at the lower level access had a 3-second window to respond to 2 simultaneous threats approaching from different angles. He was a competent Crimson Edge practitioner, and he chose the correct response, addressing the closer threat first, which was Pang Liahu, while reading Ling Shuang's approach in his peripheral attention. What he had not accounted for was that Pang Liahu, at Void Fracture rank, was himself the most dangerous fighter in this part of the room at that moment. Pang Liahu engaged the escort member with the compact efficiency of someone who had spent 30 years as an operative and retained every technical skill, even as the person operating those skills had become someone he was no longer comfortable with. The lower level access was clear. They went through it. The flooded lower level was cold, January water, ankle deep, the winter chill that lived in stone basements. They moved through it without stopping, pushing toward the emergency exit on the north side that Ling Shuang had noted during her entry planning. Reaching it as the sounds of combat overhead indicated that Yin Chengfeng had engaged from the exterior. She registered this without being distracted by it. He was managing his situation. She was managing hers. They both knew the extraction protocol. They emerged into the winter night in the Old River District, both of them wet to the knee, the evidence secure, Pang Liahu at her shoulder. He pressed something into her hand in the flooded level as they went. She didn't look down until they were outside. A sealed jade slip, smaller than the first one, flat and cold. Evidence cache, he said. His voice was quiet and unhurried. The voice of a man who had made a decision and was executing it with complete commitment. Don't open it yet. When you do, trust no one near you who hasn't bled for your cause. She closed her hand around it. Why? She asked. Why help us? You've been Alliance for 30 years. I was Alliance, he said. He looked forward, not at her, the way people looked at the road ahead when they were done looking at where they had been. For 30 years. And then I was afraid. And then I was ashamed of the afraid. And then the shame was all I had left of the person I was before. He paused. Your father trusted me with his life. I'm trying to be worth something to that trust, even this late. Yin Chengfeng materialized from the dark at the street's north end. He looked at both of them, the wet clothes, the secure evidence cases, the slip in Ling Shuang's hand, Pang Liahu alive and present, and assessed the situation with the efficiency of someone who had been running the same assessment process for over a year. His expression said several things about Pang Liahu's presence at his side that he was choosing not to say aloud. He was making that choice deliberately, and she read the deliberateness of it as its own kind of statement. The mill, she asked. Contained, Yin Chengfeng said. Shui Yinping's remaining escort are handling the situation above. I don't think she intended casualties in that building. A pause. She intended to take what she came for and leave. She didn't get it. The mill was behind them. The jade slip was in Ling Shuang's pocket. The tribunal was ahead. For one moment. Walking through the winter dark of the Old River District, cold from the knee down, the evidence complete and secure, she let herself feel the weight of how much had been built toward this moment. Not relief. Not celebration. Just the specific quality of arriving at something after a long approach. The recognition that the approach was finished and the next thing was now in front of you. Then she set it aside and kept moving. Chapter 38. Void Fracture Breakthrough. The safe house they reached was a property belonging to the Frost Anvil Brotherhood, activated through the Passage Guarantee, located in a district that sat outside the Alliance's patrol concentration. It was cold and sparse and entirely adequate. Ling Shuang did not sleep that night. Not because she was guarding or planning, but because of what her body was doing. The internal process of a cultivation architecture responding to extreme stress in the way it was designed to respond. The mill fight had been the most emotionally loaded combat she had been under in 14 months. Not the most technically demanding, but the most concentrated in terms of what it had required of her will. The situation with Pang Liahu, the jade slip in her hand, Shui Yinping standing between them with a void fracture blade drawn, the flooded lower level and the cold, and the extraction with everything intact. All of it had created a sustained intensity at the highest edge of what her cultivation architecture could process while the event was occurring. The accumulated experience had not processed in real time. It was processing now. The sword spirit was fully awake. She could feel it before she opened her eyes. The quality of presence in the blade, vivid and alert and distinctly oriented toward her. The character of something that had been gathering material for months and had just received the trigger that made the accumulation coherent. She had learned to read the spirit states with increasing accuracy since she had begun the ordinary conversation practice. Dormant resonance, semi-conscious warmth, alert presence. This state was none of those previous categories. This state was intent. She sat up in the dark with the sword across her lap. The room was quiet, Shujin asleep at the far wall. Yin Shengfeng on watch outside. Pang Liahu in a separate room. Shui Mingzhu's steady breathing from the corner where she had fallen asleep at the documentation table. The spirit lamp at its lowest setting, just enough light to see the blade's surface. The sword lifted from her lap. Not a dramatic rise, a gradual movement. The blade orienting itself vertically, the spirit's presence becoming externally visible for the first time in weeks. The shape that appeared was the combinant form she had seen before, her father and herself simultaneously, the translucent presence of two-way cultivators existing in one vessel. But it was more coherent now, more present. The form had eyes this time, which it hadn't fully possessed before, and the eyes were looking at her with the clarity of something that had decided to be clear. She heard nothing. The spirit did not speak, but it showed her something. Not a memory this time. A threshold, the ceiling between her current rank and the void fracture realm, rendered as a perceptual experience rather than a concept. Present, real, recognizable in the way a door was recognizable when you had spent months being unable to see it, and then someone opened it. And on the other side, not a different space, not a higher realm, but the same space differently understood. The gap between objects revealed as an active terrain. The negative space of the world made into something she could act in. The spirit walked her through it. Not metaphorically. In the cultivation space that both she and the spirit occupied simultaneously, it guided her to the threshold and showed her the mechanism. The door did not require force. It required the specific kind of perception she had been building since the first spatial gap transmission. The ability to see the space where nothing yet was, and to act in that space before the nothing became something. She cut the threshold. The breakthrough was not violent. It was the feeling of a lock releasing, clean, mechanical, the satisfaction of something designed to open at exactly this kind of pressure finding the pressure it had been designed for. Her cultivation architecture reorganized. The void fracture spatial awareness settled into her intent channels with the same thoroughness as a rank advancement, because it was one. She opened her eyes. The sword was floating at eye level, the spirit visible, oriented toward her with the particular attention of something that had done what it came to do and was satisfied with the doing of it. I know, she said very quietly. The spirit's form conveyed something, not words, but the impression of completion. Then it subsided back into the blade with the gentle definitiveness of a task concluded. The sword settled into her hand. Yin Shengfeng, who had come in from outside during the breakthrough without her hearing him, which said something about the depth of the cultivation state she had been in, was standing at the doorway. He had not interrupted. He was simply present, the way he was present when it mattered, quietly, without demand. She looked at him. Void fracture, she said. He looked at her for a long moment, reading her, the way he read things he needed to be certain about before responding. The spirit, he said. Yes. She looked at the blade in her hand, the spirit quiet now in the metal. It's been growing toward this since the reforging. The accumulation, all the months since the valley, the forge, the Crimson Edge breakthrough, every significant cultivation event, and every significant combat. It needed this much material to manage the transition safely. She paused, and it needed the right trigger. The mill was the right trigger. What did the mill give it that previous events didn't? She thought about this seriously. The combination, she said. Pang Liahu, my father's betrayer, my father's trusted friend, both at the same time. The choice I made to help him escape rather than protect myself. The jade slip in my hand, which is the last piece of what my father spent his life building. She looked at the blade. The spirit has been accumulating the full emotional range of this mission. The mill was the night when all of those ranges were present simultaneously at maximum intensity. She paused. It used what it had. He came into the room properly and sat on the floor nearby. The particular configuration of two people who were aware of each other in a way that no longer required constant acknowledgement, just required the ongoing fact of presence. How does it feel, he asked. She considered this carefully. Like the difference between reading a map and standing in the place the map describes, she said. The spatial perception isn't just combat knowledge. It's a way of being in space that's different from before. She looked at her hands. I can feel where you're sitting without looking at you. Not your cultivation signature, your presence. The gap you occupy in the room. That's a void fracture application, he said. Yes. She looked at him. It includes the gap between two people who are closer than they were. He said nothing, but the quality of the silence had something in it. The quality of something acknowledged without requiring immediate response. Outside, before dawn, the cold of the winter night was present and the tribunal was no longer a distant objective. It was the next thing. She was facing it as someone who had started at Jade Core and had arrived at Void Fracture by surviving everything the path had provided, and by receiving the guidance of a sword spirit that her father had spent his life building toward exactly this moment. He would have said, "The rank is not the goal. The rank is evidence that the goal was being pursued correctly." She thought he was right. Chapter 39, The Jade Slip. Pang Liahu spent the morning in the safe house's secondary room with the specific quality of someone who had made an irreversible decision and was sitting with the reality of it, not regretting it, but not yet fully certain of all its consequences. She gave him the morning and opened the jade slip at midday, at the main table, with Cui Mingzhu and Yin Chengfeng present. The seal required her cultivation signature. She had not expected this, but when she pressed her palm to the slip's activation surface, it read her intent and released. Pang Liahu had keyed it to the Wei bloodline, or to something sufficiently close that her void fracture intent satisfied it. She did not ask him how he had managed this. The explanation could wait. What mattered was that the mechanism worked. The slip's contents unfolded in 3 separate recordings. The first was the shortest, a private meeting between Shun Diyu and 2 senior Alliance administrative officials, recorded in a conference room she did not recognize. The room was furnished in the Alliance's official style, formal, expensive, the decor of institutional power. Shun Diyu was discussing the forgery of Wei Kongshan's signature on the founding amendment. He referred to it as the correction and spoke about its implementation in the past tense. It had already happened. The administrative officials asked what protections existed against discovery. Shun Diyu said, with the confidence of someone who had thought through the question at length and arrived at a satisfying answer. A conviction on a treason charge establishes the precedent. Once Wei Kongshan is formally convicted, challenging the underlying documentation requires challenging the legitimacy of the tribunal that convicted him. No one is going to do that. He was wrong about that. Yin Chengfeng was reading with her. She felt him register the recording's conclusion without looking at him, the slight shift in his breathing that indicated something had landed. The second recording was the one that stopped Ling Shuang's breathing for a moment. Shun Diyu and Pang Liahu, alone in a room she recognized from Pang Liahu's testimony descriptions, a private meeting chamber in the Alliance's administrative complex. Pang Liahu's voice was the voice of someone in the first period of what they were being asked to do, still trying to negotiate, to find a version of the situation that was less absolute. He said, "He's my sworn brother. There must be another way." Shun Diyu said, "There isn't. His bloodline technique is the only thing that could challenge the amended structure in a credible way. The technique and the bloodline must both be removed." Pang Liahu said, "His daughter," and the sentence did not finish. Shun Diyu said, "Eventually. The priority is the technique." She listened to this and understood something about her father's death that she had not understood before. Not the mechanics of it, which she had always known, but the specificity of the threat. Shun Diyu had not moved against Wei Kongshan because he feared him politically. He had moved against him because he feared the heaven-splitting doctrine, the technique that was capable of breaking will before flesh, capable of reaching Saint Realm. The only rank that could challenge Shun Diyu's authority had been the actual target. Her father had been the obstacle between Shun Diyu and the removal of that technique from the world, and Ling Shuang was now the person who had carried it forward. She set the slip down for a moment. The reaction was present, and she did not pretend otherwise. She let it be there, cold and large, and she held it the way the third scroll had taught her to hold things that were large, not suppressed, not indulged, but present and acknowledged and then directed. "The girl too, eventually," she said quietly, not distressed, stating the fact. "Yes," Yin Chengfeng said. He was looking at her. "He planned to remove me as well, when the timing was right." She looked at the slip. "My father knew this. He knew, and he built every safeguard he could build while he still had time to build them." She picked the slip back up. "He gave me a 14-month head start." The third recording was the most comprehensive, a full meeting of Shun Diyu's inner circle, 6 individuals including Pang Liahu, covering the conspiracy's long-term structure and the contingency plans. The meeting addressed the coercion of Pang Liahu's family as a security investment, the fabrication strategy that Ling Baohui had been retained to manage, and Shun Diyu's own risk assessment. At the meeting's end, a voice she didn't recognize asked, "What about the Academy Archivist?" "Cui Mingzhu," Shun Diyu said. "She's old and she's nobody. She doesn't have the standing to make anything she holds matter." A pause. "Watch her, but don't act unless she becomes an active problem." He had miscalculated Cui Mingzhu completely. Cui Mingzhu, who was present at the table and had heard herself being dismissed, set down the brush she had been using to make notes with exact equanimity. 30 years of archival work, she said. Invested in being the kind of person that powerful men don't need to bother eliminating. She looked at the slip. It worked. He missed everyone my father trusted who wasn't important enough to count, Ling Shuang said. She thought about this for a moment. The full inventory of who had helped her, the pattern of who her father had invested in over his lifetime. The Frost Anvil Brotherhood, the Scholars Consortium, Cui Mingzhu, Ren Suying, Yin Xingfeng, through the letter he had left for a rogue practitioner 6 months before his arrest. Every person and institution he had treated fairly without requiring return had become part of a network that had not been built for this moment, but had been ready for it. She went to Pang Liahu's room. He looked up when she entered. She sat across from him and looked at him directly. The recordings are complete, she said. Everything you described. Yes, he said. His voice. His own words. His own seal registered on the slip's metadata. She paused. When we present this at the tribunal, his defense team will claim it's fabricated. They will, he confirmed. They'll say I created it to deflect from my own exposure. My testimony has that vulnerability. I'm a party to the conspiracy, so everything I provide is susceptible to that challenge. That's why we need you to testify as a primary witness rather than just a document provider, she said. The slip is evidence. Your testimony is the context that makes it unassailable. She held his gaze. Are you ready to do that? He looked at her for a long time. I've been carrying this for 3 years, he said. I've been waiting for the moment when the weight could go somewhere that mattered. A pause. I'm ready. Good, she said. She stood. 2 weeks until the tribunal filing deadline. We prepare your testimony with Cui Mingzhu. The same precision work she did with Ren Suying. Every detail, every cross-reference, every documented connection between what you witnessed and what the tribunal will hear from other sources. She paused at the door. You slept? No. Sleep today, she said. The work starts tomorrow. She left him with the recordings still in the air between them, Shindeyu's voice and his own younger voice, from 3 years ago when he had still been trying to find the way that did not require him to become what he became. He had not found it then. He was finding it now, one specific act at a time. Chapter 40, Freeing Pang Liahu's Family. The facility was a converted estate 6 li outside the capital's eastern boundary, a private property that appeared, on any official record, to be a retirement residence for an Alliance-affiliated scholar who had died 4 years ago. The property's listed use had been converted to its current purpose with the administrative quiet that required someone at the right level of the Alliance's structure to manage the paperwork, and that person had managed it thoroughly enough that 3 years of subsequent record-keeping showed no discrepancy. Pang Liahu provided the floor plan from memory. He had been required to visit the facility monthly, to confirm the arrangement was operational, to see his wife and daughter at the regulated intervals that were long enough to establish their survival, but short enough to preclude meaningful conversation about alternatives. He had been memorizing the floor plan since the first visit, because it was the kind of person he was. Operational, exact, preparing for eventualities even when he could not yet see the path to acting on what he was preparing for. The floor plan was detailed and accurate. He had revised it mentally at each visit, and the latest version incorporated every security update the facility had made in the past 18 months. The ward seals are oriented inward, he said, at the planning session 2 days before the operation. He was drawing the layout from memory, floor by floor, room by room, the placement of every security feature and every personnel position he had observed. They were designed to prevent departure, not intrusion. The exterior security assumes no one wants in, only that the residents want out. That's the operational window, Yin Xingfeng said. He was reading the floor plan with the tactical focus that he brought to physical problems. An installation designed to prevent escape has its defenses oriented the wrong way for an extraction. The inward wards create an internal monitoring system that's blind to approach. The 2 overseers are the problem, Shuzhen said. She was reading the same plan from the other side of the table. If they escalate before we secure the departure, they can trigger a network alert that reaches the capital inside 5 minutes. We handle the overseers first, Ling Shuang said. She had been at Void Fracture for 3 days now, and the spatial awareness was integrated into her tactical calculations as a full capability rather than a new skill. I can manage both. The spatial perception allows me to read their exact positions through the ward gaps before I enter the building. I can move inside the response window before either has time to trigger the alert. Both sequentially? Yin Xingfeng asked. Sequential, but fast enough that the second has no time to respond to the first. She traced the floor plan. Entry through the north garden wall. The ward seal there has a directional gap. The overseers are in the central building. That's the first objective. She looked at Shuzhen and Yin Chengfeng. 7 guards, you 2. 7 between 2 is feasible, Shuzhen said, assessing rather than objecting. The east wing has 3, the west wing 2, the gate pair is last. Gate pair is the escalation risk, Yin Chengfeng confirmed. The east 3 and west 2 first, then the gate pair together. He looked at Shujin. Can you hold the gate pair while I clear the west wing? Yes, she said. Pang Liahu had been quiet during the planning. He looked at Ling Shuang. I want to come. She had known he would. She had been thinking about whether to allow it, not because she doubted his commitment, but because his presence complicated every operational variable. You know the interior, she said. I know which room. I know the route. I know how long they've been there, and what the routine is that my wife will have established to protect herself and my daughter. He held her gaze. I've been planning this extraction for 2 years in my head. I know things about their current state that aren't in any floor plan. Come, she said. The operation began at the second hour past midnight. The 7 guards were handled in order, as planned. Ling Shuang went through the north garden wall gap with the void fracture spatial cut precision, reading the overseer's exact positions through the ward gaps before entering the building. The first overseer was at his desk, his back to the door, administrative routine at the lowest vigilance hour of the night. The second was 2/3 through his patrol circuit, which gave her a specific window. Sequential. Fast. Both incapacitated before the second could process the sound of the first. Pang Liahu went directly to the residential wing. He knew which corridor, which door. Ling Shuang stayed at the intersection of the residential wing and the central building corridor, monitoring both directions. What happened in the reunion was not hers to witness. She heard it, a woman's voice, low and controlled, asking something. Pang Liahu's voice answering, quieter than she had heard it in any other context, the register of a man speaking to people he had not allowed himself to believe he would see again. A child's voice, a name said with the specific cadence of recognition rather than greeting. The name was his daughter's. She focused on the building's approaches and let the reunion happen without her in it. They emerged 7 minutes later. Pang Liahu's wife came out first, a woman in her 40s, composed with the specific composure of someone who had been living under extreme duress long enough that composure had become the baseline. She moved with the purposeful economy of someone who had been rehearsing this exact movement for years and had every detail memorized. She looked at Ling Shuang before she looked at anything else. Are you Wei Kongshan's daughter? She asked. Yes, Ling Shuang said. The woman looked at her for a moment. A full assessment, rapid and thorough, of the kind that came from someone who had spent 3 years making careful evaluations of everyone they encountered. My husband said you might come, she said. He said if anyone came, it would be you. He said your father trained you for exactly this. She paused. He told me about your father. About what was done to him. About what his husband did. I know, Ling Shuang said. There will be time for the full account after we're clear. We need to move now. They moved. Shujin had the gate pair neutralized and the gate standing open. The road east was clear. But at the gate, Pang Liahu's wife stopped. She turned and looked at Ling Shuang with the expression of someone who had thought carefully about this specific moment and had a specific thing to say in it. Not impulsively, not emotionally, but with the precision of someone who had organized this statement in their head over a long time. He's going to testify, she said. I know what that means legally. I know there will be consequences for him even with the correct tribunal verdict. He's been operating under duress, but he has still been operating as an alliance enforcer, and those actions carry their own accounting. She held Ling Shuang's gaze. I need to know he'll survive it. Not free of consequence. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking that he be treated according to the law rather than according to Shun Diyu's preferences, which are not the same thing. Ling Shuang reached into the iron chest. Wei Kongshan's seal. She set the impression of it, stamped on paper, witnessed, dated, in the woman's hand. Wei Kongshan's seal, she said. Wei Ling Shuang's name is guarantor. Your husband will be treated according to the law. I will ensure it personally. She held the woman's gaze. I give you the same guarantee I gave him. The woman looked at the paper. Then she looked at Ling Shuang with the expression of someone completing an assessment that had been running since the moment they met. Your father raised you well, she said. I know, Ling Shuang said. I had a good example. Pang Liahu, standing behind his wife during this exchange with his daughter's hand in his, had the most undefended expression she had ever seen on his face. She did not address it. He didn't need anything said. They left the facility together, the gate closing behind them, the road east opening into the dark, 2 weeks to the tribunal filing deadline, and everything they needed to complete it, assembled and moving in the same direction. Chapter 41. Pang Liahu's full testimony. The testimony preparation took 12 days. Not 12 days of simple recording. 12 days of the most comprehensive evidentiary work Cui Mingzhu had ever produced, which was a high bar given that the standard she had already set with Ren Suing's testimony had been exceptional by any measure. The difference between the two testimonies was not quality, but architecture. Ren Suing had been a witness to a single event, providing direct account with the precision of someone who had been reliving the memory for 10 years. Pang Liahu had been embedded in the conspiracy's implementation for 3 years, and his knowledge was not the knowledge of a witness, but of an operator. He knew the forgery implementation chain from origination to completion. The first 3 days were the most difficult, not because Pang Liahu was reluctant, but because the material was genuinely complex and required Cui Mingzhu's methodical organization to render it into a tribunal-admissible structure. Every claim needed a corresponding document or a named secondary witness who could corroborate it independently. Every date needed to be verified against the existing timeline. Every name Pang Liahu provided needed to be cross-referenced against the evidentiary package's other sources. By day 4, the architecture was established and the work became more focused. He walked them through the forgery implementation chain. The initial instruction from Shun Diyu, the specific scribe who had executed the forgery under coerced commission. The administrative pathway the amended document had traveled through the Alliance's verification system. The 3 officials who had signed off on the amendment's official filing under varying degrees of coercion and complicity. 11 individuals, Yin Qingfeng said, on the 5th day, reviewing the list they had assembled. You're naming 11 individuals directly involved in the forgery chain. Yes, Pang Liahu said. He was seated at the table with Cui Mingzhu, speaking in the measured pace the recording process required. 3 were full participants. They understood what they were doing and chose it. 5 were coerced. They were threatened with consequences they could not absorb and made what they understood to be the only possible choice. 3 were paid, straightforwardly, for specific acts, with full awareness of what they were participating in. He looked at Cui Mingzhu. The coerced individual's situation should be handled carefully. They were victims of the same mechanism I was. Their names are necessary for the chain of custody evidence, but I would ask that the tribunal consider their circumstances. Your advocacy will be part of the record, Cui Mingzhu said. She made a note without changing her documentation pace. It will matter. Ling Shuang watched this exchange from the edge of the table. She was thinking about what it meant to watch a person who had spent 3 years being the instrument of the wrong side become someone who advocated, carefully and precisely, for the people who had been trapped alongside him. Not redemption as a single dramatic act. Redemption as a series of specific choices, one after another, each one oriented toward the kind of person he was trying to become rather than the kind he had been. The 11 individuals, the forgery chain, the implementation architecture, and beyond all of it, the location of Shun Diyu's private documentation vault. On the 7th day, he said, he has physical records. The room became very quiet. Not just jade slips, he continued. Paper records, in his own handwriting, stored in a private vault in his primary residence. The vault contains the original forged amendment with his fingerprint seal in the unauthorized position, the position that proves authorship rather than approval, exactly as your father documented in the 6th page. That physical document is the hardest piece of evidence to fabricate around. Everything else can theoretically be challenged on authenticity grounds. Physical paper with his own seal, in the position that cannot be explained by anything other than direct authorship, that is not challengeable. You know the vault's location, Ling Shuang said. I know the residence. I've been there. The vault is in the study on the 2nd floor, behind a cultivation art piece on the east wall. The ward seal is his personal signature array. It opens to his cultivation signature and to the signatures of 3 designated emergency access points. He paused. I am one of those 3. The room understood what this meant. You have emergency access to his private vault, Ling Shuang said. Yes. His voice was completely steady. I have had it for 8 years. It was granted as part of my enforcer authorization, in case I needed to access his records in an emergency situation where he was unavailable. He trusted me with this access because I was his primary enforcer and because he believed I would never use it against him. A pause. He was right about the belief. He was wrong about the permanence. And you're willing to use it, she said. I'm telling you about it, he said. That's my answer. The 12th day, the testimony was complete, organized, authenticated, and packed for tribunal submission. Cui Mingzhu sealed the final document case and looked at the assembled material on the table, the most comprehensive private evidence package she had ever assembled, representing 3 years of a conspiracy's architecture documented in the full detail of someone who had been inside it. She stood for a moment, looking at it. This is sufficient, she said. She said it with the certainty of someone who had spent a professional lifetime in evidentiary work and knew precisely what that word meant. More than sufficient. This is a case that cannot be dismantled at a properly constituted tribunal. But then Pang Liahu raised one final point. Shun Diyu had a contingency plan for exactly this scenario, the tribunal going against him in the evidence phase. The Alliance's original charter contained an emergency military clause allowing the Grand Arbiter to declare an emergency suspension of tribunal proceedings based on imminent structural threat to the Alliance. Under that clause, the tribunal could be dissolved by force, the proceedings suspended indefinitely, and the evidence package impounded pending an Alliance-controlled review. He told me about it explicitly, for months ago, Pang Liu said. He said, if the tribunal reaches a conclusion I cannot accept through legal means, I will end it before the conclusion can be reached. The emergency clause exists for exactly this purpose. He looked at Ling Shuang. He has been holding this in reserve for the case where the legal defense fails. The room was quiet for a moment. Then we need to move faster than his ability to invoke the clause, she said. If the evidence is presented and authenticated in the open chamber before he can trigger the emergency procedure, the authentication array, Pang Liu said. He was already there. I know who controls the tribunal's evidence authentication array. I've worked alongside him for 6 years. He looked at her with the expression of someone delivering the final piece of a long-prepared plan. He hates Shendayu. He's been documenting Alliance overreach in his own private records for years. He just never had a reason that mattered enough to act. He does now, Ling Shuang thought. He has won now. Chapter 42, Shui Yinping's true agenda 2 days before the tribunal filing deadline. Yin Xingfeng received a communication from Shui Yinping that did not come through the channel she had been using for their group contacts. It came to him specifically, through a merchant connection that had been established before any of the current events, a channel Shui Yinping had clearly been maintaining as a separate intelligence line on Yin Xingfeng independent of her relationship with Ling Shuang. The communication was personal and direct and requested a private meeting without Ling Shuang present. He went. He came back. He said nothing. He put the communication in his robe and reviewed the tribunal filing timeline for the remainder of the afternoon with the focused attention of someone managing a decision rather than avoiding one. She could read it in the way he occupied the room, the particular quality of a person who was carrying something and had not yet decided how to carry it. His movements had the slightly extra care that came from someone attending to the surface of what they were doing more deliberately than usual, because the surface was covering something they had not yet dealt with. She had watched Yin Chengfeng for long enough to read these states reliably. She gave him the afternoon. She spent it working with the sword spirit, the ordinary conversation sessions that had become as much a part of her daily practice as the formal cultivation exercises. The spirit was more consistently present now. The communication practice had established a channel that didn't require significant events to open. She described the tribunal preparations to it in low detail. The testimony packages, the array operator contact, the contingency planning, the specific 2-minute window they needed the next morning. The spirit listened in the way it listened, present, engaged. The warmth of something paying attention to something it understood was important. She also described the court chamber as she had walked through it during the pre-session access period. The layout, the gallery positions, the authentication array's physical placement near the north wall. The sight lines. She did this not because the spirit needed tactical information, but because the practice of describing things out loud helped her own thinking, and the spirit's engaged presence made the description feel like genuine communication rather than rehearsal. 2 minutes, she said to the blade. Everything we've built toward. 2 minutes of display time, and it's on the permanent record. The spirit's resonance was warm and steady. I know, she said. Me too. Shuzhen appeared in the doorway at the 3rd hour. She looked at Ling Shuang talking to the sword with the equanimity of someone who had adjusted to this particular habit months ago. Cui Mingzhu needs you for the final pre-submission check, she said. The last 3 authentications. 5 minutes, Ling Shuang said. 5 minutes, Shuzhen confirmed and left. At midday the following day, after the filing was complete and the tribunal opening was confirmed, she sat across from Yin Xingfeng at the preparation table and looked at him directly. He looked back. She wants to challenge Shen Diyu personally, he said. Ling Shuang waited. Not just testify against him at the tribunal. She has a second plan running parallel to the proceedings. If Shen Diyu is stripped of his Grand Arbiter position by the verdict, Alliance law allows a cultivator wronged by a former arbiter to issue a personal combat challenge under the cultivation law provisions. Under those provisions, a Saint Realm cultivator can resolve the challenge through personal combat rather than the standard legal process. He was looking at the table rather than at her. She intends to kill him. Personally, in a formal challenge. Not through legal mechanism, but through combat resolution. She's not Saint Realm, Ling Shuang said. She intends to reach Saint Realm before the tribunal concludes. She believes the heaven-splitting doctrine's advanced scrolls give her a path to that rank in the available time frame that the standard curriculum doesn't. He paused. She didn't approach you with this plan because she expected you to refuse. She approached me because she thought I might find the outcome, Shindu dead rather than legally constrained, worth the cost of giving her the scrolls. He was still looking at the table. She was partly right about me. The silence between them was very specific in its quality. He had held this for an evening and a morning. 12 hours. I sat with it, he said, before she could speak. I thought about whether she had a point. Whether the tribunal's verdict, if it produces a mitigated outcome, imprisonment, political marginalization, a lesser consequence than his crime, whether her plan produces a more complete answer. He looked up. I was tempted by the logic, not by helping her give the scrolls, by the outcome she described. He paused. And then I realized that sitting with it for 12 hours instead of telling you immediately was the actual problem, not whether the question was worth considering, the choice to hold it from you. He held her gaze with the specificity of someone who had decided to be exact about their own failure. You should have known the moment I read the communication. I didn't tell you. That's a failure. She let this sit in the room for a moment. The cold fury was present, and she did not manage it away. It would have been dishonest to manage it, and dishonesty between them was now a category of failure she did not have room for in this mission or in this relationship. The fury was real. The understanding that he had told her voluntarily, before she had any way of finding out independently, was also real. Both of those things could be true simultaneously. You withheld information that affected my ability to respond in real time, she said. That's not a small thing. No, he said. It isn't. We've been building this together. Every piece, every decision about how to pursue it, together. The case, the witnesses, the evidence, every choice about method, together. She paused. If you start making unilateral decisions about what I have access to, even temporarily, even with the best intentions, I know what it breaks, he said. He did not try to explain it away or qualify it. He let the failure be the failure without management. I'm telling you now because it's the right thing to do and because I don't want this between us. She looked at him for a long moment. This cannot happen again, she said. It won't, he said. She believed him. The intent reading was unambiguous. The room was quiet for a moment. This was the first significant rupture between them that had been caused by a choice rather than circumstances, and both of them understood that. The repair would take time, not the formal agreement, which had been made, but the restoration of the complete ease that had existed before this. That ease could not be declared back into existence. It would need to be rebuilt through successive choices over successive days. She did not say this. He knew it. I'm going to Shui Yinping tonight, she said. Alone. He looked at her. Do you want me to? No, she said. This is mine to handle. She stood. I'll be back in 2 hours. If the timing requires it, we can work on the tribunal preparation tonight. I'll have it ready, he said. She went out. He sat at the table for a moment after she left. Then he began organizing the tribunal materials, the work that needed to be done regardless of how the conversation with Shui Yinping went, because the work was the one constant that didn't change based on everything else. Chapter 43. The confrontation between allies. She found Shui Yinping still in the tea house, having tea with the equanimity of someone who had anticipated this follow-up and was comfortable with the timeline she had set in motion. Ling Shuang sat across from her without preamble. You told him, Shui Yinping said. He told me, Ling Shuang said. Which is the relevant distinction? Shui Yinping looked at her with the calculating assessment face, but the calculation had shifted from its usual configuration. It was no longer the assessment of someone managing a strategic position from a position of information advantage. It was the assessment of someone who had made an operational error and was recalibrating in real time. You're angry, she said. Yes, Ling Shuang said. 2 reasons. First, you used a private channel to approach someone I work with, deliberately bypassing me, to negotiate something I would refuse. That's manipulation. I don't accept that from partners. She held Shui Yinping's gaze with the full weight of void fracture intent behind it. Not combat deployment, but clarity with substance behind it. Second, you've been pursuing the scrolls through multiple approaches since the first conversation, each one more indirect than the last. The first approach was direct. When I refused, you attached it to testimony terms. When I refused those, you went around me to Yin Qingfeng with a plan to give him the outcome he wanted and use his agreement to override my refusal. She looked at her directly. You understood from the beginning that I would refuse, and you were looking for approaches that made my refusal irrelevant. That's not negotiation. That's the kind of circumvention that ends relationships. I had no relationship with you to end, Shui Yinping said. We had a transaction. You had a transaction that required my willing participation, Ling Shuang said. You were trying to maneuver around my will by working through someone I trust. That's not the same as a transaction. It's the elimination of the other party's agency in a transaction they were supposed to be a full participant in. Shui Yinping was quiet for a moment. The silence had the quality of someone working through a position they had not expected to find themselves in. She had managed information and people with precision for years, and this was the first time that precision had produced a result she had not foreseen. Your refusals were consistent enough that I concluded I needed a different approach vector, she said. Yin Shengfeng was the obvious choice. He's more pragmatic about outcomes than you are. He was, Ling Shuang said. Which is exactly why you chose him. And he told me immediately. She paused. I don't believe you anticipated that. A brief hesitation. No, Shui Yinping admitted. I didn't. Because you're used to working with people who manage information as a currency rather than sharing it as a default, Ling Shuang said. That model tells you that everyone withholds. So you built your plan assuming he would at least hold it long enough for you to complete the approach. She looked at her steadily. It's not how we work. Shui Yinping was quiet for a moment. The performance layer in her expression had retreated a degree further than Ling Shuang had seen it retreat in any previous conversation. The scrolls are permanently closed to you, Ling Shuang said. That was true at the first refusal, and it's more true now. I won't revisit it. She paused. But I need something from you that is separate from the testimony. Shui Yinping waited. Commit to the tribunal completion without any parallel action that could compromise the case's credibility. No Saint Realm pursuit through any method adjacent to the doctrine or any method that could be connected to our arrangement. No combat challenge preparation during the tribunal proceedings. Nothing that the Alliance's legal team could use to characterize our witnesses as having collateral agendas. She held Shui Yinping's gaze. Complete the testimony and complete it cleanly. That's a significant constraint, Shui Yinping said. Yes, Ling Shuang said. And after the tribunal? After the tribunal, find your own path. The same as I told you before. I mean it now the same way I meant it then. She paused. My father reached Saint Realm without the benefit of anyone else's doctrine. He found what he needed through his own genuine practice, over 30 years, by being entirely committed to a purpose that was larger than his personal advancement. You're a more capable practitioner than you're currently demonstrating. You're looking for shortcuts because you've decided the standard path isn't adequate. Maybe it isn't. But the shortcut through my father's work isn't available to you. And trying to find alternate routes to it is going to keep pulling you toward approaches that compromise everything you touch. Shui Yinping looked at her for a long time. The expression moved, not softened, because she was not a person who softened, but sharpened. The sharpening of something being properly honed. Agreed, she said. Direct, without performance. The testimony, and nothing else until the tribunal concludes. She picked up her tea. You're going to win the tribunal, she said. The conversational tone had returned, but it was a different kind of conversational. Not the managed tone of someone performing ease, but the direct tone of someone who had decided to be honest about their assessment. The case is overwhelming. I've been present at enough legal proceedings to recognize when the evidence phase has already concluded a case. This is that case. She looked at Ling Shuang over the cup. What I'm uncertain about is what happens to Shun Deyu after. Legal proceedings against someone of his standing take years. He will have resources and connections that protect him from the worst consequences. The political bloc around him will fracture when the verdict comes, but it won't dissolve. I know, Ling Shuang said. And you're all right with that outcome. I'm fighting for what can be won through legitimate means, Ling Shuang said. Whatever falls outside those means, I leave for other processes and other people. She paused. That's not resignation. It's the limitation of the approach I chose. I chose it deliberately. Shui Yinping set down the tea. Something in her expression had the quality of encountering a position she found herself respecting against the original direction of her calculation. All right, she said. I'll be at the tribunal. She added one more thing before Ling Shuang rose. The intelligence about Iron Veil. Heaven render rank. Moving toward their region. No conviction, no sword spirit, technical excellence without foundation. He's exactly the opponent the doctrine was built for, she said. I offer this because it's the last useful thing I can do before the tribunal, and because I want the proceedings to reach their conclusion unimpeded. She paused. And because I owe you something for the indirect approach through Yin Shengfeng. This is a clean way to square that debt. Ling Shuang accepted the information. She walked back to the safe house through the winter cold, thinking about Iron Veil, about the tribunal, about the quality of certainty that had been growing in her since the void fracture breakthrough. Not the certainty of someone who knew they would win. The certainty of someone who understood exactly what they were doing and exactly why. That was enough. Chapter 44. Shui Yinping defects 3 days after the tea house conversation. Shui Yinping was gone from the area. Not fled. Not in the way that indicated panic or abandonment. Gone in the way of someone who had made a clean strategic reassessment and was implementing it with the efficiency she brought to all of her decisions. She left a written communication addressed to both of them. delivered through Yin Qingfeng's merchant contact with the same private channel she had used before. 3 days after the tea house conversation, Shui Yinping was gone from the area without announcement. Not fled, not in the way that indicated panic or abandonment. Gone in the way of someone who had made a clean strategic reassessment and implemented it with the efficiency she brought to all of her decisions. She left a written communication addressed to both of them, delivered through Yin Qingfeng's merchant contact. Ling Shuang read it at the morning table, Yin Qingfeng reading alongside her. The communication was brief and characteristically direct. The calculation has changed. Shindiyu's political bloc has begun fracturing in anticipation of the tribunal filing. 3 senior alliance officials have already begun formal distancing from his position, which means the internal support structure he has relied on for 15 years is no longer solid. In a fracturing structure, Saint Realm advancement is less valuable than securing position in the post-Shin alliance. I am better served by positioning myself in the restructuring that follows the verdict than by pursuing a cultivation breakthrough that requires more time than the political window allows. My testimony stands. I will appear at the tribunal. The agreement is unchanged. Additionally, a hired operative named Ironveil, Heaven Render rank, has been commissioned by Shundiyu to deal with you before the tribunal convenes. He has no sword spirit and no conviction behind his cultivation. The doctrine was built for exactly this opponent. I offer this information freely, as the last act of our arrangement before the tribunal opens, and because I keep my debts clean. Yin Qingfeng read the last line twice. He was quiet for a moment. She recalculated the entire strategy in 3 days and arrived somewhere more stable than where she was before, he said. Yes, Ling Shuang said. She recognized that the Saint Realm advancement timeline, which she had been treating as the primary strategic goal, was now a liability rather than an asset, too slow for the political window that was opening. She recalibrated toward the faster available gain. She set the communication down. It's consistent with how she operates. Self-interest, clearly identified, pursued through the most efficient available path. And she kept the testimony agreement, he said. And she provided the Iron Veil intelligence as promised, and she acknowledged the debt from the indirect approach. Ling Shuang looked at the communication. She's not an ally. She was never going to be an ally in the full sense. But she's a person whose interests currently align with the tribunal succeeding, and she's honest about that alignment. That makes her more predictable than someone claiming to be motivated by principle who isn't. She paused. I can work with predictable. The debt acknowledgement, Yin Qingfeng said, that she offered without being asked. It tells us something about how she operates, Ling Shuang said. She keeps her books balanced. Not from sentiment, from a practitioner's understanding that unacknowledged debts create unpredictable obligations. She closed the account cleanly. She looked at him. The whole conversation in the tea house told me more about her than the previous 3 meetings combined. When the performance layer came down, she was more direct than I expected. He was quiet for a moment. Did you expect to get as much from that conversation as you got? No, she said. I expected to end the manipulation attempt and clarify the terms. The rest, the honesty about the Saint Realm goal, the acknowledgement of the debt, the assessment of the tribunal case, that was more than I anticipated. She stood. It was useful. Shujin came in from the outer room. She had been in the corridor. She made no pretense of having been anywhere else. Pang Liahu's testimony preparation is complete. Chui Mingzhu finished the final authentication passes this morning. She looked at Ling Shuang. The filing package is ready. Then we file today, Ling Shuang said. And the Heaven Render mercenary? Shujin asked. Ling Shuang looked at the intelligence about Iron Veil. Heaven Render rank. No conviction, no cause. Technical excellence built on a foundation of pure technique, without the emotional architecture that gave technique its weight. I'll handle him, she said. Shujin looked at her steadily, the look she used when she was making her own independent assessment of a statement rather than simply receiving it. The doctrine works against this opponent. It was a statement, not a question. The doctrine was designed for this opponent, Ling Shuang said. A Heaven Render practitioner with no conviction has everything the doctrine targets and nothing the doctrine can't reach. She paused. The rank gap is real. 2 full levels, faster baseline, stronger force output, more developed spatial cut capability. None of that changes what's behind the cultivation, which is nothing the doctrine can't oppose. She looked at her hands. I've spent 14 months building conviction. He spent his career building technique. When those meet, the doctrine is specific about what happens. The doctrine has been right about everything else it said, Shujin said. She said it with the flat certainty of someone who had been watching the doctrine's principles prove themselves one by one over a long period and had arrived at a clear assessment of their reliability. Then handle him, she said. It was the tone she used when she had made her determination, and it was positive. Yen Xingfeng looked at the communication one final time. She'll be at the tribunal, he said. She'll be there, Ling Xuan confirmed. Her interests require it, and she keeps her commitments when her interests require them. She looked at both of them. We file today. We prepare for Iron Veil. We go to the tribunal. She left to find Cui Mingzhu. The filing process itself took most of the morning. The formal submission of every authenticated document, every sealed testimony, every chain of custody record, with the tribunals receiving secretary verifying each piece against the official checklist under the Scholars Consortium's witness authorization. Cui Mingzhu managed this with the precision she brought to everything, catching one discrepancy in a date notation on the compact violation analysis and correcting it before submission with the calm of someone for whom this kind of error was expected and manageable. Is there anything else? The receiving secretary asked when the last item was signed off. No, Cui Mingzhu said. That is everything. The secretary sealed the submission record. The tribunal filing was complete. Cui Mingzhu stood looking at the sealed record for a moment. 3 years of preparation, 10 years of waiting before that, and now a sealed packet of documents in the hands of an official receiving secretary at the inter-sect tribunal. He would be grateful, she said quietly. It was addressed to no one specifically, maybe to Ling Xuan, maybe to the documents themselves. He would say this is what was supposed to happen, Ling Xuan said. He wouldn't be grateful. He would be specific. He always was. Cui Mingzhu looked at her. Then she almost smiled, the dry, small smile that reached her eyes. Yes, she said. He would. Behind them, Shuzhen looked at Yen Xingfeng. He looked back. She's ready, Shuzhen said. She's been ready, he said. She knows it now. Shuzhen looked at him for a moment, the assessing look. Don't make her carry your decisions again. He held her eyes. I know, he said. Good, she said. She went to help with the last of the filing paperwork. Chapter 45. The hired sword Iron Veil arrived in their vicinity on the 5th day after Shui Yinping's communication, which was 3 days earlier than the conservative estimate and 1 day faster than the aggressive one. Yen Xingfeng's outer perimeter contact registered a single practitioner of exceptional rank moving north on the river road, traveling alone, purposeful, at the pace of someone with a specific destination in mind rather than a general direction of travel. The contact's assessment, Heaven Render rank. The particular cultivation pressure that practitioners of that level generated at range, the kind of pressure that a trained observer registered as physical weight in the ambient air rather than simple spiritual detection, was distinct, unmistakable. Alone, Ling Xuan said. Mercenaries at his caliber typically work alone, Yen Xingfeng said. The commission structure makes team sharing impractical at that level. The fee required for Heaven Render capability doesn't leave room for sharing, and the capability itself makes a team redundant. He's been doing this long enough to be entirely confident in the solitary approach. He paused. The confidence is real. He's not overestimating himself. He's not overestimating himself conventionally, Ling Xuan said. 2 ranks above me. Technically superior across every combat metric. No weaknesses in the standard force application categories. She looked at the 4th scroll on the table, which she had been rereading before the contact's report arrived. But the doctrine's counter isn't a force application. It's an intent application. What he's missing isn't strength, it's what strength is for. Tell me what you're planning, Yen Xingfeng said. He sat across from her at the table. This was not a question about operational details. It was the question of someone who needed to understand what she was walking into. She explained it carefully, because it was important to be precise. The heaven-splitting doctrine's fundamental application against void cultivation opponents was different from its standard intent fracture deployment. Against a practitioner whose cultivation was built on conviction, grief, love, drive, purpose, the intent fracture met real resistance, because real conviction produced real weight in return. This was why the doctrine was harder to apply against someone like herself, where the intent was genuine. Both the attacking intent and the defending intent had substance, and the exchange was real. Against a mercenary whose cultivation had been built purely on technical excellence, with no emotional foundation, no cause, no loss, no drive except the next commission, the intent fracture found nothing. Not a weak resistance, but genuine void. And the doctrine, which had been designed precisely for this, sending full will into the space behind an opponent's strikes and finding nothing there to oppose it. The technique did not depend on matching the opponent's power. It depended on the opponent having something that could be matched. If Iron Veil had nothing behind his technique, the technique had no defense against what she was going to bring. He either falters, she said, or he doesn't. If the doctrine reads him correctly, the encounter is winnable without matching his rank. If I've misunderstood something fundamental about how void cultivation responds to intent fracture, I need you to have extraction positioned. Extraction is ready regardless, he said. She looked at him. I'm not wrong about this. I know, he said, but extraction is still ready. She looked at him for a moment longer. He was doing the thing he did when he was managing his own concern about something, carrying it visibly, but not making it her burden. It was one of the things she had come to understand about him over 14 months. He felt things fully and managed them carefully, which was different from suppressing them. The management was a form of respect. He was not asking her to carry his worry about her, but she could see it. If the doctrine is correct about void cultivation, she said, the fight is winnable. If I've fundamentally misread Iron Veil's internal state, the doctrine's application will be limited, but his technical advantage is 2 ranks, and 2 ranks doesn't end everything at void fracture level. I've been cut before and kept going. She paused. The scenario where this goes badly is narrow. The scenario where it goes correctly is the doctrine working as designed. I know, he said. Say it anyway, she said. He looked at her. You're going to win, he said. The doctrine was built for this. You've been training for this opponent for months without knowing it. You're ready. She nodded once. Good. Then we plan. They selected a location. Cleared farmland south of the market town, open, flat, clean sight lines in every direction. Iron Veil was a professional. She could not offer him a site that read as a setup. The open field was simply fairground, and fairground was what she needed. She sent a communication through the waystation's message board. A time. A location. 1 line. I know what you are. I know what you're not. Come at dawn. She spent the remaining day and the morning before the fight in the training room working the intent density. Not learning new technique. She had the technique. Consolidating what she had into the maximum weight the doctrine could carry. Her father's cultivation teaching had included this specifically. Before a significant undertaking, review not just the technique, but the reason for the technique. Because the reason was the foundation the technique rested on, and a foundation that was unclear produced technique that was inconsistent at moments of greatest pressure. Her reason was clear. It had been clear since the execution square. It had only gotten clearer through everything the path had provided since then. She worked through it methodically, not rehearsing the fight, organizing the weight. Her father's execution, the way his head had bowed, and she had not looked away because she had understood instinctively that looking away was a small betrayal. The locked iron chest, and the name inscribed in his hand. The ash-thorn forest, and the first scroll. The valley and the sword's resonance against her spine. Yin Shengfeng saying his master's name in the firelight. Cui Mingzhu's library burning while she kept walking. Ren Suiying's window opening in the pre-dawn dark. Pang Liehu's face in the flooded lower level of the mill, pressing the slip into her hand and saying it was everything he had. The sword spirit was present through the preparation session, more consistently awake than it had been at any previous point. It seemed to understand what was coming, or to respond to her preparation in the way it had learned to respond to her heightened states, with its own kind of heightened engagement. You know him already, she said to the blade, at the end of the preparation. You've been absorbing everything I've been building for 14 months. When I send it tomorrow, you'll carry it. The resonance was warm and certain. She was fighting for the record of what her father was. Not his survival, that was already settled in the worst possible way. For the true account, the one that would replace the false account on the announcement board, in the official records, in the understanding of every person who had been told the lie and accepted it because they had no access to the truth. That reason was enough to carry everything else. Iron Veil came at dawn. Chapter 46. Iron Veil. He arrived exactly at dawn, which was the kind of professional precision that communicated something before a word was spoken. He kept his commitments. He was not rushed. He operated at the pace he chose. He walked onto the cleared farmland from the south road with the ease of someone for whom appearing at a designated combat site was an ordinary event in a career that had produced many such mornings. He was tall, in his 40s, dressed in the plain traveling clothes of someone who did not use rank insignia or sect markings. The blade at his hip was remarkable at 15 meters. She could read its quality through its cultivation signature, the kind of sword that had been worked with and maintained for decades until the cultivator and the blade had achieved the particular alignment of long partnership. He had not built a sword spirit. She could read the absence clearly at her void fracture level, but the technical partnership between his cultivation and his blade was as developed as anything she had encountered. He looked at her. She looked at him. You're younger than I expected, he said. His voice was neutral, the informational tone of someone making an observation, not a judgment. You're older than I expected, she said, for someone still doing this. The work suits me, he said. She looked at him with the intent reader's full attention, not building tactical assessment. not preparing to fight, but genuinely curious about what she would find in the space behind his words. She had read hundreds of practitioners by now. She had read people who were afraid, and people who were committed, and people who had no investment in the outcome they were moving toward, and people who had so much investment it was consuming them. She read Iron Veil. There was almost nothing there. Not emptiness in the sense of weakness. His technique was genuine. His confidence was earned. The 40 years of professional sword work were present in every way he occupied the space around him. But the intent behind all of it was thin. A transaction. He had been commissioned. He had arrived. He was going to execute. The will behind the blade was the will of someone performing a task with high professional standards. That was all. What do you believe in? She asked. He looked at her with the slight recalibration of someone encountering an unexpected question. I don't follow that. What drives the cultivation? She said. When you pick up that blade, what do you pick it up for? The commission, he said. Whatever the commission specifies. Yes, she said. I know. She drew her blade. That's what this is going to be about. He drew. Professional, clean, the kind of drawn blade that was in position before the movement was fully completed. He came at her. The first attack was everything the intelligence had suggested. Fast, precisely executed, the technical form of someone who had done this particular combination so many times that it operated below the level of conscious choice. At Heaven Render rank, the baseline power was 2 full levels above her. The spatial cutting aura his blade carried was larger and more developed than her own void fracture spatial awareness. She could feel the difference as a physical pressure differential, the gap between their ranks expressed as the air around his blade being more dangerous than the air around hers. She did not try to match the power. She read the intent. There was almost nothing there. The exchanges developed over 4 minutes. He was technically superior in every conventional metric: faster response time, stronger force generation, wider effective range from his spatial cut capability. She absorbed 2 cuts in that period. A graze on the left arm from an angle she had not fully anticipated, and a longer cut on her right side where a defensive gap had opened for one exchange. Neither deep. Both noted and set aside as information rather than injury. What she was doing in those 4 minutes was building the picture, reading the exact architecture of what wasn't behind his cultivation. Every exchange confirmed it. Exceptional technique, no foundation. The will behind the blade was the will of a professional executing a commission, and that was not a will that could resist what she was going to bring to the 5th exchange. The 5th exchange, she stopped. Not defensively, not from injury. She planted her feet in the cleared farmland, took the full weight of her intent, 14 months of it, the full inventory of what this mission had cost and built and recovered and grieved, and put it into the space between them. Not an attack, a presence. His blade was mid-arc. The arc completed and she moved past it, not into the follow-up position but into the still space beside it, and looked at him. His blade lowered. Not from her force. Not from injury. He was looking at the space between them where her intent had been sitting, which his cultivated technique had no mechanism for engaging with, because his cultivated technique had been built without the component that would have been required to meet it. The exchange lasted 3 seconds. Then he looked at her. A full look, not the professional assessment he had been using through the fight, but something that was almost curiosity. Your father taught that technique, he said. His voice was the same neutral informational tone, but the information it was carrying was different. I fought 100 cultivators. I've felt every kind of sword intent that exists: grief intent, rage intent, honor intent, ambition intent. He looked at the space between them. I've never felt sword intent that heavy. She looked at him. He built the technique for someone exactly like you, she said. It was not cruel. It was accurate. A practitioner with exceptional capability and nothing behind it. He said, the only kind of intent that can't be opposed is the kind that has no equivalent in the opponent. She paused. You've spent 40 years becoming technically excellent. He spent 30 years becoming something the technique could serve. Iron Veil looked at his blade, then at her. Then he set the blade on the ground. I don't fight lost causes, he said. And I don't fight things that fall outside my commission specifications. He picked the blade back up and sheathed it, the deliberate motion of someone concluding an engagement. The commission specified elimination before the tribunal. I'm not going to be the person in the record who tried and failed to eliminate the last way cultivator before the tribunal overturned her father's conviction. He looked at her. That's not a story I'm willing to carry. He walked away. She watched him go across the cleared farmland, south, toward the road, the particular walk of a man who had made a private decision and was implementing it with the same professional directness he brought to everything else. Yen Qingfeng appeared at the field's edge, where he had been positioned since before dawn. He looked at the retreating figure. He looked at the cut on her left arm and the one along her right side. He looked at her face. "The arm first," he said, producing the field kit. "The right side is worse," she said. "The arm first," he said again, with the calm of someone who had been making this particular assessment for a long time and trusted his own evaluation of which injury needed attention in which order. She let him work. The tribunal was in 4 days. Chapter 47. The tribunal convenes. The intersect tribunal convened on the 15th day of the first month in the Great Hall of the Neutral Ground Compound, a structure built for exactly this purpose, large enough to hold the representatives of all major sects and institutions simultaneously, neutral in governance. With the particular architectural weight of a building that had been used for significant things over a long history and showed that use in the solidity of its construction. The attendance was extraordinary. Ling Shuang had known to expect a full chamber. Yin Xingfeng had briefed her on the political momentum that had been building toward this proceeding for weeks. The Scholars Consortium's endorsement, the burning of Broken Cloud, Pang Liahu's defection, the public intelligence filtering through various channels about the nature of the evidence. All of it had combined to make this tribunal into something that every significant institution in the region felt obligated to witness. But knowing and seeing were different. 7 independent sect representatives, their banners visible above the senior gallery. 3 provincial governors, seated in the political witness section with the careful expressions of people who had arrived with positions already formed and were waiting for events to confirm them. The Scholars Consortium's formal delegation, headed by Hong Yanbei, positioned in the institutional witness area with the full visible weight of their administrative authority. Ren Suiying, in the independent witness gallery, she had traveled from the capital against everyone's advice, arrived 2 days early, and had been sitting in the same chair every morning since, as if establishing an occupancy claim that no one would be able to contest. She was small and frail and entirely present. The Frost Anvil Brotherhood's representative in the public gallery, a young man she didn't know personally, clearly sent by Gong Rui's. He gave her a short nod when she entered. She returned it. 23 journalists from regional publications. The alliance contingent assembled behind Shindeyu, the careful organization of people trying to project a solidarity that was no longer fully coherent. She could read the uncertainty in the way several members' attention moved when new arrivals entered, checking faces, reading the room, performing the assessment that insecure alliances performed. 3 of the alliance's own senior officials, the ones Shui Yinping had noted as beginning formal distancing from Shundeyu's position, were in the chamber but seated in positions that were slightly offset from the main alliance block. The offset was small. It was not small. And Shundeyu himself. He was older than the announcement board portrait. The portrait had been modified toward imposing, and the person was something more complicated, intelligent, contained, the kind of individual who had operated at the highest level of institutional power for so long that authority had become ambient rather than performed. He occupied his designated position with the stillness of someone who had arrived at this event, having made all the decisions available to him, and was now managing the consequences of those decisions. He looked at her exactly once, when she entered. The assessment was brief and complete. She saw him register her, incorporate the information, decide how to proceed. Then he looked forward. The tribunal's chief arbiter was a man she didn't recognize, recommended by the Scholars Consortium as neutral and approved by all parties. He opened proceedings at the second hour, reading the case's procedural history in the formal language of tribunal convention, establishing the official record for everything that would follow. Ling Shuang presented first. She had prepared for this over 3 weeks with Chui Mingzhu, not as performance, but as precise documentation, presented in the order that built the evidentiary case most clearly. She spoke in the even, documented manner the formal proceeding required. Each piece of evidence in sequence, each element connected to the next through the chain of custody, the record building its own weight. The forged amendment. The 6th page. The authenticated copies. The scholar's compact violation analysis. Chui Mingzhu's testimony, delivered from the institutional witness position, under archival oath, with the precision of someone who had been preparing this specific account for 3 years. Ren Suiying's testimony. And at this point, Ren Suiying rose from her gallery seat and gave her direct verbal confirmation to the chief arbiter, in her own voice, with the clarity of someone who had been preparing this statement for 10 years and was not going to shorten it for anyone's comfort. The Jade Slip recordings. Pang Liahu's full account. The physical document from Shundeyu's vault, retrieved under documented emergency access authorization, bearing Shundeyu's fingerprint seal in the position that proved authorship. 6 hours of formal proceedings. The Alliance legal team contested each element as it was presented. Each contestation was met with the cross-reference documentation that Chui Mingzhu had organized for exactly this purpose. The chief arbiter managed the exchange with the attentive neutrality of someone who was doing their job carefully. The authentication array operator, contacted by Pang Liahu the previous night, given the reason that had finally mattered enough for him to act, had the Jade Slip recordings queued and authenticated before the morning session opened. When Ling Shuang formally requested entry of the recordings as authenticated evidence, the Alliance's procedural objection came as expected. The chief arbiter, under full public witness pressure from a chamber packed with institutions and journalists, invoked the public display clause that Ling Shuang had specifically prepared for. The array activated. Shen Deyu's voice filled the chamber. His own words about ordering the forgery. His own words about the coercion of Pang Liahu's family as a security investment. His own words about Wei Kongshan's Saint Realm cultivation being the real reason for his removal. His own words, recorded in his own meeting, about extinguishing the Wei bloodline eventually. The chamber was very still for several seconds after the recording began. Then it was not still. During the recess in the late afternoon, as the hall cleared for the procedural break, Shen Deyu approached her in the corridor outside the main chamber entrance. He was alone. He had dismissed his legal team and his 2 escort cultivators. He walked toward her with the controlled pace of someone who had concluded that institutional mechanisms were exhausted and the personal intervention was the last remaining option. He stood in front of her in the corridor and looked at her with the expression of someone who had very few remaining options and was using one of them. "I know what you have," he said. Very quiet. "You should know what I have." He held up a jade slip. "Your companion's contact in the garrison. He was mine first," he said. He looked at her with the expression of someone delivering information they believed was decisive. "Every move you've made since Broken Cloud, I've known." The corridor was cold. Tribunal participants moved through the post-recess flow around them, creating the particular dynamic of a private conversation in a public space, visible but not audible to others, which was itself a strategic choice on his part. She read him. Heaven render rank, decades of experience, institutional authority still technically in place. And underneath all of it, fear. The specific cold fear of someone who had built their entire position on a foundation that was visibly dissolving, and who could see, with the full intelligence of the person he was, exactly how much they were about to lose. He had been in control for 15 years. He had never been in a situation he could not manage through one mechanism or another. He was in one now. He was afraid. He gave her the terms of his offer. The slip contained images of her allies, the Brotherhood Elder, the Consortium Director, Ren Suiying, in her estate. Leverage. Withdrawal. Exile. Everyone's safety guaranteed. Maintain the proceedings, and the leverage would be used. Until the morning session to decide, he said. He walked back toward the hall. Ling Shuang stood in the corridor. Not afraid. Not uncertain. With the clarity of someone who had read a situation and found it exactly as they had anticipated, the final move of a man who had run out of good options and was making the last available bad one. Then she went to find Yin Qingfeng. Chapter 48. Arc 4 Cliffhanger. The trap. She found him already aware, standing in the corridor outside the witness's preparation room with the expression of someone who had received information from his own contacts that had prepared him for what she was about to say. He had been making his own inquiries during the recess. Shen Dayu approached you, he said. The garrison contact, she said. He's been compromised. He claims to have known every move we've made since Broken Cloud. Yin Qingfeng's expression was flat in the specific way of someone managing their response to information they had already partially processed and were not yet done with. The specific channel I set up for the capital infiltration. I used it through a connection I trusted. The connection was legitimate, but the contact they introduced me to on the other end had been turned before we ever used him. He looked at her. I should have verified the chain further back. Yes, she said. She was not managing his feelings about this. She was being accurate. What he has is real. The breach is real. She paused. What did he offer? She told him. The slip. The leverage. The images of the Brotherhood Elder, the Consortium Director, Ren Suiying, in her estate. Everyone who had helped them, documented. The offer. Withdraw, accept exile, everyone's safety guaranteed. He gave me until the morning session. Yin Qingfeng processed this. He looked at the preparation room door and then back at her. He's not going to use the leverage, he said. It was a conclusion, not a question. No, she said. He's not. Pang Liahu read him correctly months ago. Using it publicly converts passive supporters into active enemies and costs him more than it costs us. He can threaten the Brotherhood Elder, but if he acts on that threat, Gong Rui's has no reason to remain neutral. He gains an enemy he didn't have. The same logic applies to each person in that slip. She paused. The offer is a bluff. But the garrison contact is real and the breach is real, and we need to understand exactly what he has and what he doesn't before the morning session. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know. I know, she said. She believed it completely. Everyone in the preparation room. They went in. The group assembled. Cui Mingzhu with her documentation organized as it always was. The habit of 3 years of careful preparation, present even in this moment of changed circumstances. Pang Liahu seated in the back with the focused stillness of an intelligence operative running analysis on a situation they understood from the inside. Shuzhen at the door position with her short blade loose and her face doing the assessment she always did when someone told her there was a threat. Ling Shuang laid out the situation completely and without softening. The garrison contact, the leverage, the offer, the deadline. When she finished, Pang Liahu spoke first. His leverage is real in its contents, he said. He's had intelligence on your support network for months, probably since before you left the capital the second time. The images he has, the Brotherhood Elder, the Consortium Director, Ren Suing and the estate. Those are real vulnerabilities, real people who have exposed themselves to Alliance displeasure by helping you. He looked at Ling Shuang. But using that leverage now, after the authentication array has already played his voice in the chamber, requires him to act in a way that confirms exactly what the recordings said. He would be retaliating for testimony about criminal behavior by committing additional criminal behavior. The tribunal's independent witnesses, the journalists, they're all still in this building. He can't act on the leverage without making the case against himself worse, Cui Mingzhu said, completing the logic. That's why he offered withdrawal rather than simply acting. He needs you to remove yourself voluntarily. If you stay and he uses the leverage, the retaliation itself becomes new evidence in the proceeding. And if she withdraws, Yin Qingfeng said, the authenticated evidence is already in the official tribunal record. A withdrawal doesn't remove what has been entered into the record. It delays a verdict. Nothing more. The silence in the room had the quality of multiple people arriving at the same conclusion and pausing to confirm that everyone had arrived. He's trapped, Shuzhen said. He was trapped before he made the offer. He was trapped when the array played his recordings in a full chamber. The offer is the last action available to someone who ran out of options several hours ago. The emergency military clause, Ling Shuang said. If he can't bluff his way to a withdrawal, and if the verdict goes against him, he'll invoke the Alliance's emergency charter provision to dissolve the proceeding by force before the verdict can be formalized. She looked at Pang Liahu, the array operator. I reached him last night, Pang Liahu said. He had the contained quality of someone reporting on a completed operation. We spoke for 2 hours. He's committed. He's been building toward this commitment for years, waiting for a reason that mattered enough to act on. He now has one. He paused. In the morning session, before the legal team can file the emergency clause invocation, he will activate the authentication array on the physical document, the original from the vault, bearing Shun Diyu's fingerprint seal in the authorship position. The authentication comparison against the Alliance's own registered seal database is automatic. 2 minutes of display time, and the authentication is on the official record. Irremovable. If Shun Diyu invokes the emergency clause after that, he's dissolving a proceeding that has already authenticated the evidence against him. 2 minutes, Yin Qingfeng said. 2 minutes, Ling Shuang confirmed. She looked at Pang Liahu. And in those 2 minutes, if his legal team moves against the array operator, the operator has already transferred a copy of the authentication to the consortium's independent archive, Pang Liahu said. The original array's record and the consortium's independent copy authenticate each other. Destroying one doesn't destroy the other. The room was quiet. She looked around the table. Cui Mingzhu, who had spent 3 years being the kind of person that powerful men didn't need to bother eliminating, which had been the most useful thing she had ever been. Pang Liahu, who had carried the wrong side's weight for 3 years and was now carrying the right sides with the full commitment of someone who had made a choice and would not reverse it. Shuzhen, who had been at her side since the execution square without once indicating that there was anywhere else she should be. Yin Qingfeng, who had followed the most interesting direction and was still here, having told her the truth when it cost him something to tell it. We go into the morning session, she said. We don't withdraw. We stay in position. We let the array operator do his work in the first available procedural window, and we don't give Shun Diyu the gap to invoke the emergency clause before the authentication completes. She paused. One morning. Everything we've built for 14 months, one morning. What do you need tonight? Yin Qingfeng asked. Everything thought through, she said. Every contingency, every possible move Shun Diyu has left, everything we should be ready for. She looked at him. We have one night. We have one night, he said. Then we use it. They worked. The night was cold and quiet outside the preparation room's stone walls, and inside it, for people and everything they had built prepared for the morning. Chapter 49. One night, they worked through the night. Not in panic. In the specific, focused manner of people who had been preparing for this particular situation for a long time and were now in it, with all the preparation available to them, and one night to ensure it was complete. The preparation room was lit by spirit lamps at full brightness. The table covered in the organized materials that Shui Mingzhu's filing discipline had produced, the official submission receipt, the cross-reference index, the authenticated copies in their sealed cases. The first hour was problem analysis. Shun Dayu's leverage, real in its contents, limited in its usability. Pang Liahu had been correct in his assessment. Using the leverage after the authentication array had played in the tribunal chamber would constitute retaliation for testimony, which would itself be a tribunal-admissible act confirming the conspiracy's ongoing nature. The leverage was a bluff, but it was a bluff with real teeth if they made a wrong move. He has images of the Brotherhood Elder, the consortium director, and Ren Suing, Ling Shuang said. She was working through the leverage elements one by one. 3 of our most visible supporters. If he moves against any of them before the morning session, he won't, Pang Liu said. Moving against them before the verdict makes him the aggressor in an active proceeding. The independent sect representatives and the provincial governors are all in this building overnight. If he acts against consortium witnesses while they're present in the neutral ground compound, he's committing an act of institutional warfare in front of every political observer in the region. He paused. Shindiyu has been doing this for 15 years. He doesn't make that mistake. After the verdict? Yin Qingfeng asked. After the verdict, he'll be dealing with his own criminal exposure. Moving against anyone who testified against him will compound his case further. Pang Liahu looked at the table. The leverage expires with the verdict. He knows this. The offer he made Ling Shuang was the only window he had to use it, and she didn't take it. Then the emergency military clause is the real risk, Ling Shuang said. Not the leverage, the clause. They worked through the clause for the next hour. The Alliance Charter's emergency provision required a formal declaration by the Grand Arbiter, a statement, in Shun Deyu's own name, invoking the structural threat provision. Under the Neutral Ground Compact, that declaration had to be filed with the tribunal's chief arbiter before it could take legal effect. The filing process required a physical document, delivered in person, which gave the receiving process a minimum timeline. How long does the filing take? Yin Qingfeng asked. Under normal procedure, 3 minutes minimum, Pang Liu said. The receiving secretary has to log the document, stamp the arrival time, and present it to the chief arbiter for acknowledgement. Those steps can't be skipped. They're in the Neutral Ground Compact's procedural requirements, which supersede any internal Alliance Charter provision. And the authentication array's display, Ling Shuang said. How long? 2 minutes for the fingerprint seal authentication to complete and register on the official record, Pang Liu confirmed. The array operator has the physical document queued. He will activate at the earliest procedural opportunity in the morning session, the evidence presentation phase, before the defense can introduce anything. 2 minutes versus 3 minutes, Shui Mingzhu said. She looked at the table. We have a 1-minute operational margin. If the array activates before Shun Dayu's legal team can begin the emergency filing, the authentication completes before the clause can take legal effect. 1 minute, Yin Qingfeng said. 1 minute is a significant margin in a formal proceeding, Shui Mingzhu said. Formal proceedings have natural pace. The legal team will need time to write the declaration, have Shun Dayu sign it, carry it to the receiving secretary. She looked at Ling Shuang. If the morning session opens normally and we're first in the evidence presentation queue, we will be, Ling Shuang said. We filed first. The evidence queue follows filing order. Then we go in the morning, Yin Qingfeng said. He had been running calculations simultaneously and had arrived at the same conclusion. We trust the array operator, we trust the procedure, and we move first. He looked at the table. The 1-minute margin exists. We use it. Shujin, who had been at the door position and listening, said, Is there anything Shun Dayu can do to extend his filing time or shorten our display time? Pang Liu thought about this. He could try to introduce a procedural challenge during the evidence presentation phase, which would pause the array's display pending arbiter ruling. What grounds? Shui Mingzhu asked. He would need to challenge the chain of custody of the physical document at exactly the right moment. Pang Liu paused. But the chain of custody is documented in 6 separate authenticated records, which are all part of the official filing. A challenge on those grounds would fail immediately, and failing a procedural challenge in an open chamber would itself look bad. He won't try it, Ling Shuang said. He'll let the display run. His only real option is the emergency clause, and we're ahead of him on the timeline. She looked around the table. What else? They worked through 2 more hours of contingencies. Every scenario they could identify, every possible move Shundeyu had remaining, every failure point in the plan. When they had finished, they had a complete picture. The picture showed one viable path for Shundeyu, the emergency clause, arriving 3 minutes after their 2-minute authentication window. One viable path for them, the array display, arriving 2 minutes before his 3-minute window. We're ahead, Pang Liu said. By 1 minute, we're ahead. 1 minute is enough, Ling Shuang said. At the 4th hour before dawn, she told everyone to rest. The contingency work was complete. What remained was the morning. She held the sword in the quiet of the preparation room after the others had settled into what rest was available. The spirit was present, warm, steady, the quality she had come to associate with certainty rather than simple presence. It had been awake through the planning session, registering the work the way it registered everything she did. She sat on the preparation room bench and let herself go through the full account quietly. 14 months since the execution platform. 14 months of running and building and learning and losing and continuing. She had started with a father's sword and a maidservant's blade and a conviction she had not yet fully earned, and she had arrived here. The night before the morning that would determine whether the 30 years Wei Kongshan had spent building something were going to survive their test or not. She thought about the test. The array operator had the physical document. Cui Mingzhu had filed the procedural confirmations. Pang Liu had run the emergency clause analysis 3 times from different angles. Yin Xingfeng had memorized the full submission package in case something happened to her. Every contingency they had been able to identify had been assigned a response. She had done everything that could be done before the morning. The morning would do the rest. She turned the sword in her hands, the restored blade, the live spirit, the work of Tai Wushan's 6 days, and her own 12-hour channeling, and her father's 30 years, all of it combined into the weight she was holding now. The spirit was awake and aware and oriented toward tomorrow with the same focused quality she was carrying. We've come a long way, she said to it. It was not what she had meant to say. It was the most accurate thing. The resonance confirmed, yes, a long way, and the distance had been exactly right. Tomorrow, she said to it. Everything comes together tomorrow. The resonance was warm and certain, and she let herself feel it. And beneath the warmth, something else. A readiness in the metal that had been building for 14 months, aimed at a single morning, waiting for what came next. Chapter 50. Before the session, the morning began at the 2nd hour before the session's scheduled opening. 2 tracks running simultaneously. Pang Liu working the array operator through a final contact confirmation. Ling Shuang working the tribunal's procedural landscape through a different set of channels. The procedural channels were Cui Mingzhu's domain. She had spent 30 years understanding the Scholar's Compact's interaction with tribunal procedures, and she deployed that understanding now with the precision of a practitioner who knew exactly which lever to pull and exactly how hard to pull it. She filed 3 formal procedural confirmations with the tribunal's administrative office, one establishing the evidence queue order, one confirming the Scholars Consortium's independent witness status for the morning session, and one formally notifying the chief arbiter of the Alliance's known contingency plan, which was a procedural step that preemptively placed the emergency clause invocation on the official record as an anticipated action rather than a surprise. If it's on the record as anticipated, she said, when Ling Shuang asked about it, the chief arbiter has been officially informed. He cannot claim surprise if it occurs. And a chief arbiter who cannot claim surprise will be more deliberate in his handling of it, which works in our favor. What's the risk he rules in Shundeyu's favor regardless? Ling Shuang asked. Cui Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. The chief arbiter is tribunal appointed, not alliance appointed. He serves the compact. He has presided over 11 major proceedings in 12 years and has not been successfully challenged on procedural grounds in any of them, which means either he is entirely competent or entirely captured, and the record suggests competent. She looked at her organized documentation. He read all of our submitted materials overnight. The procedural challenge this morning will fail not because he prefers us, but because the objection will have no ground to stand on. That's the difference, Ling Shuang said. Yes, Cui Mingzhu said. Your father understood this difference. It's why he filed with the compact before he was in trouble, when he could choose carefully, rather than after. He built the right institutional relationships in the right order. She sealed the final confirmation document. He prepared for this. We're completing it. Meanwhile, the 3rd track, Yin Shengfeng and Shuzhen moving the Brotherhood Elder, the consortium director's personal staff, and Ren Suing's traveling household into positions within the neutral ground compound's protected perimeter. Not fleeing, simply present in a location where alliance action against them would be a public event in front of every significant witness in the region rather than a private matter. The 3rd track required careful handling. The Brotherhood Elder was elderly and not a cultivator, which meant physical relocation required logistics that Yin Chengfeng solved by requisitioning a tribunal-assigned carrier with Pang Liahu's former alliance credentials. Credentials still technically valid pending the criminal proceeding. The consortium director's staff moved themselves without direction once Yin Chengfeng passed the message. Ren Suying's household was 3 people, her assistant, her traveling secretary, and herself. When Yin Chengfeng arrived to explain the situation, she had already begun packing. "I've been waiting for this morning for 10 years, she said. "No one is moving me away from it." "I'm not moving you away from it," Yin Chengfeng said. "I'm moving you one building closer, behind the compact's protection perimeter." He looked at her. Different thing. She looked at him for a moment. "You're the rogue cultivator she mentioned in her letters to the Brotherhood." "Letters?" he said. "She wrote to them twice," Ren Suying said. "Through channels the Alliance couldn't monitor. The first letter was about the reforging and what she needed. The second was about who was helping her." She resumed packing with the efficiency of someone who had moved quickly before. "She said you were someone worth trusting." Yin Chengfeng moved her household to the protected building without further conversation. Later, when Shuzhen heard this exchange relayed, she said, "Good. Now he knows, and she doesn't have to say it directly." This was Shuzhen's perspective on most things. Shuzhen reported back at the first hour before the session. "The Brotherhood Elder is in the consortium delegation's secondary waiting room," she said. His words when I told him why. He said Wei Kongshan helped them once, a long time ago, when they were even smaller than they are now. He said they always meant to repay it. She looked at Ling Shuang. He said, "Tell her we're here." Ling Shuang did not cry. It was a close thing. "Tell him thank you," she said. Shuzhen went. She came back with a message from Ren Suying. "I've been waiting for this morning for 10 years. I have my testimony on my person. If anything prevents me from entering the chamber, I will present it from the gallery doors." Shuzhen delivered this message with the specific neutrality of someone who had decided to stay out of the assessment process while clearly having formed her own opinion. Ling Shuang looked at her. "Your opinion?" Ling Shuang asked. "She is 80 and she walked up 2 flights of compound stairs without stopping," Shuzhen said. "My opinion is that she would present her testimony from the gallery doors, possibly also from the street." Pang Liahu returned from the array operator contact at the 40-minute mark before opening. His expression was the expression of an operation completed. "He's ready," he said. "The physical document is in the array. The authentication is configured. He will activate at the first procedural moment in the evidence presentation phase." "Does he need anything?" Ling Shuang asked. "I gave him Wei Kongshan's name," Pang Liahu said. "He knew it. He knew the case. He's known the case for 3 years. He just didn't have a reason that mattered enough to act." A pause. "He has one now." She looked at Pang Liahu for a moment. "Are you ready?" He met her gaze. He was carrying the specific weight of someone who had made the worst choices of their life under duress and was now on the other side of it, working out what came next one day at a time. The criminal proceedings were ahead. His family was free. Those 2 facts existed in parallel, and he was managing both. "Yes," he said. He said it simply. "For a long time I wasn't. I haven't been ready for anything in 3.5 years." A pause. "Today I am." Ling Shuang looked at the team assembled in the preparation room. Cui Mingzhu with her documentation organized, Shuzhen with her blade ready, and her eyes doing their perpetual assessment. Pang Liahu carrying the weight of his choices with the specific posture of someone who had accepted what those choices required of them. Yin Chengfeng at the map of the chamber with the focused attention of someone managing a complex operation and keeping every variable in view. "That's everyone," she said. They looked at her. "My father spent 30 years making sure the people around him were worth trusting," she said. "I've had 14 months. I got lucky." She paused. "I got lucky in ways he prepared for." She looked at the sword at her side. "Whatever happens in that chamber, thank you," Shuzhen said. "When this is over, someone is going to have to write down what happened. The actual account. So people know. Cui Mingzhu will write it," Ling Shuang said. She looked at the elder. "Will you?" "I've already started," Cui Mingzhu said. She held up a small bound document. "The preliminary draft. 14 months, from the road out of the capital to last night's contingency planning." She looked at Ling Shuang. The title page says, "Account of the Restoration of Wei Kongshan, assembled by Elder Cui Mingzhu, Archivist." Yin Chengfeng looked at the bound document and said nothing. His expression was the one she had learned to read as genuine surprise. Not frequent, for someone who managed his reactions as professionally as he did, but this had caught him before the management activated. He was worth knowing, Yin Chengfeng said finally. He said it quietly, to no one in particular. He meant it precisely. The chamber doors opened at the appointed hour. They walked in together, and somewhere ahead of them, in the display array's housing, The physical document waited with its fingerprint in the authorship position, ready to do what Wei Kongshan had prepared it to do 30 years ago. Chapter 51. The tribunal resumes. The morning session opened at the second hour. The chamber was fuller than it had been the previous day. Word had traveled through the night, and the audience had expanded by approximately 40 people in the public gallery, representatives from minor sects and trading organizations who had monitored the first day's proceedings through the journalists' dispatches and decided that the second day required their direct presence. The atmosphere in the room had a different quality from the formal, procedural tension of the first day. This was the quality of an audience that understood something significant was about to be concluded. Ling Shuang noted the room's composition as she took her place at the claimant's table. The independent sect representatives occupied the left gallery block, 6 delegations, all of whom had been observing with specific attention since the Jade Slip recordings played the previous afternoon. Their body language was the body language of people who had already made their assessments and were present to see them confirmed or corrected. Among them, she recognized the robes of the Eastern Passes Compact, the Stoneworkers Guild's observer, and the delegation from the Provincial Governors Collective, none of whom had any direct interest in the alliance, and all of whom had significant interest in whether the tribunal's process worked the way it was supposed to work. The right gallery block held the alliance contingent, reduced from yesterday. 14 individuals rather than 22, a reduction of 8. Not panic or defection, she assessed. The 8 who were absent had made the calculation that visible presence at today's session was politically costly and had sent junior representatives or no representatives at all. A block that was already managing its exposure. Ren Suing was in the public gallery, near the front, with the specific demeanor of someone for whom the physical discomfort of the venue was irrelevant. 23 journalists. 3 had come overnight from the capital, which meant the story had reached the capital's editorial offices, and the major broadsheets had decided this was worth direct coverage rather than second-hand dispatch. One of them had a jade capture array of a quality that would produce high-resolution documentation. The record would be thorough. Shin Dayu was in his position. He looked exactly as he had looked the previous afternoon, contained, managed, the surface of someone who had processed what had occurred and had determined how to proceed. His legal team was arranged with unusual density, for advocates rather than 2, with documentation visible on the table. He had spent the night preparing a response strategy. Ling Shuang recognized the preparation. It did not change anything. In the gallery, the Brotherhood elder was sitting with his hands folded and his attention fixed on the claimant's table. He was 83 years old and had traveled 4 days to attend this proceeding because Wei Kongshan had helped the Brotherhood when they needed it, and he had not yet had the opportunity to return what had been given. This morning was the opportunity. Ren Suing was in her seat with the expression of someone who had been carrying a piece of the truth for 10 years and had arrived at the place where it could finally be set down. The chief arbiter opened the session with the standard procedural notation, establishing the morning's agenda in the official record. Evidence presentation, continuation from the previous session. Her position in the queue was first. Ling Shuang breathed once. Everything she had built since the execution platform was converging on this procedural moment. The correct document in the correct array, operated by someone with the correct motivation, arriving in the correct window of a timeline she had measured down to the minute. 14 months. 41 individuals directly involved, 6 major institutions engaged, 1 reforged sword with an awakened spirit. All of it pointed at this. She rose. I formally request that the authenticated physical document, Wei Kongshan's original foundation amendment, bearing the respondent's fingerprint seal in the authorship position, submitted as Exhibit 14 in the official filing, be entered into the authenticated record through the tribunal's display array. Her voice was steady. It had not always been steady in the past 14 months. On the execution platform, watching her father walk to his death, it had not been steady at all. In Broken Cloud Academy, learning that her father had prepared the archive specifically for her to find, it had not been steady. In the forge, during the 12-hour channeling, the last 3 hours of which were pain she did not describe to anyone, it had not been steady. Here, in this chamber, it was completely steady. She had earned this steadiness. It was the final product of everything she had survived. The Alliance's lead advocate rose immediately. We object to the display of this document on the grounds of disputed chain of custody. The chain of custody is documented in 6 separate authenticated records, all forming part of the official filing submitted yesterday, the chief arbiter said. He had clearly reviewed the documentation during the overnight period. Your objection notes the dispute, but does not specify which element of the chain is in question. The advocate began to specify. Ling Shuang watched the preparation room door, where the array operator was stationed. She watched the clock. The The chief arbiter was engaged with the advocate's specification. This was the moment, before the ruling, before the objection was formally resolved, in the procedural space where the exhibit had been requested but not yet displayed. She had known this moment would come. Cui Mingzhu had identified it as the window. The array operator had the same identification. He had been watching the procedural flow since the session opened. The display array activated. The physical document appeared in the air above the evidence platform. The original paper, projected and enlarged, the fingerprint seal visible in the northeast corner of the amendment's final page, in the authorship position rather than the approval position. The Alliance Advocate specification stopped mid-sentence. The authentication process began automatically, the array comparing the displayed fingerprint against the Alliance's own registered seal database, the comparison lines appearing beside the projected document as the array processed the match. The response sequence was running. The display array has been activated, the chief arbiter said. He looked at the array's process indicators with the careful attention of someone noting an event for the official record. The exhibit is in display. Authentication process running. Shindeyu's lead advocate turned and nodded to someone at the table. A junior advocate rose and moved toward the door with a document in his hand. Ling Shuang noted this. The emergency clause filing. Beginning. The authentication continued. The comparison lines were running through the match sequence. The fingerprint against the database, the position notation being verified against the registered seal's approved use parameters, the overlay confirmation appearing in the array's display. 90 seconds. The junior advocate reached the door. The array operator's voice, from the control position. Authentication complete. Fingerprint match confirmed at 97% confidence. Authorship position notation confirmed. Result entered to official record. It was on the record. Permanent. Irremovable. 2 minutes and 4 seconds. The junior advocate was at the receiving secretary's desk. I'm sorry, the receiving secretary said, in the flat professional tone of an administrative official noting a procedural point. The authentication array has completed its process, and the result is now on the official tribunal record. An emergency clause filing in response to evidence that has already been officially authenticated does not meet the compact structural threat threshold. He looked at the document. This filing is procedurally ineligible. The junior advocate stood at the desk with the document in his hand. The chamber was quiet. Then it was not quiet. And in the noise of 200 people registering the same event simultaneously, the emergency filing document was still in the junior advocate's hand. Unacceptable, procedurally ineligible, the last available mechanism exhausted at the exact moment the authentication completed, and Shindeyu had one option remaining. The ancient clause that required a blade rather than a document, and the acceptance of the person he had spent 15 years trying to destroy. Chapter 52. The chamber breaks. The sound that filled the tribunal chamber was not the sound of celebration. It was the sound of a large space occupied by many different people all registering the same event simultaneously and responding according to their individual natures. The journalists moved first, pulling out their recording instruments, activating their jade capture arrays, beginning the documentation that would make the morning's events part of the public record by evening. 3 of them moved toward the junior advocate at the receiving secretary's desk with the professional focus of people who understood that this was the conclusion of a story they had been following since the newsblades ran Ling Baohui's fabrication. The independent sect representatives exchanged looks, not surprise, because the case had been building toward this conclusion in a way that intelligent observers had been able to read since the Jade Slip recordings played the previous afternoon. The looks were the looks of people confirming an assessment they had already made and considering what it required of their institutional positions going forward. The Alliance contingent was doing something more complicated. Several members had already begun physically repositioning themselves, not fleeing, but moving the small distance away from the main Alliance bloc that communicated, in the social language of institutional politics, that they were not to be included in whatever was coming next. Ling Shuang counted 6 individuals, with another 4 doing the more ambiguous repositioning that could be read either way. The block was not dissolving. It was fragmenting, visibly, in front of everyone in the chamber. She noted the fragmentation without surprise. The Alliance was not a monolith. It had never been a monolith. Shindeyu had been the gravitational center of a coalition of interests that had found his leadership useful, and those interests had not changed. What had changed was the assessment of whether his leadership was still useful. 6 had already concluded it was not. For we're calculating. 8 were still in the coalition, either from genuine loyalty or because they had not yet identified an alternative position. The calculation would continue for months. What was happening in this chamber was not the dissolution of the Sword Sect Alliance. It was the beginning of a restructuring that would take years. She had not come to dissolve the alliance. She had come to make the record accurate. Those were different projects, with different timelines. Shujin, standing 3 steps behind her in the claimants section, said very quietly, 6 confirmed, for soft. Better than we estimated. We estimated 4 confirmed, Ling Shuang said, equally quietly. The authentication display changed 2 of the soft ones, Shujin said. The visual of the fingerprint in the authorship position, projected large, is harder to explain away than a written description of a fingerprint in the authorship position. People respond to what they can see. A pause. Your father chose that document well. Ling Shuang thought about this. Her father had spent 30 years making decisions that produced results decades later. He had known, when he made the original document, that the authorship position of his fingerprint seal was different from the approval position. He had known, when he left that document in the archive's emergency preservation case, that the difference would matter when the document surfaced. He had known that visual authentication of a physical document carried a different weight than written testimony. He had built for the display as well as the content. She looked back at the chamber. The journalists were writing rapidly. The provincial governors, 3 of them, seated in the witness section, were conferring among themselves at low volume, which was not the behavior of people who were undecided about what they had just seen. The independent sect representatives had the contained attentiveness of experienced observers in the process of updating long-held assessments. She had one viable path left open to her now. Complete the evidentiary presentation, let the chamber reach the conclusion the authenticated record supported, and move to deliberation. The closing argument phase was ahead. She had prepared it with Cui Mingzhu's help and Pang Liahu's review. The emergency clause had been defeated by 60 seconds. The remaining options were legal and procedural, and running on a clock that was no longer in Shun Daiyu's favor. Shun Daiyu stood. He stood with the contained composure of someone who had been waiting for a moment they had known was coming and had prepared their response to it. He looked at the chief arbiter with the expression of someone invoking a legal right. I invoke the Alliance Emergency Charter provision, he said. On the grounds of imminent structural threat to the Sword Sect Alliance, I declare, I note for the record, the chief arbiter said, that the authentication of Exhibit 14 has been entered to the official record as of 2 minutes prior to this declaration. He looked at Shun Daiyu. Under the Neutral Ground Compact, an emergency clause declaration that follows evidence authentication by less than 5 minutes requires independent confirmation from a second alliance official at senior rank. Do you have that confirmation? Shun Daiyu looked at his legal team. The lead advocate was reviewing documents. The chief arbiter waited with the patience of someone who had managed contentious proceedings before and had learned that patience was itself a form of power. The confirmation did not materialize. The 6 alliance officials who had repositioned themselves away from the block were not going to provide it. The 4 who were ambiguous were watching, not committing. The remaining block members were not senior rank. The declaration is noted in the record without independent confirmation, the chief arbiter said. Under the compact's procedural requirements, an unconfirmed emergency declaration is suspended pending review by the tribunal's oversight panel. He looked at the chamber. The authentication result stands. The proceeding continues. Shun Daiyu sat. His expression had not changed. It was the expression of someone who had executed every option available to them and was now in the position of waiting for whatever came next. Not collapsed, managing. The management itself was a kind of dignity, Ling Shuang thought. She could disagree with everything the man had done and still observe that he carried the outcome with a self-possession that was entirely his own. The combat judgment clause, the Alliance's lead advocate said. He was on his feet. Under Alliance Charter, the Grand Arbiter has the right to request combat resolution when evidentiary proceedings produce. The combat judgment clause requires the Grand Arbiter's certification of good standing, the Chief Arbiter said. He was reading from the compact's reference document, which was open on his table. Given that the evidentiary proceedings have produced authenticated documentation of the Grand Arbiter's personal authorship of a fraudulent amendment, authentication now officially part of this tribunal's record, good standing certification cannot be self-issued. He set the document down. The request is rejected on procedural grounds. The Alliance advocate sat. The chamber had the quality of a space in which everyone present understood that the decisive moment had passed, and what remained was the formal completion of what had already effectively been determined. Ling Shuang stood. Her voice, when she spoke, carried the residue of the Saint Realm echo that the sword spirit had begun to make available. Not the full channel that was coming, but a faint anticipation of it, enough that everyone in the chamber could feel the weight of her intent when she directed it toward the room. I am prepared to conclude the evidentiary presentation, she said. The chief arbiter looked at her. His expression was the expression of an experienced official who had just watched a legal strategy fail completely in real time and was now recalibrating what the morning's remaining proceedings required of him. He had managed contentious cases before. He had not, she thought, managed one quite like this. He looked at the Alliance's legal team, who had no remaining procedural options. He looked at the authenticated results still displayed above the evidence platform, the fingerprint seal with its comparison lines confirmed and registered on the official record. He looked at the junior advocate still standing at the receiving secretary's desk with the rejected document in his hand. He looked at Ling Xuan. "Proceed," he said, and what followed would determine whether 14 months of preparation and 30 years before that had been aimed at something true. Chapter 53, The Law and the Blade. "I invoke the Combat Judgment Clause," Shen Deyu said. He said it in the recess that followed the conclusion of Ling Xuan's formal evidentiary presentation. The tribunal's closing argument period had been suspended when he rose from his seat and addressed the chief arbiter directly. In the formal language of the Alliance Charter's most ancient provision, the one that existed from the founding, when the Alliance's predecessor organizations had been groups of sword practitioners who resolved disputes with their blades rather than their documents. Under the Charter's original text, a sitting Grand Arbiter could invoke personal combat judgment when they believed the evidentiary proceedings had produced a conclusion through fraudulent evidence rather than genuine documentation. The clause required the combat to be witnessed by the full tribunal. It required incapacitation or surrender as the resolution. It superseded the evidentiary verdict pending the combat's outcome. Ling Xuan, standing at the claimant's table, thought about what the clause meant in practice. If accepted, combat in this chamber, before these witnesses, with the verdict superseded until combat resolution. Shen Deyu was heaven render rank. She was void fracture. The gap in cultivation was real, and no amount of technique superiority closed a gap that large without something else in play. The something else was in the blade at her side. The spirit's echo. She had known, since the antechamber conversation before the reforging, that this was the contingency her father had built the sword for, not just the tribunal case, not just the evidence restoration, but this, the moment when the evidence was not enough and the question came down to the blade. He had known that Shen Deyu would not go without using every option available to him. He had built a contingency for the option that bypassed legal process entirely. She assessed the clause from Shen Deyu's perspective. If he won the combat, the verdict was superseded. He could then invoke the evidence's fraudulent nature claim, and the proceeding would restart from a different position. It was not a strategy that worked indefinitely. The authenticated documentation was on the official record regardless of combat outcome, and restarting proceedings with that documentation still in place would simply arrive at the same conclusion. But it would create months of delay, enough for him to manage his criminal exposure, reassert political control of the Alliance's remaining coalition, and position himself differently when the proceeding resumed. This was not a path to winning. This was a path to surviving with enough time to reconstruct. She understood this. She was not afraid of this. She thought about Yin Xingfeng in the preparation room, the hand over hers on the sword hilt, the warmth of it, go win, and about Shuzhen at the preparation room door running her perpetual assessment of the exits, and about Cui Mingzhu with her organized documentation already started on the written account. She thought about Pang Liahu saying, "Today I am ready." She thought about the array operator, who had known the case for 3 years and had been waiting for a reason that mattered enough. All of them had given her what they had to give. What happened next was her, and the sword, and the 30 years Wei Kongshan had built into the metal. She looked at the chief arbiter. The chief arbiter looked at the request with the expression of someone reviewing an unexpected document. The respondent standing under this clause is contingent on the evidentiary proceedings having been fraudulent, he said. The authenticated documentation has been verified by this tribunal's array as genuine. The clause's invocation predicate is not met. The authentication is being challenged, Shen Deyu said. An active challenge was filed by my legal team before the array completed its process. The challenge was filed, the chief arbiter acknowledged. It was also rejected on procedural grounds. A rejected challenge does not constitute an active dispute for purposes of the combat clause. He looked at the Alliance's legal team. Your advocates may appeal the rejection, which suspends the clause invocation pending appeal resolution. The advocates conferred. The appeal would take hours. The appeal review was done by the tribunal's oversight panel, which required convening, which required the panel members to be assembled, which required at minimum 3 hours under normal procedure. Shen Deyu looked at the chief arbiter. I withdraw the appeal and accept the combat judgment clause under the provision that allows a grand arbiter to invoke personal resolution in lieu of evidentiary determination regardless of authentication status, he said. The original text of the clause does not require fraudulent evidence. It requires the arbiter's sworn declaration that they believe the proceedings to be fundamentally unjust. The chief arbiter read the original text. He read it again. He looked at Ling Shuang. The combat judgment clause, invoked under the original provision, requires the opposing party's acceptance, he said. It cannot be imposed. Does the claimant accept? The chamber was very quiet. Ling Shuang looked at Shen Daiyu. He was standing with the composure that had not left him through the entire proceeding, the composure of someone who had made every decision available to them and arrived here. Heaven render rank. Full cultivation. The most powerful practitioner in this chamber. She was void fracture. The gap was real and large. She thought about her father's preparation. The sword spirit. The echo of Saint Realm cultivation that the spirit held in its metal. The residual imprint of Wei Kongshan's highest rank. The thing he had built through 30 years of genuine practice and had left in the sword for exactly this purpose. The spirit had told her in the antechamber, before it happened, I cannot fight him for you, but I can show you what Saint Realm feels like, for exactly long enough. She looked at Shen Daiyu. I accept, she said. In the gallery, Shujin's hand moved to her belt blade before she stopped herself. A professional reflex and nothing more, because she understood that Ling Shuang's acceptance was correct and that interfering would undo everything they had built. She stood her hand down. Her eyes were on Shen Daiyu with the particular attentiveness of someone cataloging a threat and its capabilities. Yin Chengfeng, in his gallery position, was still. His face was composed. He had been planning contingencies for every scenario through the entire proceeding. This was the one they had spent the least time planning for, because it was the one they had hoped was least likely. He was running the contingencies now. Cui Mingzhu sat with her hands folded over her bound document and her eyes on the claimant's table, not on Shen Daiyu, not on the gallery, on Ling Shuang. Her expression was the expression of a woman who had spent 30 years in archival work, which required, above all other things, the willingness to set down what you were carrying and trust that it had been placed correctly. She trusted this. The chamber cleared space. The chief arbiter announced the terms formally: combat to incapacitation or surrender, full tribunal witness, no cultivation artifact assistance, no second parties. He looked at both of them in turn. He looked at Ling Shuang's sword, and at the spirit's faint visible presence in the blade, which registered to everyone present at void fracture rank as the cultivation of something alive. The claimant may take 30 minutes to prepare, he said. She looked at Yin Chengfeng. He was already moving toward the antechamber door. His expression was what she had come to recognize as operational focus. Not worry, not calculation, the specific concentration of someone managing their part of a plan that was now in motion and required everything. 30 minutes, she said to him. And then it ends. 30 minutes, he said. And then it ends. He looked at her for a half-second longer than was strictly required for the exchange, and in that half-second she understood exactly what the look contained. He turned and went to the antechamber door. She went to the antechamber. She sat alone with the sword in her lap. The spirit was fully present, not the dormant warmth, not the semi-conscious resonance, but the full manifestation that had been growing since the reforging, present and alive and looking at her with the attention of something that understood exactly what was happening and why it was about to do what it was about to do. She held the hilt. She closed her eyes. The spirit had been waiting for this. 30 years of waiting. The full weight of Wei Kongshan's practice and purpose concentrated into the next 10 minutes, and whether they were enough. Chapter 54. The Saint Realm Echo. The antechamber was small and cold. A preparation room adjacent to the main hall, used between sessions, furnished simply with a bench, a spirit lamp, a window onto the compound's inner courtyard where the winter light was flat and clear. She sat on the bench with the sword in her lap, and the spirit fully present, and the 30 minutes running. The spirit manifested. Full manifestation, not the translucent partial form that had been its earlier appearances, but a solid presence at the edge of visibility, the combinant shape of her father's cultivation and her own. Two-way practitioners rendered in the single form of a sword spirit that had spent 14 months absorbing everything they were. It looked at her. She said, "You've been holding this since the reforging." The spirit did not speak in words. What it communicated was older than words, the direct transmission that cultivation-space communication allowed, where intention moved without the medium of language. The transmission said, yes, since the valley's first morning, when the blade began resonating with her practice. Since the forge's first heat, when Tai Wushan's hands began the reconstitution. Since the 12-hour channeling, when her intent had entered the blade's deep structure and found her father's intent already there, and the two had begun to compound. The spirit had been holding the residual echo of Saint Realm cultivation. Wei Kongshan's highest rank imprint, embedded in the sword through 30 years of practice and still present in the metal despite the break. Waiting for the moment when passing it through was the right thing to do. This was the moment. How long, she asked. The transmission, 10 minutes. After that, the channel would overload her current cultivation architecture, which was not designed to carry Saint Realm output. The overload would not be fatal. The spirit had calibrated the transmission to stay within the range of painful and recoverable, but it would be debilitating. She would need time to recover after. A day, perhaps two. Not fatal. Recoverable. 10 minutes, she said. After that I'll be on my own resources. The transmission confirmed. It also communicated something additional, that after this channel closed, the spirit would need time as well. Not damage, not depletion, but the rest that followed the completion of a long-held purpose. She understood. That was acceptable. They would both rest afterward. 10 minutes is enough for one fight, she said. The transmission confirmed. She thought about what the transmission would feel like. She had felt the edge of it during the 12-hour channeling, the quality of her father's intent moving through the blade structure as it was being rebuilt. That had been a controlled, partial exposure. What the spirit was preparing now was the full channel. Saint Realm intent, compressed into a transmission that her void fracture architecture could carry for 10 minutes before the architecture's limits were reached. Her father had reached Saint Realm after 30 years. She was 21. The channel was not making her Saint Realm. It was showing her what Saint Realm felt like, a borrowed voice, not her own. Her own path to that rank was decades of genuine work ahead of her. The spirit was not offering a shortcut. It was offering a single window for a specific purpose that her father had built into the sword before he died. She understood the distinction. It mattered. She thought about her father in the way she had learned to think about him across the 14 months since the execution platform, not as grief, though grief was present, but as orientation. He had stood where she was standing. He had made every decision that had led to this moment. Who to trust, what to build, what to register with the consortium, which accounts to leave in the scrolls, how to forge the sword, what to put into the metal, and what to prepare the metal to hold. He had built a path from his death to this antechamber and placed his daughter on it. She was at the end of the path. She thought about the heaven-splitting doctrine's fundamental principle, which she had read in her father's own annotation on the principle's first page. The sword does not cut flesh. The sword cuts the will that drives the hand that holds the flesh together against its natural dissolution. When the will breaks, everything beneath it follows. Shindayu Hadwell. He had genuine conviction. He had 30 years of a heaven-render cultivator's practice behind that conviction, and his cultivation would not collapse to a technique deployed without the weight to match it. But the echo was Saint Realm weight. Her father's Saint Realm weight, built through 30 years of genuine foundation, aimed through the heaven-splitting doctrine she had spent 14 months learning, delivered by a daughter who had done everything required of her and arrived at this antechamber prepared. The weight was real. The will was real. The collision would be real. I'm ready, she said. The transmission prepared. I'm going to ask you something, she said. She looked at the spirit's form, her father's face in some of its aspects, her own in others, the two of them together making something that was neither. After the fight, when this is over, when the tribunal is complete and his name is restored, will you be all right? I'm going to ask you something, she said. She looked at the spirit's form, her father's face in some of its aspects, her own in others, the two of them together making something that was neither. After the fight, when this is over, when the tribunal is complete and his name is restored, will you be all right? The transmission was not a yes or a no. It was something more specific, the impression of a purpose completed, a task finished, the particular quality of something that had been aimed at a specific end for a long time arriving at that end. Not loss, completion. The spirit had been built to do what it was about to do. When it was done, it would not be diminished. It would be finished. She sat with this for a moment. The door opened. Yin Xingfeng came in, not supposed to be there, present anyway, which was entirely consistent. He looked at her. He looked at the spirit's manifested form, visible even to him at this level of projection. He looked at the sword. He said nothing. He came and sat on the bench beside her, not close enough to interfere with the spirit's work, close enough to be present. She said, "If this goes wrong, it won't," he said. "But if it does, I'm the one who finishes the evidence presentation. I have the complete submission package." He paused, and I would find it extremely inconvenient. She almost smiled. It was the closest thing to a smile she had managed since the execution square, and it was real. 14 months, she said. 14 months, he agreed. He put his hand over hers on the sword hilt, not taking it, just present, the warmth of a hand that had chosen to be exactly where it was. Go win. She looked at him for a moment. The full look, not the assessment she gave everyone, not the intent reading, but the specific attention she gave to things she wanted to remember accurately. He met it without deflection. After, she said. After, he agreed. Go. She stood. She set her hand on the door. The spirit was ready. She could feel it through the hilt. Gathered. Aimed. The 30 years of her father's practice compressed and waiting for the channel to open. She was 21 years old, and she had 14 months of the hardest cultivation work she had ever done, and her father had spent 30 years making sure that when she arrived at this door, those 14 months would be enough. Behind it was a chamber full of witnesses, a man who had ordered her father's death and was waiting to face her, and the question of whether 30 years of her father's preparation and 14 months of her own were enough, not to win a fight, but to do what the fight was for. She walked back into the main hall, and the spirit, awake and ready in the blade at her side, carried everything her father had ever built toward the moment when it would finally be used. Chapter 55. The combat judgment. The chamber had shifted in the 30 minutes she had been in the antechamber. The space was clear, the observation gallery reorganized to the outer walls, the evidence tables moved back, the floor of the chamber open. 200 people arranged around the perimeter, watching with the attention of those who understood they were witnessing something that would be discussed for decades. The journalists' recording instruments were active. The provincial governors had moved from the political witness section to the nearer gallery positions, which was itself a statement about how they were reading the proceeding. Shindayu was standing at the chamber's far end. He was wearing cultivation robes rather than his formal arbiter attire, a change that indicated he had not expected this outcome, but had prepared for it as a contingency. The heaven-render cultivation pressure he generated was visible to the entire chamber as a faint shimmer in the air around him, the weight of the rank expressing itself passively. Ling Shuang walked to the chamber's near end. The sword spirit was dormant in the blade. Not gone, holding, waiting for the channel to open when she needed it. She stood in her starting position and assessed the space. The cleared chamber floor was approximately 30 meters across, enough room for full mobility, enough space that the battle's movement would not immediately carry either combatant into the gallery perimeter. The light fell from the high windows at a particular angle, illuminating the center of the floor more strongly than the edges. She noted this. The chief arbiter announced the terms one final time, for the record: incapacitation or surrender. Full witness. No artifacts. No second parties. She adjusted her grip on the sword, not tightening, but settling, the specific contact that said to the spirit she was ready for the channel when the moment came. The spirit acknowledged, warm, patient, holding. 200 pairs of eyes were on her. She felt them with the peripheral awareness that 14 months of high-stakes situations had cultivated. Not distraction, not performance pressure, simply information. The chamber was watching. The journalists' recording instruments were active. Whatever happened on this floor in the next 10 minutes would be part of the permanent record. The daughter of Wei Kongshan, before the tribunal, with his sword in her hand and his method in her cultivation, against the man who had ordered his execution. Her father had prepared her for this. Not for this specific chamber, not for this specific man. He could not have known the exact shape of the confrontation, but he had prepared her for the principle of it. The moment when the path you had built arrived at a point where what you had built was either enough or it was not. She looked at Shundayu across the cleared chamber floor. He looked back. She was reading his intent, the same intent reading she had been applying to every opponent she had faced in 14 months. What she found in him was not empty, the way Iron Veil had been empty. Shindayu had a will behind his cultivation. He had ambition, conviction, the genuine belief in his own necessity that had sustained him through 15 years of actions that had required believing he was justified. He had conviction. It was wrong, but it was real. This was a different kind of fight than Iron Veil. Against a wrong conviction, she did not need the doctrine's void opposition technique. She needed the weight. He came at her. The first exchange was the worst. Heaven render rank at full spatial cut deployment. The speed and power differential so large that the exchange lasted less than 2 seconds before he was past her guard, and she was bleeding from a cut along her left arm that was wider than the Iron Veil graze had been. She moved with the cut rather than against it, into the space his attack had created, away from the follow-up position. In the gallery, she was aware of the sounds. Shujin's sharp inhale, one journalist recording instrument activating at a different angle, the collective stillness of 200 people watching a heaven render cultivator demonstrate why the gap between ranks was not academic. He expected her to be destabilized by the first cut. She was not. She had taken worse in the Valley's first weeks, learning the doctrine's footwork against technique-capable opponents, when her footwork was not yet formed and her responses were half a second behind where they needed to be. She had learned from those sessions what damage felt like and how to continue through it. She had been learning that lesson for 14 months, and this lesson was the last application. She opened the channel. The sword's spirit erupted, not in combat deployment. In transmission, the Saint Realm echo pouring through the channel into her cultivation architecture in the specific calibrated flow the spirit had prepared. Not a rank advancement. A pipe. A temporary conduit through which Wei Kongshan's highest rank intent moved from the blade into her core and expressed itself through her combat presence. The chamber felt it. Every person present felt it. Even the non-cultivators in the gallery felt something change in the air, the way you felt a change in pressure before a storm. The practitioners present felt it in their cultivation sense as something that should not have been possible, a void fracture cultivator suddenly radiating at a frequency far beyond their rank. Shindayu felt it most precisely, because his cultivation was oriented toward exactly this kind of detection. He stopped. For 3 seconds, Shindayu stopped. Not from fear. He was not afraid of her. She was not at his level even with the echo, and he was experienced enough to know the difference between genuine Saint Realm and a channeled approximation. What stopped him was recognition. He was recognizing what he had chosen to destroy. Wei Kongshan's Saint Realm intent, expressed through his daughter, in the chamber where his conviction had just been officially validated. In those 3 seconds, Ling Shuang applied the heaven-splitting doctrine at the full output the channel allowed. Not targeting his technique, targeting his conviction, his genuine belief in his own necessity. The specific place in his cultivation where the power that made him dangerous had been built, the 30 years of accretion that had produced a heaven-render cultivator who genuinely believed he had no choice but to do what he had done. She sent everything into that place. Not anger, not revenge. The weight she had been building for 14 months. The full account of what had been lost, and what had been built, and what was true. Entering the exact space where his conviction lived and making him see it from the outside for the first time. He felt a one knee, not from injury. His body was intact. She had not struck his physical form with anything above standard force. He fell because his sword intent had collapsed. The foundation of the conviction that had sustained it for 30 years had been exposed to the weight of the thing it had chosen to deny. And the exposure had done what truth does to structures built on its opposite. He was staring at his hands. He could not reconstruct his sword intent. Not from this. It would return. She knew that. The echo was temporary. The channel was closing. And his will was real, even if it was wrong. But in this chamber, in this moment, before these witnesses, it was gone. The chief arbiter's voice, the combat judgment, is concluded. The claimant has prevailed. The echo was fading. She had 7 minutes remaining, and she did not use them for combat. She turned to face the chamber. Her voice, when she spoke, carried the last of the Saint Realm resonance, and every person present felt it in their bones. And what she said next would be heard not just by the chamber, but by everyone who read the record afterward, for as long as the record existed. Chapter 56. The collapse. Shundayu did not rise immediately. He knelt on the chamber floor for 30 seconds with the expression of someone who had just seen something in themselves that they had not seen before and were in the process of deciding what to do with the seeing. Not humiliated. The word was not right for what his expression was. Something more specific and more complicated than humiliation. The chamber was very still. 200 people watching a man kneel on the floor of the room where he had held power for 15 years. The journalists' recording instruments were active. Every set of eyes in the gallery was fixed on the same point. No one spoke. Ling Shuang stood where she had stopped after the doctrine's application, her left arm bleeding and her cultivation architecture in the specific strained state of something that had been used at full output. The Saint Realm echo was still moving through her system. 8 minutes remaining, she estimated, the channel not yet closed. She was not injured in any serious way. The cut on her arm was the worst of what the first exchange had produced, and it had already begun to clot under the pressure of her cultivation's basic repair function. She took stock of herself for 3 seconds. Then she thought about what her father would have said, standing in this room, after this outcome. He would not have said, "I told you." He would not have said, "This is what you deserve." He had not built the doctrine as a weapon of revenge or a tool of personal vindication. He had built it as a technique for reaching truth, for making someone see what they had refused to see, in a way that could not be undone. He had built it for exactly this use, and it had worked exactly as he had built it to work. What he would have said, she thought, was, "Now speak clearly, while the resonance is present and the chamber is listening." The speaking is as important as the finding. She had been trained from birth to read faces. She had been trained from birth to find the truth and not look away. She had been trained, also from birth, though she had not understood it until recently, to know when to speak and what to say. This was the moment. She was aware of the physical state of her own body, the cut on her left arm, the deep exhaustion in her cultivation architecture from the channel, the specific ache of having fought at a level that exceeded her natural rank. These were real. They were also secondary. The spirit had calibrated the channel to keep her functional through the speech that needed to follow the fight, and she was functional. Her father had built that too. Not the fight as performance, but the speech after. The moment when the chamber was witnessing and she could speak with Saint Realm resonance and the words would land with the weight they deserved. Ling Shuang did not watch him. She turned to the chamber. The Saint Realm echo was still present in her voice. The final minutes of the channel, draining now but not yet gone, giving her words a resonance that traveled to the gallery walls and back. She had 8 minutes before the channel closed. She used them. My father's name was Wei Kongshan, she said. He was the only practitioner in 3 generations to reach Saint Realm. He spent 30 years building something. Not just cultivation rank, not just technique, but a record of what it was possible to do as a sword practitioner if you built from a foundation of genuine purpose. He built alliances with institutions he would never need to call in. He treated people fairly when he had no obligation to. He prepared for the possibility that he might not survive, and he made sure that his work would survive through me. She paused. He was executed for treason against the Sword Sect Alliance. The charge was fraudulent. The evidence has now been authenticated by this tribunal's official record, and the person who authored the fraud is kneeling on this chamber floor. The chamber was quiet. I am not here to ask for his life back, she said. That's already settled in the worst possible way. I am here to ask that his name be restored to the historical record with the accuracy it deserves. I am here to ask that the record show what actually happened, so that every person who was told the lie, and there were many, and some of them are in this chamber right now, can replace the lie with the truth. She looked at the gallery. He would say, the sword's purpose is to uphold, not to destroy, not to dominate, not to accumulate. To uphold the record, the truth, the person standing behind you who cannot hold one. She looked at Ren Suiying, visible in the gallery with her composure held at the edge of breaking. She had been carrying the true account of Wei Kongshan's death for 10 years. The eyewitness testimony she had not been able to deliver before this chamber, waiting while the official version accumulated authority. With every year, it went unchallenged. The true account existed because she had held it. He built alliances, Ling Shuang said, not for political advantage. Because he believed that the work of making something true required more than one person, and the work of keeping it true required more people still. He built carefully, and he chose well, and the people he chose held what he gave them until it could be used for exactly what he intended. She paused. A sword saint's child inherits the sword and the practice and the name. What I inherited was also the principle that built all 3, that the foundation must be genuine, or the structure built on it will not hold when it is tested. She looked at the chamber. We have been tested. The foundation held. She looked at the chief arbiter. I asked for justice, she said. For Wei Kongshan, and for the record he deserves. The echo was nearly gone. She felt it fading. The channel closing. The Saint Realm resonance withdrawing back into the blade. The sword spirit settling with the quality of something that had done what it was made to do. The chief arbiter looked at the chamber for a moment. Then he raised his hand and initiated the deliberation signal. The tribunal would deliberate. Shindayu was helped to his feet by his legal team. He stood. He looked at Ling Shuang once. The same brief, complete assessment he had given her when she entered the chamber the previous morning. Whatever he found in it, he kept to himself. He walked to his seat. He did not look defeated, exactly. He looked like a man who had encountered a force larger than himself, and had the clarity to recognize it without dramatizing the recognition. Whatever he was now, whatever remained of the person who had built a 15-year conspiracy on the removal of her father, he was not someone who could unsee what he had seen. She sat at the claimant's table. Yen Xingfeng appeared at the gallery's edge. He had come back in during her speech, the antechamber's door not requiring permission to open from inside. He looked at her with the full weight of someone who had watched something they cared about very much come to its conclusion. He did not say anything. He sat in the gallery seat nearest to her position and was present in the way he had been present for 14 months, quietly, without demand, exactly where he needed to be. The sword at her side was warm and still. The spirit was settled. 40 minutes. The tribunal deliberated, and in the closed room where the panel assembled, the authenticated record would either be enough, or it would not. Chapter 57. The verdict. The deliberation lasted 43 minutes. Ling Shuang sat at the claimant's table and did not move. The Saint Realm echo had fully withdrawn by the 15-minute mark, and with its withdrawal came the specific exhaustion of a cultivation architecture that had been pushed through a channel it was not sized for, not collapse, but the deep fatigue of a system that had run at full capacity and needed time to restore. She managed it by doing nothing except sitting and breathing and feeling the sword's spirit's steady warmth in the blade beside her. The spirit was very quiet. It had done what it had been holding for 14 months. The channel was closed. The echo was withdrawn. What remained in the blade was the spirit itself, not diminished, she thought, but resting in the specific way of something that had completed a defined task and was now at the beginning of whatever came next. She held the sword loosely and let herself breathe. Around her, the chamber held its own kind of stillness. The journalists had stopped their primary recording activity and were writing in their documentation books, the narrative component, the scene setting, the quotes they had captured on Jade, and were now arranging into the account they would file before evening. The independent sect representatives sat with the composure of experienced institutional observers who had witnessed proceedings conclude before and understood that the deliberation period was for the panel, not for the chamber. The Alliance contingent, reduced, repositioned, the remaining members carrying the particular atmosphere of people in a changed situation, did not speak. Shindeyu sat at the respondents' table. He had recovered his composure in the way she had expected he would. The sword intent had collapsed in the combat and would return, in time, because his will was real, even if it was wrong, and real will rebuilt its cultivation in its own time. What would not return, in the same form, was the certainty that had sustained the conviction. She had reached that certainty and shown him its opposite. A person who had seen that did not unsee it, regardless of how their will reconstructed itself afterward. She did not look at him with satisfaction. She looked at him with the assessment she had applied to everyone in this proceeding, trying to understand who he was and what would happen next. What would happen next with Shundeyu was years of legal proceedings, political restructuring, and the long work of whatever accounting he was capable of making with himself. That was his work to do, not hers. Hers was done. Cui Mingzhu sat beside her at the table, her documentation organized in the event that additional evidence was requested during deliberation. She did not speak. She was present with the quality she always had, carefully, usefully, without demanding anything from the space she occupied. Pang Liahu sat in the witness gallery with his hands folded and his eyes on the deliberation panel's closed door. He looked the way he had looked at the beginning of the testimony preparation, 12 days ago, carrying something, but carrying it now in the direction of completion rather than in the direction of weight. 30 minutes into the deliberation, the Brotherhood elder, who was seated in the gallery on the opposite side of the chamber from the Alliance contingent, leaned over to the young consortium representative beside him and said something in a low voice. The representative nodded. The elder looked at the deliberation panel's closed door with the patience of someone who had been waiting for outcomes longer than this for most of his life. 35 minutes. Ren Suiying did not move. She had been still since the combat concluded, still since the chief arbiter announced deliberation, still in the specific way of someone who had completed the thing they came to do, and was now in the final phase of a wait they had sustained for 10 years. She was 80 years old, and she sat with the discipline of a practitioner whose body had not quite kept up with her will, and her will refused to acknowledge this. 40 minutes. The panel emerged. The chief arbiter took his position. In the matter of the posthumous review of the conviction of Wei Kongshan, tried before the Sword Sect Alliance Tribunal in the 3rd year of the current administration and found guilty of treason, he paused. The formal language required him to state it this way: the original conviction, acknowledged before it was overturned. This tribunal has reviewed the evidentiary record, authenticated the documentation submitted by the claimant, evaluated the testimony of direct witnesses, and considered the counter-arguments presented by the respondent's legal team. The chamber was still. Ling Shuang held the sword at her side. The spirit was warm and steady. Her father's name was about to be said correctly in an official record for the first time in 3 years. She breathed. On the charge of treason against the Sword Sect Alliance, the conviction of Wei Kongshan is posthumously overturned. The evidence upon which the original conviction was based is found to be fraudulent in its essential elements, as authenticated by this tribunal's official record. The charge is dismissed. Ren Suiying, in the gallery, sat very still. Then she closed her eyes. Further, the evidentiary record establishes that the fraudulent documentation was authored by Shun Deyu, currently serving as Grand Arbiter of the Sword Sect Alliance, in a deliberate act of falsification constituting a criminal offense under Alliance Charter. The matter is referred to Criminal Tribunal for full proceedings. Shin Deyu is suspended from his position pending those proceedings. The Alliance's legal team made no response. The legal team was composed of professionals, and professionals in formal proceedings understood when the available responses had been exhausted. Further, the evidentiary record establishes specific criminal liability for Inspector Ling Baohui in the fabrication of supporting evidence for the fraudulent conviction and in subsequent fabrication of public statements regarding these proceedings. The matter is similarly referred to criminal tribunal. She had him. She had them both on the official record. Finally, under heritage law, the way family estate and title, stripped at the time of the conviction, are formally restored. The question of succession falls to the surviving heir. The chief arbiter looked directly at Ling Shuang. The surviving heir is present, he said. The record acknowledges her. The chamber erupted. Not uniformly. The independent sect representatives were contained and professional. The provincial governors were measured. The consortium delegation was visibly relieved. But the public gallery, the 23 journalists, the Brotherhood representative, the minor sect observers who had come for the second day. The public gallery produced the sound of 200 people who had just witnessed something they had been waiting for, the specific sound of a wrong being officially corrected. Ling Shuang sat at the claimant's table and let the sound happen around her. Her father's name was in the record now. The true version. The version that would remain when every other version had been corrected against it. She thought about the child in the capital city, the one she had watched reach for a stone to throw at Wei Kongshan's portrait on the announcement board, and the parent who had pulled the child back with grief in their face. That parent had known. There had been people in this city and in this province who had known the official account was wrong, who had carried the doubt quietly through 3 years of a conviction that was backed by the full weight of Alliance authority. Those people were going to read the Gazette tomorrow morning. She thought about what it would mean to carry the true account and have nowhere to put it, and then to wake one morning to find it had been confirmed in the official record by a tribunal verdict with the chief arbiter's seal. She knew what that felt like. Approximately. He would be here if he could, Cui Mingzhu said, very quietly, beside her. He is here, Ling Shuang said. She looked at the sword at her side. He's been here the whole time. The blade was warm in its scabbard, the spirit quiet and present, and she understood, fully, for the first time, that this was not an ending at all. Chapter 58. Settling accounts. The aftermath unfolded over several days with the particular quality of a conclusion that had been arriving for a long time and was now working through its final stages. The first thing Ling Shuang did after the chamber cleared was sit for 1 additional hour in the claimant's chair while the session formally closed around her. Cui Mingzhu managed the post-session documentation. Pang Liahu handled the first round of coordination with the criminal tribunal's advance representative, who had been waiting outside the chamber since the verdict was announced. Shuzhen stood at the door with the expression of someone who had finished an assignment and was doing the patient's work of waiting for the next one. Yin Xingfeng was in the gallery behind her, visible if she turned around, not requiring anything from her, simply present. She sat in the chair and let the session close. The hour was necessary. She had been running at full operational pressure for 18 months, since the months before the execution, when Wei Kongshan had begun accelerating her training, and she had not understood why until the morning of the platform. Running like that for that long produced a kind of momentum that required a specific act of stopping to interrupt. She was stopping now. She thought about her father. She thought about the sword at her side. She thought about the verdict language the chief arbiter had read, and the specific phrasing. The conviction is posthumously overturned. The fraud is authenticated. His name is in the record. The true version. Permanently. She did not have the feeling she had expected to have. She had expected relief, or vindication, or the particular completion of a long anger finally resolved. What she had was something quieter, the sense of something set right, a balance corrected, the historical record amended to reflect what had actually happened. Not a feeling of victory, the feeling of accuracy achieved. Her father would have understood the distinction. He had built a doctrine called heaven-splitting, aimed at will rather than flesh, because he understood that the point was the truth, not the contest. Shen Diyu was taken into custody by the Neutral Ground Compound's security force at the close of the session. He went with the composure he had maintained throughout, the same composure, but now carrying a different weight. He did not look at Ling Shuang when he passed her in the compound's exit corridor. He looked forward. She did not require him to look at her. It was finished. Inspector Ling Baohui had been monitoring the tribunal's first day through the public record dispatches, and when the Jade Slip recordings played and his specific fabrication strategy was documented in the official record, he had made the decision to leave the region. This was the decision of someone who understood exactly what was coming and had concluded that the time available for strategic repositioning was limited. He got 3 hours. The Frost Anvil Brotherhood's representative, the young man who had given Ling Shuang the nod in the gallery, had arrived at the tribunal with the specific mandate from Gong Rui's to ensure that the people who had helped them were protected through the proceedings' conclusion. The mandate extended to tracking individuals who might use the proceedings' chaos to exit quietly. Ling Baohui was detained at the province's eastern checkpoint by Brotherhood affiliates and held for Alliance criminal tribunal authorities. He did not resist. He made a statement requesting that his cooperation with the investigation be noted in his records. The statement was recorded. Pang Liehu entered formal testimony proceedings on the third day following the verdict. He appeared before the Criminal Tribunal Review Panel with his own advocate and the full documentation of his coercion circumstances, the 3.5 years of his family's detention, the specific threats, the evidence that every action he had taken had been under direct duress. He did not minimize what he had done. He provided the full account. The criminal tribunal would take months to complete. The outcome was not predetermined. Ling Shuang had given him a guarantee of lawful treatment, not a guarantee of acquittal, and she kept the distinction precisely. What she could ensure was that Pang Liehu's circumstances were presented accurately and completely in a proceeding that was not managed by Shen Deyu's interests. His wife and daughter were free. They had established themselves in a provincial town 3 days' travel from the capital, with resources the Brotherhood had helped identify and the specific independence that came from no longer being leveraged. Elder Ren Suiying attended the public ceremony held on the 4th day. A formal announcement of Wei Kongshan's convictions overturned, posted on the capital's announcement boards and in the official gazette. She stood in the front row of the small audience with the particular dignity of someone who had been waiting for this moment for a decade and was entirely present for its arrival. When the announcement was posted, she cried. She did not apologize for it. It was not a thing that required apology. Shui Yinping disappeared between the tribunal's 2nd day and the public ceremony, not in the way of someone fleeing, simply in the way of someone who had completed their contribution and moved on to the next thing in their agenda. She left no communication. She was neither ally nor enemy at the end, just gone, which was consistent with who she had been throughout. Ling Shuang did not look for her. She had said what needed to be said and kept the agreement and provided what she had promised to provide. That was enough. If Shui Yinping chose to learn the heaven-splitting doctrine through the consortium's open registry, she could. That had been the terms she had wanted, and they had been provided. Whether she took them or pursued the doctrine through some other channel was her own calculation to make. Ling Shuang had closed the door she had opened, and the doctrine was in the open record where her father had always intended it to be. Whatever Shui Yinping did with that information was a problem for the future, not for now. Tai Wushan came to the public ceremony without being invited, because he had heard about it from the provincial news dispatches and had made the decision to attend on his own assessment. He stood at the back of the ceremony audience in his working clothes with the expression of someone fulfilling a duty that was personal rather than formal. When the ceremony ended, he came to find Ling Shuang. He looked at the sword at her side, the restored blade, the live spirit, everything he had built and she had sustained. Good work, he said. It was the highest form of assessment in his vocabulary. Yours too, she said. He nodded. He went back to his forge. On the evening of the 4th day, Yin Shengfeng found Ling Shuang standing on the tribunal's exterior terrace, looking at the capital city below. The winter light was ending, long shadows from the west, the sky going from pale blue to the deeper color that came just before dark. He came and stood beside her without speaking. The city below was the same city it had been when she had walked through it under a false identity and seen her father's portrait on the announcement board and watched a child reach for a stone and a parent pull the child away with grief in their face. It was the same city and a different city now. The portrait still technically there, but the official record beneath it changed, the lie in the process of being corrected. She did not say anything for a while. He did not say anything. Eventually he said, "The ceremony tomorrow is for him. After that, she said." They stood in the winter light until it was gone. And when Yin Shengfeng finally turned to go inside, and Ling Shuang followed, neither of them spoke about what came after, because what came after had been clear for a long time and required no further discussion. Chapter 59. What comes after Ling Shuang formally accepted the Wei family estate restoration on the 5th day. She did so in the presence of the heritage law official, Cui Mingzhu as witness, and the Scholars Consortium's formal attestation. The documentation that would make the restoration permanent in the official record, connected to the tribunal verdict, referencing the specific provisions of the heritage law that the chief arbiter had cited. She declined the title of head of a reconstituted Wei sect. The heritage law official, who had clearly been preparing to conduct that ceremony as well, looked at the documentation in front of him with the expression of someone encountering a departure from the expected sequence. The title is attached to the estate restoration under standard heritage procedure, he said. The declining of the title requires a specific waiver. I'll sign the waiver, she said. She signed it. The official made the notation, stamped the record, and provided her with the authenticated estate restoration documentation, which she placed in the iron chest. The chest sealed. "May I ask the reason for the title waiver?" the official asked. He was not challenging. He was simply a documentarian, and the reason would presumably be noted somewhere. The way sect's political structure was part of the mechanism that made my father vulnerable, she said. Rebuilding it as a leadership title attached to my name would recreate that mechanism. I'm not interested in recreating the condition that produced the last 14 months. She looked at him. The estate is restored because it was my father's and wrongly seized. That's sufficient. The official nodded. Noted for the record. She left the Heritage office and walked to Broken Cloud Academy's location. The ruins were still standing. Pang Liahu's burning had destroyed the documents, but not the building's stone structure, and the stone had weathered the 3 weeks since the burning with the indifference of stone to fire. The archive stacks were gone. The reading chambers were fire-damaged. The covered walkways were mostly intact. Cui Mingzhu was there. She had come before Ling Shuang arrived, had been standing in the ruins of the main archive room for some time, based on the position she had taken in the space that had been, 3 weeks ago, the most complete archive in the northern provinces. She was not grieving in a visible way. She was assessing, the structural engineer's assessment of someone who had already decided to rebuild and was making the first calculations about where to begin. The walls are sound, Cui Mingzhu said, when Ling Shuang came to stand beside her. The subfloor storage survived. The lower-level preservation chambers were stone-sealed, and stone-sealed chambers resist fire in ways that wooden shelving does not. The duplicates I had stored there are intact. She looked at the ruined archive shelving. It can be rebuilt. I registered the heaven-splitting doctrine with the Scholars Consortium this morning, Ling Shuang said, as an open heritage text, accessible to any cultivator, unowned by any sect. The consortium is the steward. Cui Mingzhu looked at her. My father built it for everyone, Ling Shuang said. Not for the Wei bloodline, not for the alliance or against it. For any practitioner who was willing to build from a genuine foundation. She paused. The consortium can certify authentic copies. Anyone who wants to learn it can learn it. Shui Yinping can learn it if she chooses to, through the legitimate path, the same as anyone else. She looked at the ruined archive. The same way anyone else who wants to build from a genuine foundation can build from a genuine foundation. Cui Mingzhu was quiet for a moment. He would have approved of that, she said. Yes, Ling Shuang said. I think he designed it to end that way. They stood in the ruins of Broken Cloud Academy together for a few more minutes. Then Ling Shuang looked at the space where the archive stacks had been. I'm appointing your students to lead the rebuild, she said. I'll provide whatever resources the estate restoration can spare toward the recovery effort. The consortium will provide the institutional backing. She looked at Cui Mingzhu. You directed. Cui Mingzhu looked at her. I'm retired. You've been running an archive alone for 3 years while documenting a conspiracy and building a legal case, Ling Shuang said. You've never been retired. The dry small smile appeared. No, she said. I suppose I haven't. That afternoon, Ling Shuang went to the restored estate. It was a good property. Her father had chosen well. The cultivator's eye for stone and defensibility and quiet combining in a location that was private but accessible, surrounded by old-growth cedar. The estate had been maintained under Alliance custody in the years since the seizure. Alliance policy for seized properties was upkeep pending reassignment, which meant the building was structurally sound and the grounds were maintained, and the interior was exactly as it had been when the Alliance took it. His practice equipment was still in the training hall. His books were still on the shelves. The morning practice sequence he had done for 30 years was written on the wall of the training hall in his handwriting, the ink still clear. She stood in the training hall for a long time. Then she placed Wei Kongshan's restored sword, fully reforged, fully inhabited by the awakened sword spirit, in the central hall's display stand. The position her father had used, when the blade was whole, and he was alive, and the practice sequences were daily fact rather than remembered instruction. The sword's spirit settled. Not dormant, settled. The specific quality of a presence that had completed its primary purpose and was now at rest without being absent. It would wake when needed. It was not urgently needed in this moment. This moment was quiet. This is where you belong, she said to the sword. For now, the warmth in the metal was steady and complete. She went back out to the estate's entrance where Yen Qingfeng was waiting. He was sitting on the stone step with both of their packs. She looked at the packs. Where do you think we're going? She asked. He looked up at her. The expression was the one she had learned to read as genuine. The expression he had when he was saying something that was simply true rather than managing an impression. I've been following the most interesting direction available to me for 2 years, he said. I haven't found a reason to change the approach. He stood. The most interesting direction has been wherever you needed to go next. She looked at him for a moment. That's not a plan, she said. No, he agreed. It's better than a plan. Plans are specific and directions are flexible, and you've been creating more interesting situations from flexibility than I would have from planning. He picked up both packs. I'm not inclined to change course. She took her pack from him. The heaven-splitting doctrine has levels I haven't reached. There's a path from void fracture to heaven render that I haven't fully mapped yet. She looked at the road from the estate, which led north to a world that was different from the one she had left 14 months ago, and better. And my father spent 30 years. I'm not going to reach what he reached in a season. No, Yin Shengfeng said. Probably not. But I'm going to reach it, she said. Yes, he said. You are. They walked out together. The day was cold and the estate was behind them, and the path ahead was not known in its details, but was completely clear in its direction. Forward, genuine, the continuation of work that had been worth doing and was still worth doing. Her father had said, the Tao continues. She had understood it before. She understood it differently now, not as an abstraction, but as the specific, practical truth of someone who had looked back at 14 months and seen that every step had been the next right step, even the painful ones, even the costly ones, because they had been aimed at something true. The Tao continues. She kept walking, and the path ahead was longer than the path behind, and every step of it was hers to earn. Chapter 60, The Sword Saint's Daughter 6 months later. The grave marker was on a hillside 2 li from the restored estate, in the old cultivator's cemetery where the northern province's significant practitioners had been interred for 4 generations. It was not a large marker. Her father had not been a person who wanted large markers. He had been a person who wanted accurate ones. The original marker, placed at the time of his death, had been defaced. Alliance-sponsored defacement, official in its execution, his rank stripped from the notation, the official cause of death listed as criminal execution under valid conviction. The character for traitor scratched into the stone above his name. 3 months after the tribunal verdict, a stone worker had come at Ling Xuan's request and done the restoration work. The new marker was simple. His name, in the full form with the ancestral characters. His rank, Saint Realm. His dates, and 1 line beneath. In the clean, precise script of the character form her father had always preferred when precision mattered. He taught us that the sword's purpose is not to kill, but to uphold. She stood at the grave marker in the winter morning light, 6 months after the verdict, and placed her palm on the stone. The resonance came immediately. Not faint. Not the contracted, dormant quality she had felt when she first touched the iron chest in the ashthorn forest, when she didn't yet know what she was feeling. Full, present, the specific character of Wei Kongshan's sword intent, now at peace, answering her through the stone. He was here. He had always been here. He had been here in the valley, and in the forge, and in the tribunal chamber, and in the antechamber with the sword in her lap, and the spirit ready, and 30 minutes on the clock. He had been here because he had spent 30 years making sure he would be here. In the scrolls, and the sword, and the waypoints, and the people he had trusted, and the institutions he had treated fairly, and the daughter he had trained from birth to read faces and find the truth, and not look away from the execution platform. She held the resonance for a moment. Then she looked around at the people who had come. Shujin stood to her left, as she had stood since the road out of the capital 14 months ago, short blade at her belt, and her eyes doing their perpetual assessment of the hillside perimeter, the habit of vigilance that had not diminished with the threat's conclusion. She was looking at the grave marker with an expression that was not professional. It was the expression of someone who had been present for the whole of something and was acknowledging the weight of that presence. Yin Shengfeng stood to her right. He was looking at the marker with the expression she had learned to read as genuine, not managed, not performed, the face he wore when he was present without protection. He had been present without protection for 6 months now, and the quality of it had settled into something that was simply the fact of them, which was the best thing she had found in 14 months of a very eventful journey. Pang Liahu was there. He stood at the marker's side, not beside Ling Xuan, not claiming proximity, but present. The criminal tribunal had concluded 3 weeks ago, lesser charges, mitigating circumstances accepted, conditional release with a 5-year accountability period. He had accepted the outcome with the same quality he had brought to everything since the mill, the specific patience of someone who had decided to be exactly what their choices required of them, no more and no less. He looked older than he had in the reforging period. He also looked cleaner, in the way that people looked cleaner when they had set down something they had been carrying for a long time. His wife and daughter were free. He had testified fully. Whatever came next in the legal proceedings was the shape of the rest of his life, and he was present for it with the clarity of someone who had stopped pretending that the weight they were carrying was not exactly what it was. He did not ask for Ling Xuan's blessing. She had not offered one. The lawful treatment she had guaranteed was what the proceedings were giving him, and that was the form of the exchange they had agreed on. Tai Wushan was there. He had brought no ceremony gifts and wore his working clothes and looked at the marker with the private expression of a craftsman whose work was part of the inscription on it, because he had made the sword that the line described, and the sword that the line described had been used exactly as the line said. Ren Suing had insisted on attending. She was frail enough that the journey from her current residence had required 3 days of travel, and she had made it without discussion, arriving the previous evening with the specific determination of someone for whom missing this was not an option they were willing to consider. She stood on the opposite side of the marker from Pang Liahu with the composure of 80 years and the specific quality of someone fulfilling a commitment that had been 10 years in the making. The Frost Anvil Brotherhood had sent a representative, the young man from the tribunal ceremony, who had introduced himself in the following months as Gong Rui's nephew, standing with the specific bearing of someone who understood they were present for something larger than themselves and was honoring it accordingly. Cui Mingzhu was not there. She was at Broken Cloud Academy, where the reconstruction had been underway for 5 months and had reached the point where the document work required her continuous presence. She had sent a letter, which Ling Shuang had read before the ceremony. Tell him the archive is being rebuilt. Tell him the doctrine is in the open record. Tell him the true account is being written. Tell him we remember. Ling Shuang told him. She stood at the marker with her palm on the stone and felt the resonance of her father's intent, peaceful and present, and said it quietly. The archive is being rebuilt. The doctrine is in the open record. The true account is being written. We remember. The resonance answered. Warm, steady, complete. She left the sword at the grave for 1 hour. Not permanently. The sword spirit was alive, and the spirit's home was with her, and her father had built it that way deliberately. But for 1 hour, she set the sword against the base of the grave marker and walked to the hillside's edge and looked out at the northern province below in the winter light. Cold and bright. The cedar forests running to the horizon. The sky entirely clear. She thought about the Tao, which continued. She thought about heaven render rank, which was ahead of her on the path and reachable at her own pace. She thought about the heaven-splitting doctrine's advanced levels, which her father had designed for someone exactly like her, with exactly the kind of accumulated weight she was now carrying. She thought about the institutions she had seen choose well under pressure, and the ones that had needed to be pressured into it, and the difference between the two. She thought about the fact that her father had spent 30 years building something, and she had 14 months into building something of her own, and the proportions were correct. An hour. She returned to the grave marker and picked up the sword. The spirit woke at her touch, warm, present, oriented toward her with the attention of something that had rested and was ready again. It would always be ready. That was what it had been made for. She stood with the sword for a moment. Then she said goodbye. Not for the last time. She would come back, seasons and years into the future, when she had more to report, and when the marker would still be there, accurate and clear, his name in the full form and his rank and his line. He taught us that the sword's purpose is not to kill, but to uphold. She turned. Yin Chengfeng was beside her. Shujin was already moving toward the hillside path. The others were dispersing in their own directions. Pang Liahu to his accountability proceedings, Ren Xing to her residence, Tai Wushan to his forge, the Brotherhood representative to his return journey. The circle of people her father had built and trusted and prepared for this specific moment, complete in their individual ways, continuing in their own. The path ahead ran north. Ready? Yin Chengfeng asked. Yes, she said. They walked. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.